A wonderful good morning to everybody, and welcome to what is the last stream before Christmas. As you can see, I'm also, I have to take this hand, a little bit in Christmas mood this morning. Yeah, I hope Santa Claus is coming for me as well. Maybe with a full bag of nice trading profits today. Who knows? Who knows? How's everybody doing? Everybody still in the mood for trading after yesterday's event. And good morning to Ashleigh as well. I can see.
Hello.
We are twinsies today, my
I
God.
know, I just went and grabbed mine. How are
Oh,
you?
nice. Is yours also so itchy? It's like,
Pardon?
mine
Yeah,
is
mine's
super
very
itchy.
itchy. I'll have it on for about 10 minutes and then it'll
Yeah,
come off.
I also
And
don't think
my
I
dog
can
is
have it
trying
on.
to join in as well.
Oh, hey.
He wants to eat the hat.
What's his or her name?
He is called Hector.
Hatter?
Hector.
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 Okay, nice.
If anybody's watched Troy, it's my other half wanted to name him
okay.
out of the film Troy.
You watched Troy, so you must be looking forward to next year to the new Christopher Nolan movie, probably,
Yes,
no?
yes. Are you going to get down? No.
I saw the teaser trailer, or teaser, it's more, I think, I think yesterday evening.
Oh, I've not seen it yet.
Oh, you haven't?
I've not seen
it doesn't
it yet.
really show a lot of things like, or was it just the movie poster? I don't remember.
I'll have a look.
Anyway,
I'll have a look online later.
All right, good. We have a number of people already here. Of course, probably the gold standard being the happiest today with gold. What is that for? Like the 50th time, if I'm not mistaken, I read this morning, reaching a new all-time high at roughly $4,500 per ounce. That's crazy, no?
That is crazy. Jesus.
And we've been talking so much here, especially on Mondays, but I assume also on the other on the other streams throughout the week. We're always talking a lot about gold and trade gold also a lot. And I can only highlight again what I've been saying for weeks now. Use the 8 weeks moving average for trending assets. It's such a great way to find re-entries into trending markets. It's sometimes, it can be simple as that trading, and sometimes we don't need to overcomplicate things. At least not when we're in trending market. If we're ranging markets, of course, it's something difficult, something else. We have also Luis with us again this morning. Good morning, mate. How are you? One of our frequent watchers here. We have Jess James. Or Jess James. Welcome. And Trade with Patel X is with us as well. And we have Hans Gunther with us. How are you doing, Richard? Good to see you, man. It's been a crazy day. Did you have the chance to watch any of yesterday's live streams, the 2026 preparation?
No, I've not, unfortunately. Not yet. It's on my list today. How did it go?
Definitely. I wasn't part of it, but I had it on almost the whole day while I was working. So, and I think there were some really, really great insights and views on the market, views also how you as a trader should develop. So from a psychological standpoint, I really, really enjoyed that. And it's like the more you get into trading, the more experience you have, the more this psychological things become more important, in my opinion, right?
I think that's what I've spent the last year trying to get my head around. So now I'm at a point where I can just do what I need to do and then turn the markets off and I'm done.
Yeah.
So now I'm done for the day. I've already done my 2 trades for the day.
Nice.
I've had a loss and I've had a win. So I'm up 1/2 for the day. So I'm fine with that. I have my rules and I stick to them and I don't even look at the charts anymore for the rest of the day. How about you? How's your trading today?
I haven't done any trading today because I'm working in the background on a new automated trading strategy.
Okay, lovely.
Because it's like based on Renko bricks. Mm-hmm. And with a trailing stop, there is usually I code something like this in Python, and there are no libraries that you can just copy paste. So I had to do my own, and it's quite difficult to get the logic right that the price for the trailing stop always needs to snap to a new Renko brick. And so I've been working primarily on this on Monday and Tuesday. So basically, when you get a short signal, the last one was for gold, which obviously ended up in a loss. The stop is supposed to be 1 brick behind, and once it moves in your direction, 3 or 4 bricks, then the stop starts trailing as well. And that's not easy to get this really, really.
No.
it sounds so easy, but from the programming coding point of view, it's surprisingly quite a challenge. But I think I got the next.
Are you nearly there? Do you think it'll be ready for in the new year?
Yeah, that's my plan. I want to have this strategy. Somebody's very angry, or somebody's coming home, or the neighbor's coming. All right, just leave him. I mean, this is what dogs do, right?
I get all the way through the day, and then he normally does it when I'm on
yeah, of course, it's always like this. Yeah. If my daughter would be here with me in my office, this would be the exact moment she would be coming to ask me something as well. So as I said, this is like my New Year's resolution. I want to start in crypto and on some forex pairs, NASDAQ and gold. This strategy in an automated way, and this is why I like the The5ers account so much, because you don't have to risk any money at first. You can see like, oh, for the next 2 or 3 months, is this really performing like it did in the extensive back tests I did? And if it does, nice, because you automatically pass the evaluation and start earning money with it without even, having to risk at first, at least, anything of your money. This is why I especially like, for example, the bootcamps accounts with advisors that much. So yeah, it's going to be an ongoing thing in the new year for me to share with you guys out there. Of course, also how is the strategy performing. I'm planning on regularly sharing like the backtracking we have on the The5ers to show how the account is doing. And let's see, because throughout 2025, I've become quite a friend of automating a lot of strategies because I don't know, maybe it comes with me getting older. In 2 years I'm turning 50, so and I just cannot stand sitting like 14 hours in front of my screen just staring at charts. It's like,
do you have quite a few strategies that you already do that role? Yeah, already integrated, that you just leave and let them run?
And the thing is, also I kind of, because I have other projects I'm working on, or I don't want to sit, like I said, in front of my charts for whole things and the whole day. So I tend to miss trades when I want to trade everything manually. And ironically, it's usually the best trades that I miss. So I enter the ones that do not turn out to be profitable, and then I miss the ones that are profitable.
It usually happens, and that's when your psychology can go then, because that's when you potentially might get in a trade late or do something that you wouldn't normally do, because in your head, you're like, well, I should have won that.
Yeah.
So maybe I can win this. I know. So that,
What have you been trading since you already were in trades this morning?
So I've traded NAS this morning. Do you want to share my screen?
Yeah, sure, please.
1 second. Let me share my screen. 1 second.
I'm going to switch over here to your tab already.
Oh, it's crashed. Are we there?
It's crashed.
Are we there? Now we're there.
Here we go.
So I have the exact same setup every day. I have the exact same rules that I do. As many of you know who have watched me before, I did normally trade walking the dog. I don't even have MT5 on my laptop. I don't even know how to put MT5 on my laptop. I don't need to. So no, I have a very simple strategy. It just has to hit a certain few rules. First trade wasn't looking well. I knew it wasn't, but it is my strategy, so I went for it. I don't want to skew the data at all, so I still go for what I need to. So my first trade was a 1 hour loss, and then my second trade was, you can go for 2 hour on my second trade. So I normally go for 1.5 hour. So easy, 1.5, and then
that's a beautiful trade. Both of them are.
That was a lovely trade. So I got my 2 hour win on my funded accounts, and then I always have a different aim that I go to in regards for my personal. So my personal stretched to just under 3 hour, which was nice. And then on my funded, I got my 2 hour. So my funded were up for 1 hour for the day, which is nice. But yeah, so I'm normally done by 9 o'clock before the day job. I'm normally done. So I start my day job, 9 o'clock. I have a call every morning, 9 till 9:30. That's why sometimes I'm a little late for this. And like this morning, I was in this trade while I was on that call. So I never know if I've won, lost. I just check my phone every half an hour to see. And it was, it's nice to see.
That's I mean, there are so many things like what you just had as examples how you should behave as a somewhat professional trader or as a professional trader. You put your first of all, you have a 2-to-1 risk reward ratio or
Yeah.
reward to risk ratio.
I have a fixed stop loss all the time, so I never mess with the risk. So depending on a couple of rules, I either go for 1.5 hour or 2. And then obviously I go for a little bit more on my personal. I just have a bit, just have an extension strategy that I do if a set of rules line up. But no, first trade was a loss, and then I didn't jump back in. I could have jumped back in. Old me 6 months ago probably would have jumped back in when I saw it keep rejecting. So I probably would have got back in here, and obviously would have come out. But no, for the last 3 or 4 months, I've just worked on hitting my rules every day. But that's also extended in every part of my life. So then it's extended to I'm hitting the gym every day. I'm doing my steps every day. I think once you get it into your head, your rules, then it bypasses everything. So it just this is just a normal part of my day. It's just like walking the dog, or it's just an easy part of the day.
It's like what felt like 6 months ago uncomfortable.
Yes.
Still, you were maybe out of your comfort zone. Is now integrated into your comfort zone, so it doesn't feel that odd anymore. And
I just click the buttons. I have no emotions to it.
I like especially this, that you set your fixed stop loss, you have your fixed take profit in there, when you just turn off your charts and leave things be. Because I noticed that even after 26 years in my own behavior, still when I'm in a trade and I continue looking at the charts, I'm going to see things that are not really there.
Exactly.
I'm going to do
there's lots of areas that you could have you can come out when you're in a trade. So like I could be watching this and go on different time frames, and it's going to give me different entries. So like I could have closed it here because I was like, is it going to bounce here, or is it going to go to this high, or you could drop down to the hour, and then it's like, well, are we going to surpass? So obviously we've come back here. So could I have reached to here? So you just got to have, I think, in your head just one set of rules. For me, especially, or like you said, you could be looking at the screen and so many different trades could play out. Yeah. So for me, I just like having the one strategy that it works for me, does what I need, and I'm in and out trading and done by this time every morning, which is nice.
Yeah, and I mean, it's of course you are probably not going to have something like this every day. That you are done with your 2-hour trade by 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. in the morning or something like this. But it shows, that you don't need to aim for, I want to do like 50 trades a day or 100 trades.
I've been there. I've been that person.
I think we've all been there. No,
yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. That's like a phase everybody goes through until you realize, well, I don't actually want to trade. I'm like kind of addicted to the clickety-click action, I like the dopamine rush that gives me, when I enter position. And by the end of the day...
That's what I've tried to dull this year, of the rush that it gives me when I trade. Now it's just, I just press a button and that's it. Whatever happens, happens. And then because obviously I'm copying through a few accounts. I just have it on my personal. So then I'll get emails when my funded accounts are where I want them to be. So I don't look at them, and I'm not chasing money. I'm not like near enough at a certain level that, if I just go for 1% more on this trade, is it gonna? How many times has that happened to us where you've got your fixed take profit in your head of say 2R, and say you only need 2.5R to hit a certain level and you're funded, and then it gets to like 2.3 and then just hits break even or hits you a loss. Like your rules are there for a reason, so I just don't look at them because I know if I'm not looking at them, I'm not going to adjust anything.
And that's the beauty, I mean, just like this with like one trade a day, or maybe that happens like 3 times a week or something like this.
That was yesterday. That was it.
It's automated, that you get funded eventually and pass the evaluations stage. But you have to be disciplined because, like you also said, we've all been there with a clickety-click action and doing like 50 or 100 trades, thinking, we can scalp the markets on like ticker charts or stuff like this. And then by the end of the day, you see like, okay, I've done 50 trades, but I haven't earned anything.
Yeah.
I paid a lot of fees, so probably the exchange is going to be happy and regard me as a good client. But I've put in a lot of work. I've been, say that in English, treading water? Or there's like a saying, something like this.
Yeah, treading water,
Yeah, so absolutely no outcome. I like that very, very much. And for me, this is also why I I'm automating so much stuff now because I want to take my emotions out of the equation, at least when it comes to short-term scalp. It's a whole different story for long-term trading, for swing trading, where I have my emotions very much under control because I don't look at the charts for long-term trades every day. I don't care about the noise in between. I have my fixed stop. I have my somewhat fixed take profit, or a certain point where I say now I want to withdraw my capital slowly from the market again, as I did with stocks every month this year and Bitcoin. And but for short-term trades, not. And it works so absolutely well. And if you allow me, I'm quickly switching.
Yeah, no, do that.
Back to my chart. So, for example, this strategy with the signals you can see, for example, the short trade on gold, which was from very early this morning, 2:20 a.m. I was asleep there, so it's not a trade I manually would have taken anyway. This one is quickly stopped out, and the strategy is just aiming to catch moves like to the upside, because my stop loss is just one brick behind the signal. So if it starts moving into your direction, you very quickly have like 4, 5, 6, sometimes up to 10 or 13 bricks into your direction. You end up with a 5-to-1 R, or even something like a 10-to-1 R.
That's not bad.
And the downside, of course, of something like this is that you need to accept that you have something like a hit rate, so a success rate per trade of 38 to 40%.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. So if I would trade something like that manually, I probably would have a problem, because I'll very often encounter phases where I have like 5, 6, 8, 10 trades in a row that lose money. But it doesn't matter, because when you have one trade, who makes more than up for all the losing trades?
Matter.
But trading something like this manually, I think, is very, very hard. As a matter of fact,
I
only know one person.
You need to have a system like this.
Yeah, I only need know one person, which is Victor, who's able to do something like this manually. It's like, well, I'm only right about 30% of the time, but it doesn't matter, because if I'm right, I'm going to earn a large bag of money on my funded accounts. For me, very difficult. That's why I need to automate things. And then I'm going to do it like, I have like a notification system in there. So once, not even on trade entry, on trade exit, I get a notification sent to Telegram and by email. And then I can see, okay, that was the outcome. This is where we are now.
Yeah, I definitely think that's the best way.
Yeah.
Sorry, you can hear hoovering. My cleaner's here.
Oh, okay.
She will be leaving in a minute, so I will just have to say bye to her for a second.
I know. No worries. Yeah, let's see. I wanted to also have a look at NASDAQ, actually.
I was going to say, what's anybody else in? Let's see if anybody's asked a question. So, a real play safe trade, Ashleigh. Yep, I do like the play safe trades. Somebody's asked, I saw an indicator earlier called bull market support band. Could I get an explanation of how that indicator works? Yeah, that's exactly the one I have here. Yeah, thank you. This question you meant probably, from Jack. We just say Jack.
Jack. We're just going to say Jack, if you allow us. A bull market support band. You can find this indicator if you're on TradingView. If you just enter up here, bull market support band. It's basically a combination of two moving average, a 21 weeks exponential moving average, and a 20 weeks simple moving average. The beauty of it is, in trending markets, originally this one is an indicator I like to use long term on Bitcoin, but you can see, for example, for gold here, that in trending markets, which we had for gold for almost 2 years now, once the price reverses to the bull market support band, that usually is like the latest, the best entry, so to say, long term. Then it likes to continue the trend, reverses to the bull market support band, like we had here, for example. Here, not quite. We had this here. We were here trading. We had this the last times here, which were the last times we were trading at the bull market support band. So you had entries at around $3,300 for gold, where potentially you would be sitting on huge profits. So it's very simple. It's very straightforward. And the beauty of it is you can apply this to all kinds of assets. The only thing you need is a trending asset. So something like gold that is uptrending can also be a downtrending asset, of course. Something like Bitcoin works for the stock markets great. And on top of that, I always like to use this blue moving average, which is a simple 8 weeks moving average. We are on daily charts here, but working with weekly moving averages, because I noticed for more aggressive entries, when we enter like a trending phase where things really go a little bit exponential to the upside, like we saw in gold, for example, here, I noticed that for those assets, they also like to bounce off the 8-week moving average. So, and this really was the case for gold. I mean, look, it didn't really close below. Once it touched the 8-week moving average, it just flies off again. It's a bit more risky, of course, but because sometimes it can go down, or and if it goes below the 8 weeks moving average, you often see that eventually it will also go all the way to the bull market support band. But it's a great strategy because it's simple and it's easy to play in regards of risk to reward. You put in something like a 2-to-1 or 3-to-1, and you only need to be correct like 40% of the time, and you'll automatically earn money. The problem with this is, of course, you need to be patient. These things happen every couple of weeks, maybe. So when we were in this phase for gold, which started in August, we had to wait all the way until October. So what is that, 2 months until we got a signal from this again. But it's really, really worth the wait. I haven't tried, honestly speaking, to play a strategy like this on lower time frames because usually there's too much noise. But I can imagine, like on the 4-hour or 1-hour charts, it's something that might work as well. And I always like to show this because it's like such a nice baseline strategy. When you see something like this as a trader, my thought would be, well, what can I develop around it? Can I add additional things to filter the good from the bad signals from this?
No, it's really good. I've just run it alongside the structure that I do, and 9 times out of 10 it's pulling back in line with it as well.
Yeah. See, but that's the beauty of training markets also, It's more difficult, of course, if we're in choppy markets. So if we change, for example, we could, for example, change to Bitcoin, which for sure is choppy at the moment. You can see once the market structure changes, of course, this is not a strategy you can play anymore. So it doesn't take the work off your shoulders to identify in which market phase we are currently. So you still have to do the work, of course, of determining, is this an uptrend? Is this a sideways trend? Or are we in a downtrend at the moment? And but once you do that, and once you identify it, for example, we are in an uptrend or downtrend, then this is a strategy you can use. If you identified we are in a sideways trend, well, then of course you cannot use trend following strategies. Then you would probably have to use something like mean reversion. So maybe something that's based on oscillators like stochastics, or the good old RSI, which can work as well. But yeah, it's a great indicator, and for me, it's always my go-to indicator to kind of determine where are we right now in terms of the trend phase. Yes, if I let me just quickly remove here the Fibonacci's. You can see my targets here still for 2025 for the NASDAQ as well, which have been more than hit already. But here on the NASDAQ, we can see it just recently worked very well again. If I say recently, that was last week, right? Where we went almost all the way down to the bull market support bands. Everybody was in panic again. Oh God, AI bubble and you name it, and the stuff that's going on in Venezuela. Well, it was a great buying opportunity. If you had the courage to get back into stocks here, you would have had an entry at around, let's say, 24,700 to 800 points, meaning you're already up by 800 to 900 points just with an indicator like this. And yeah, very simple, very straightforward. And this is like my baseline analysis always for swing trades in trending assets to determine, is this a good area right now to take a swing trade, or isn't it a good area? Doesn't always work that precise. When we had this weird crash in the beginning of the year, it was first quarter with a V-shaped recovery, you can see there, of course, this failed you.
No, that's really good. It's just that's how people can start, isn't it? Trying to find a pattern. So that's all I did. So I messed around with a couple of indicators, tried to see what pattern I could see most days, and then just stick with it. But the only issue you have is every time you get lost, don't try and change something.
Yeah,
Because that's what I was doing quite a lot at the start. So I was changing something, but then I didn't realise it was taking away some of my wins I was having as well. So you just got to make sure you give it some time. So
exactly.
if you have got a strict set of rules, do them for 3-4 months. And then have a look if there's anything else you could have changed to stop a few of the losses, but that didn't result in you also losing a few of your winners as well. But this is a lovely one that people could use to this, along with the EMAs, I think are a great one. Just for on the smaller time frames, and then using this on maybe the higher time frames, it will definitely help. It will definitely give you a baseline strategy.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly that now, a baseline. And then you can kind of think about, okay, what can I add to this? What happens if I add something like a stochastic or RSI? You know, does it help me as a filter or something like this? And this is why I love the state of AI, how it is at the moment, because it allows you also very easy to backtest things like this. So if you zoom out and you go here to download chart data.
Oh, 1 minute. Where is this? I need to learn this.
This is when you go to manage layouts up here.
Oh, yeah, I've got it.
Under rename, you can download the chart data, and it gives you an Excel file, not an Excel file, it's a CSV, I think it's called. So comma separated.
Into ChatGPT or whoever.
Yeah, you put this, for example, in ChatGPT. My go-to tool is Claude because I think it's
that's going on my to-do list to do this week.
And then you'll tell it, okay, this is NASDAQ chart data, daily charts. There's a 8 weeks moving average. There are the so-called bull market support bands.
I have tried to run it through ChatGPT and be like, this is my strategy. Is there any add-ons that I could be doing or anything else that I could be looking at? But then he's like, well, he's a he in my head. I can't get that data for you, or it's quite hard. And then the data that he does end up getting from it isn't true. Whereas if you're pulling it straight, that's thank you. You've saved something that I needed.
Yeah, don't ask it like, oh, get this data for me, because there's a high chance you'll get skewed data.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And if you do analysis like this, you need to make sure that your data is clean. Trading view data, by the way, is also not always clean.
No, I know.
So you got to be careful with it as well. But for example, if I download this now, we could do an analysis like asking ChatGPT or Claude or whatever model. I noticed like every time we are in a trending market and the price reverses to the 8 weeks moving average, that it tends to bounce off. Can you ask me how if this is true and how many times that really happens? Maybe you have to go a little bit back and forth to help him. Now I'm saying it as well. Help him identify.
Questions, don't you? And he finally gets there. But no, that's how I ended up. I did it in a different way, but that's how I ended up getting my extension strategy for my personal.
Yeah.
So on my funded, obviously you don't really want to be going for 5, 6, 7 hours all the time. I don't think on your funded. I like to just get my 2-3 hours, take some money out. 2-3 hours, take some money out. Whereas my personal, obviously, a little bit different. So my personal is where I go for the extended ones like I did this morning. But no, this is a lovely little indicator that I'm looking at. I might have it.
And what I wanted to say, you probably have to explain also in a dialogue then how is ChatGPT or Claude or whoever supposed to identify the market structure? Like what is a trending mark? What is a sideways market? What is a market that is trending down as well? But you can, and as of course, a lot of mistakes that can happen along the way as well. So don't expect like that after half hour, you'll have a trading strategy that will earn you infinite money, but you'll have a baseline. You can kind of question yourself, because we as humans, we always like to see patterns everywhere. I think it's from, maybe back then when we were still living somewhere in the jungle or whatever, and we were supposed to see predators. That's why we are so good in seeing patterns. But when it comes to trading, this can be quite dangerous because we tend to see patterns when really no patterns are. I think everybody who has been working with indicators or price analysis knows that. Sometimes, you see like a pattern, you think, oh, this is interesting. This is probably going to earn me money. But if you really test it, you come to the conclusion, no, it's something my brain made up for me. And so this is my way then of using AI to kind of question myself. Am I seeing something that could be a potential edge? Or am I just making things up and want to see an edge where no edge exists? And especially this year, while I've been working on some lower time frame strategy, countless times it has saved me from deploying strategies that long term would have lost money. Because
Yeah.
what I saw on the chart, were maybe just the couple of times where actually the strategy resulted in winning trades, and me thinking then, of course, well, this seems to be a great strategy. But if you look at it back tested on maybe 500 or 1,000 trades, then you suddenly see, no, it's just
No,
at
it's
this
not.
specific
Yeah, it
case
was just that
that it
time,
worked.
that
It's a
period
coincidence.
was
Yeah.
working. Yeah,
And
that's what you've got to really be careful of.
yeah. There, of course, is a lot of methodology you can use as well out there from statistics or p-value or something like this. But, I don't want to go so deep into mathematics. I already said to Jonathan, maybe we should do like a special stream one day about, really how to use math and statistics as a tool to help you with trading strategy. But I don't think it's also very entertaining for most people out there. I like to talk about math, but not everybody likes that.
Not
I
everyone,
get
my
that.
dear.
Yeah. Are you so you say like you're done with trading basically for the day? Do you
Yeah,
still
well,
look at stuff, or is it for you now? Okay,
no, that's
today I'm
it.
not
So I
going to look
used
at charts anymore. I'm
no,
done with it.
I don't look at any charts. So I
Okay.
used to trade DAX as well. But
Yeah.
I think with my day job's
Mm,
quite hectic. I was missing trades, missing the right
mm,
trades, getting into trades late. And I think because of the amount of time that I spent working on my psychology this year, it just wasn't helping. So I've just dropped it back down to NAS and
yeah.
I just do NAS 2 trades a day and that's me done. I don't have to worry then, and then
Mm,
I've zoomed out for the year. It's been a very good year, and I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I always look back every 3 to 6 months to see if there's any differences that I need to do. We all know it changes every few months,
yeah.
so you might have to change something. I might have to move a stop loss here and there, etc. But no, it's done well for me in the past 3 months. I've not changed anything. So going into the new year, just trading what I'm doing and just going to see what happens
That's
next.
the thing. No, never change a winning system.
Exactly. I'm
I
happy with the
actually.
way it is. I'm not greedy with it. It gets me what I need.
Mm.
I'm just going to
But
keep
you're
going.
right about that. You like every couple of months you have to question yourself. It's like
Yes.
this strategy is still viable, or
Yes.
do I need to modify anything
Yeah,
based on?
that's all it is. It's just modifications.
Yeah,
Like you're obviously going to have losing weeks. You're going to have losing months. Like it happens.
yeah,
And you can't just take one losing week or one losing month and think, right, that's it. This strategy isn't working anymore. You need to look out. You need to look over the year, etc.
exactly. Yeah.
And see if it is still viable. So just make sure your data's all there. Make sure
Mm,
you're testing the data, making sure if there's anything. If you spot something, watch it for the next 3
yeah.
months and see if how often it occurs. Could that help you? Don't just try and change something just by seeing it once. I think that's the issue that I've had. So I've always waited for 3 or 4 months while I'm watching something before I include it into my data.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that because, for example, this strategy I explained on gold, for example, I also trade this strategy on the NASDAQ, and I used to trade it on Bitcoin, and I just recently, yesterday, as a matter of fact, stopped trading it on Bitcoin because the edge is gone for the past 6 months. Is not doing, if you look at the
What you wanted, yeah.
normal distribution curve, it has been too long on the
Yeah.
left side of the distribution
Well,
curve.
you give that 6 months. You didn't see it not do it once in a week and be like,
No,
right, I'm not doing that
because I
anymore.
need the data, it's
Yeah,
it made,
it's all data driven. That's why you can't, like I keep saying, you can't just be changing
yeah,
a strategy once you get one losing trade. Within
yeah.
a week, you'll have a completely different strategy if you do that.
And yet this is what we see from most beginner traders, including myself back then. Is like
A lot of
very
people,
often
yeah,
I threw away actually good strategies, just because I looked too much on what did the last 2 or 3 trades do.
yeah,
And then you have this going on in your head, this like, oh, if I would have done this differently,
yeah.
put my stop loss wider or my take profit closer, tighter, then I would have actually earned money with this. And this is a very, very dangerous game to play. But I always like to say, being a trader is, you cannot be a trader if you have a big ego, in my
Oh
opinion,
no, you can't. Definitely not.
because the market is always giving you direct
The
feedback,
market doesn't care.
and the feedback is you losing money.
The market doesn't care at all. I've just seen the high stakes accounts that you can get for $12 and you can purchase 4 of them. So I'm just
Wow.
putting it on my to-do list to buy a few after this call. So I'm just going to add them to my copy trader and just have them running in the background.
I mean, that is quite something. No, you can have an account. It just costs you $12, and if you're
$12. So you
successful
can have
with what you're
4.
doing, you're automatically getting funded.
So I'll treat myself to 4 of them and just have them running in the background,
Yeah.
and then it just it is what it is.
You can do what Ashleigh does exactly. You know, you have like one master account.
Yeah.
Let's call it like this, and this automatically copy and paste trades to other accounts. That's totally viable. I think you can do that also with a number of accounts with the 5ers, if I'm not mistaken. But of course, you know, when you're adopting this, better ask the support, of course. Write a ticket there. And I think, I haven't said this.
Oh, Jack's just asked a question. How do you set up copy trading for funded accounts? So you need a copy trader. So Connect Trade, Traders Connect is what I use. There's loads of others out there. Traders Connect has never let me down. I don't know if you use any.
No, I have my own. I coded my own solution for that.
Obviously, you did. See, I'm not that clever, so I just pay.
It's nothing about clever, but I made the experience in the past with some services that I used that they either had like technical hiccups or suddenly they just didn't work anymore, and it always threw me back to like square one, where I had to look for new solutions. So one day I was sitting there thinking, okay, you know, I'm just going through the trouble now of having my own solution running on my own server where I'm totally independent from third parties.
I get that. No, I get that. I'm not clever enough to do that, so I just pay for one.
You can actually vibe code it as well if you want to, but be careful with vibe coding.
We might speak off this. That might be great. But no, it's never let me down. It helps. I just check it every morning. So the first thing I do is check that, making sure it's switched on all my accounts, make sure the lot sizes are correct, etc. You can have like a fixed lot copier, so you know which one in each one. Or you can have it as a percentage, and then obviously your stop loss and take profit. I just have it on my personal, and then it stops me and takes profit out on all the others when needed. So it works perfectly fine this morning, and I've got 3 or 4 accounts copying over, and they all did all right. Use FX Blue Personal Copy Trader, free to use. There we go. There's another one.
Nice, and you don't even have to spend a cent, as it seems on it. That's very nice. Thank you, Hans Gunther. And I like that one always.
I know, I can tell. Right, I've probably got till past, and then I need to jump off because I can already see my work phones buzzing, but they can wait.
Yeah, all good. Don't worry about it. And we have another solution here. You can use an EA, so an expert advisor, of course, on your MT5 that's running on a VPS. Virtual private server to locally copy trade from your master to other local accounts. And the beauty of it is, like, if you want to run your own VPS, which I do a couple of, you know, you don't have to set up the IET infrastructure by yourself. You can rent for, if you want a decent one, for something like $40 or $50 every month, a VPS that has also like an uptime guarantee that guarantees you this virtual private server is connected to the internet and reachable 99.9% of the time. Because this is something you need to make sure as well. In the past, I ran my servers like locally from my own office. But the thing is, if you have a power outage or you have an internet outage, you don't really notice that fast. And this can be quite dangerous, you know, if you run this on multiple accounts and then, I don't know, it went out, for example, exactly at the moment where you wanted to place your stop loss or something like this. This can be very, very dangerous. This is something, by the way, that happened to me this year, and this is why I changed to pay for a service like this. When I was on holiday 2 weeks and I was on a cruise, so I didn't even have internet access. Then I noticed, my servers are offline. I was like somewhere in the middle of Norway, and I was like panicking because I needed to close trades manually, which led to me losing a couple of €1,000.
Yeah,
that was a really expensive holiday. Exactly. Black Mamba says AWS, so Amazon Web Services, could be a solution as well. A complicated one. So if you are new to this whole thing, don't start with AWS. It's like has a quite steep learning curve. Exactly. Programmers usually build their own system. Same here. Black Mamba, since you mentioned also AWS, I assumed already that you might be higher up already when it comes to coding and stuff like this. But yeah, ultimately, if you're into coding, you'll probably end up building your own stuff. like I did, but it's not necessary. I mean, we
It's
see,
not
for
necessary.
example,
I don't
you're the
do it.
best example for it. You can be.
I think that's what I like about coming on here. I like showing people that you don't need to be a coder. You
Yeah.
don't need to know everything that's going on in the world. You don't need a degree in economics. I trade everything on my phone. I've learned what I've learned through YouTube videos and whatever else. And I trade the simplest strategy there is. And I've taught myself what a funded account is. I've taught myself lot sizes, and it's easy to do. And it's, for me, and I think for now, that's all I need to do to. I don't feel like I need to build up my knowledge anymore to be where I am. So I'm going to try. I'm going to learn. So when I come on here and the way people talk and whatever else, 9 times out of 10 it goes over my head. But what I want to be doing next year is see if I can learn that side of things. But you don't need to know that side of things to start trading. You just need to do little by little, and you'll build it up. So I like that I can come on here and show people that you can be successful with trading and not have the background that a lot of people on here have got. And you can start really small like I have and build it up over a couple of years. And it's easy to get there. You just have to stick with it and just, be on your own road. Don't try and watch what everyone else is doing, and just learn your own way. Don't think you need to know absolutely everything.
That's the thing. You have to find your own way. Absolutely. And I think it makes you very relatable for probably a lot of our viewers out there. The fact that, you do it from your mobile phone.
Yeah.
And because, I mean, let's be honest, not everybody who's watching here, not everybody who's streaming with us here, as a matter of fact, is like a full-time trader.
No.
Maybe that's like the goal one day, because you're maybe sick and tired of going to your job every day, and you don't want to have a boss anymore. You want to be your own boss. But
we're already at a point where we're in the process of selling all our houses at the moment because we want to go traveling the world next year for a couple of years.
Oh, wow.
So and trading's giving me that option where while we're away, I don't have to worry about the income. It's there. I think that's the postman. 1 second.
Sure. So, guys, please, while we wait for Ashleigh to come back, also make sure, give us a like, subscribe to our channel. We do the streams 4 times a week. We have a lot of new stuff also planned already for the new year. You saw our beautiful live stream yesterday for our 2026 outlook. Every like helps, every subscription helps. We are sitting at 93,400 subscribers yet. So we are very, very, very close already to 100,000 subscribers. And if I'm not mistaken, that would mean that we can put this beautiful YouTube silver plaque, I think it is, in the background at Jonathan's Dungeon of Trading. So be so kind, help us on our way, comment here, like, and subscribe, so we can continue doing this in this format like we do at the moment. Yeah, your dog had other ideas. Absolutely right.
My dog did have other ideas.
Maybe it wanted to warn you or remind you to not get into another trade today.
I'm not. We don't. No more trades. It's after 10 o'clock. We're not allowed. We don't do that.
Oh, good. Guys, what else are you in trading-wise at the moment? Do you want us to look at something specific maybe and analyze it? Or do you want us to do? Yeah, that's a good one as well. I use the data for machine learning and more. So the data you collect, of course, I like to do that as well. Although I must say, if you look at pure price data for machine learning and try to do something like I want to use all the data and predict the price for the next day, you are in for some nasty surprises, because this is obviously what a lot of the large institutional traders, especially specialized hedge funds, are doing as well. So you are competing directly with this against some institutions who have like a budget of millions or even tens of millions of dollars every year to invest in data science and machine learning. So be careful with this. I tried this myself, spent countless hours trying, for example, to decipher nanosecond and millisecond order books to identify, can they tell me something about what the price in the next minute, for example, is doing. Turns out they can, but I cannot be fast enough to capitalize this because I don't have my server directly next to the exchange. So there are exchanges, not exchanges, there are traders out there, institutions out there who capitalize just on the fact that they can execute their orders in, well, now it's really nanoseconds already. And you would have to invest like probably millions of dollars to just compete with this without even the guarantee of earning money. All right. And euro dollar, I see here. Is that something you trade as well, or are you specializing on indices like the NASDAQ, for example?
Just indices. I used to do like an Asia sweep. That was, whereas I couldn't get the rules exact, whereas I like to have exact rules. So if it hits this, you do this. I had quite a little bit of bias, and I don't like bias trading anymore.
Yeah.
So no, I'm very much indices is what works for me.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody has to find their own kind of thing. I noticed also, like, especially euro dollar, so we can have a look at, I didn't want to look at this. Where do I have
I hope somebody got in a nice sell today.
dollar? Let me quickly go here. And, yeah, well, you can see my analysis from last week didn't come true. My crude wrongs here. Yeah, euro dollars, it's a market I don't like for a number of reasons at the moment, honestly speaking, because it's a very effective market. And as a trader, I want markets that tend to be a little bit, I'm not going to say ineffective. Like if you look at the NASDAQ, obviously it's an effective market as well. But it's easier to find an edge there than a euro dollar, because euro dollar, especially euro dollar, it's the most liquid Forex pair there is. So it's very, very effective. In my opinion, it's very hard to find an edge there, especially on the lower time frames. But what works is that you kind of set it up for market structure, in my opinion. So if you look at it, for example, I typically would say now, seems like it has a difficult time to get over this area, let's say between 118 and 180, 1875. Or if you want to count the wick as well, would be 119 as well. So naturally, you probably, if I just need to choose a trade now based on this, I'm not going to do that, obviously. But if I just look at the chart naked, my choice probably would be like, well, I want to short it here. If we get this spike to the resistance, would probably have my stop loss somewhere up here. And then see how that works down. So let's maybe do something like this. Probably would look like this.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And then maybe going back here into the bull market support band. So that's a risk reward ratio of 1.5, totally viable. And you make sure by this that should it continue upwards and we see a breakout towards 120, that you are still in the right direction. However, it's, in my opinion, especially in a market like euro dollar, if you look at daily charts at least, it's a different story, of course, if you want to trade 1 minute charts or 5 minute charts. It's a market that's extremely driven also by fundamentals. So by economic data that is coming in, by like the geopolitical landscape, something we see, for example, between the USA and Venezuela at the moment. This is something that directly impacts, of course, especially the US dollar. So that's also euro US dollar. So I would always be prepared that some fundamental news come in, I want to call it like this, that will override every technical analysis. Because if something comes in now, for example, that Jerome Powell suddenly says, hey, you know what, guys, early Christmas present, we're going to lower the interest rates by 75 basis points today. You, of course, would have a large risk move, and your dollar would probably in an instant jump up to something like 120. So always have in the back of your mind that technical analysis cannot be the solution for everything. It's like a 2D view sometimes of the 3D world, in my opinion. And yes, price has always, like everything that is data-wise, already ingrained. I'm a believer of that. But the reaction to new use is normally fundamentally driven and not by technical analysis. So this would be a valid analysis, in my opinion, only if like nothing fundamentally changes. If Trump later today comes out and says something not so smart, let me put it like this, there's a high chance that we would, of course, see a reaction. Or if I don't know if we actually still have economic news coming out today. Well, we have at 2:30 today, we have durable goods, we have GDP growth. That's a biggie. That's coming out today. So if we see a large deviation here from the forecast, we are going to have an immediate reaction. And the greater the deviation is, the higher the chance that we immediately jump over, for example, this area of resistance. And I always see that, especially in euro dollar. So for all the strategies that I'm always back testing, it's interesting that things that work great, for example, on the NASDAQ, tend to work also on euro dollar strategy wise, but with a much, much lower R. Like
Yeah,
for some
definitely.
strategies on NASDAQ, I have like over thousands of trades, like an R of 2 to 3
Yeah.
on average. And if I apply the same strategy to euro dollar, it's like 0.8,
Yeah, that's why I
0.9.
stick with NASDAQ.
And that's something I don't want to trade, Why
Yeah,
should I?
same.
Because when you are in this bracket of, I need like 55 or 60% win rate already to compensate for that. And long term, it's very, very unlikely that you're going to be much over 50% with your win rate anyway. So win rate is in general not a very good indicator to judge am I like successful with my trading or not. But yet it's something beginner traders especially always like to look at. It's like the first question I usually get asked. So what's your win rate? I say like, well, do you want to know if I earn money or not? If
Yeah,
I tell you
exactly.
now
Would
my
you
win
rather
rate
say,
is
am I profitable across the year?
yeah,
Then
yeah. And if I answer then, well, last year on this specific asset, my win rate was like 43%, and you get a comment like, "Oh, that means you're losing money. You're not a good
no,
trader."
it doesn't.
Is that no, it
No, it
doesn't.
doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Nice one here. Yeah, euro
But people
dollar is
forget, like the S&P makes what 10% in a year, and
yeah,
people think that every month they should be hitting 10-15%.
yeah,
You just
yeah,
need
no,
to make your capital bigger, not your percentage bigger,
yeah,
and you'll start earning the money that you want to earn.
yeah.
You're not going to outperform the S&P every year. There's
And that is
people,
that is going to automatically happen, if you show the discipline, if you
yeah.
slowly scale up your funded accounts, you're
That's
automatically
all it is.
going to get there.
You just need the bigger capital,
Yeah,
and then that 1% on 100K compared to 1% on a million, big difference.
that's a big difference. That the 1% on a million, it already pays you a nice salary every month.
Exactly, and you only what that one trade. So I got 1% today. I'd be
Yeah,
quite happy on the 1%, and I'm done
could
for the
stop
month.
actually for the month already. Yeah,
I would do on that funded. I'd
yeah.
wait then for payout, but I'd be carry on doing it on, say, I'd have other funded accounts and personal, and that's the aim of it. You want to be doing less percentage but more capital.
Yeah. Yeah, you always have to. You said it like the S&P 500, which like historically has, I think, an average of 8% every year,
Yeah,
and so this is something you need to beat already. And even the high grade performing hedge funds out there that have like a long history of beating the markets, they are usually around 14%. So that is per year. So
but people just jump into trading and think they could, oh
yeah.
yeah, 20% every month, it's going to
Yeah.
happen.
How often have I seen on social media like a post
Oh,
like, I make 1% every day. Because, I'm satisfied with making 1% every day. And I'm always thinking, well, if you are able to do that, like after 3 years, you would probably have all the wealth of the world already accumulated.
I want to
Because
see when people are like that. I always want to see if they've got Darwin or
yeah,
whatever else, just to obviously, it's not just a snapshot of a couple of weeks. It's actual to see how they've traded over the last year or so.
yeah, it's like if you end up like at 14-15% in good risk adjusted returns every year. Risk adjusted, I mean, of course, earning 15%, but you at one point you were 70% in drawdown. This is not good. Nobody is going to fund you for something like this. But if you are up 15% and your drawdown was, let's say, like 4 or 5%, that's excellent.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody would give you money and let you trade the money, probably, that at least understand something about risk-adjusted returns. So if you do that, you're automatically going to become successful. But if you're aiming at, I want to earn 50 or 100% per month, you
No.
are 100% going to eventually crash your account.
You'll realise, but people do, they realise quite quickly. And they realise going for these 10, 20-hour trades, it's not, you might hit one, but then you might not see again for the next 2 or 3 years. You're not going to be hitting one once a week. It just doesn't happen. So go through and get your 1-2 hours. For me, that's where I feel comfortable. That's where I'm happy. That's where I can see my equity curve just slowly going up. which is what
Exactly.
you want.
Exactly. You have to make a move, I think, no?
I do. It's past, so I will leave you all be. And I think I'm on in the new year now. I
Yeah.
think I'll check.
Are you
But
around
no.
next week also?
I am around. I'll speak to the team to see if they want me to jump on. But yeah, I am around, so I should be able to jump on. But no, enjoy. Thank you for talking. It's been
Thank
lovely.
you for being with us, and Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you.
And I
You
hope you
too.
get a couple of nice days off as well.
Oh, Wednesday, tomorrow evening. Nice glass of wine. That's me for 4 days. Right. Enjoy, everyone. Merry Christmas.
Take care. Bye bye,
See
Ashleigh.
you later. Bye.
All right, guys, that was Ashleigh with us. Remember, leave us a like and subscribe to the channel to help us to reach our goal of 100,000 subscribers early next year, so we can get Jonathan this nice silver YouTube plaque for his office. I think it's going to look very, very nice there. I quickly want to go through the questions here. I didn't really concentrate on this yet. Let me quickly also open this here. Nothing in there. Yeah, I think I I need to invite you to our stream Slack member, because it seems like you have a good knowledge of statistics, of maths. Price and time are different animals moving together in harmony. Yeah, and the returns on the markets are not evenly distributed. Just going quickly through here. So, guys, let me know what you want me to look at. What was that? Scott talking euro dollar. Yeah, we were just looking at euro dollar. Pound sterling dollar. Toparino is saying the thing is always, in my opinion, if you trade euro dollar, for example, you don't necessarily need to trade pound sterling dollar, because you can see the charts are pretty much moving in line, with the exception that sometimes, at least I cannot back this by data, but what I notice sometimes is that cable, so pound sterling versus US dollar, likes to move a little bit ahead of euro dollar, and then later on euro dollar is catching up again. So actually would be kind of interesting to do maybe a correlation analysis of both, and to see if, like, my hypothesis, like one leads the other, is actually true. Good example of what I was talking about earlier as well, where you can use, for example, AI to test a hypothesis like this. So I would prefer, honestly speaking, to trade euro dollar. So this one we are seeing here right now, I think that's a valid trade. It's not one I would trade, because it's not my strategy here, but just from the looks of it, this is a valid trade, just because from the perspective of risk to reward, it's a good one. So you asked, share regarding the indicator details on the chart. Which indicator do you mean? Which one are you talking about? You mean the moving averages I have here, or are you talking about like this one, for example? Let me know, so I know which one you are talking about. What else do we have here? Yeah, I've tried AutoChartist a lot of time, and it doesn't really give me an edge, honestly speaking. I don't really like it. I like to use my own brain for analysis. Oh, the moving average. Yeah, I talked about this earlier already, so it's very simple. Let me quickly go back to where were we earlier, NASDAQ, for example, and add them. So the lower one here is called bull market support band, which is just a 20 weeks. Now, I'm on a daily chart, but the moving averages are based off weekly charts here. So 20 weeks simple moving average and a 21 weeks exponential moving average, which symbolize kind of like the lower bands of when in a price reversal, price latest should reverse to the upside, into the direction of a trend again. And then the other one here, the blue one, is just a simple moving average based on 8 weeks. So you put in the length here, the method, and on time frame down here, you choose not daily, which the chart is based off, but 1 week. And then you'll get something like this. And like I said, this beautifully works on trending markets. So the strategy is very, very simple here. Every time a trade in a trending asset either reverses to the 8 weeks moving average, it usually is a good time to re-enter into the direction of a trend. If it moves all the way back to the lower bands here, bull market support band, that's like the latest, or these are, at least in trending markets, usually where you latest should enter again. However, this is also where most people are then the most afraid. EMA clouds, yeah, it's kind of the same, it's either you build it by yourself or you use cloud clusters, for example. But the beauty is of moving averages that they clearly show you the trend, and in very trending markets like gold is an excellent example for this, where really is the time to re-enter the market, in my opinion. So you don't make the mistake, of FOMOing in the market. I think it's correct to say here. Sorry, my mouse is a bit jiggleish here. So it doesn't happen to you that frequent that you see like, oh my God, it's performing so great. It's going up, up, up. I have to buy. And then you end up buying here, and probably you get frustrated and start selling here, when in reality, all the touches here of the 8 weeks moving averages were, of course, the time to really buy. We have Dakosi asking here, what do you think about ABCD harmonic patterns? I've worked with those in the past. However, I couldn't really find an edge, which doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't an edge. It's just something, that doesn't really speak to me. And I've been experimenting a little bit with, for example, Elliott wave analysis also. So I tried to build an indicator for TradingView that automatically analyzes the market based on the rules of Elliott wave. So what did I do? I created a PDF from all the rules, fed it into a large language model, and basically ask the large language model study the rules, and then help me build an indicator based on those rules. But I noticed sometimes it can be good in kind of telling you and I don't want to say forecasting it really, but kind of telling you what the market probably is going to do, or where are we when it comes to trend phases of markets. But I don't see it really as a realistic tool that will give you profit. So, for example, right now it says for gold here, well, take profits. The target is 5,131 at the moment. We are very close to it. You should take profit right now. But I remember that the same analysis was also true already when we were down here. So when we were like $500 lower. And this is something I don't like about Elliott wave. In hindsight, it always looks like, wow, this is really good in forecasting the market. But there are so many rules and sub-rules and exceptions from the rules that it's almost impossible, in my opinion, to really make a forecast with it. On the 4-hour, well, we can check it out, of course, as well on the 4-hour. For example, for gold, I assume you're talking about the support bands here. Yeah. The support bands stay the same, of course, because they are weekly. You probably could adjust this now a little bit. Let's try this here. Like, for example, if we say we want the time frame 1 day for the simple moving average and for the bull market support bands. Where are we here? 1 day. Here we go. Well, I mean, on the 4-hour, it's more difficult to trade with something like this because there's simply more noise. When you have those extended ranges where gold, for example, is in a sideways market. So you really have to wait again here for really the trend to establish itself, then it works beautifully. I wouldn't do it, honestly speaking, because there's too much noise. For me, this is something where beautifully works on the daily time, on the daily chart with weekly moving averages, where you don't have so much noise. I of course understand, when this is a little bit more boring, maybe, because it sometimes can take a while to get those signals. But you even see here, if you keep the weekly one, even on the 4-hour candles, those give you pretty good entries. Yeah. So every time you see like really price deviating very, very much from the simple moving average, the 8 weeks, and the bull market support bands, you'll notice eventually it will come back. And this is the time then where you should, for example, enter a swing trade. So all of these touches here in the past, basically since the end of October, these were really, really good trade. If you would have traded like Ashleigh, for example, and always put in a 2-hour risk reward, or maybe even a 3-hour risk to reward, you would have progressed your account probably by a great margin already. Pretty good trades. And as I said, of course, the challenge is here that you need to be very disciplined and really, really wait until you see price really picking up again. We see that actually at the moment. We see price going parabolic again, and then eventually come back to the 8-week support there. Where would you sell a gold swing deep in the money or no profit target? Stop goes up every day until a break. Yeah, you could, if I understand. First of all, I'm for swing trading, I wouldn't sell gold at the moment. I would not go short gold at the moment, simply because you are really the likelihood of you being stopped out in this trade is much, much higher than you going with a trend. So that's my first fundamental rule. Actually, always I want to go, if possible, always with a trend. I don't want to be the mean reversion trader on a or the contrarian trader on a trending asset. That usually is not going to end well. Of course, sometimes it can end well. So if we add, for example, what do I mean by this? Let me go into more detail. So if we add, for example, something like an RSI, the simple rules here would be, of course, we are above 70. We are going to enter a long trade, a short trade, because the market is so-called oversold based to the rules. So that would have happened the first time in the beginning of September. This is where you would have sold gold. And you can see this didn't end well, of course. Why doesn't that end well? Because another way to look at the RSI always is to accept that in trending assets, again, I highlight this here, we're talking about trending assets. RSI oscillator is for not non-trending assets, so for assets that are currently in a state of a sideways move. Like, for example, like we had for gold here during that period of time. In trending markets, you should actually use an RSI, something like a trend confirmation tool. So meaning when it goes to levels of being, for example, overbought. I don't like the term, by the way, overbought. Markets cannot be overbought. For every buyer, there needs to be a seller as well, right? But if you use, for example, the RSI as a tool where you say, I have a very high trending asset here, for example, gold. I want to actually buy gold every time we go into that so-called overbought zone. That also was a very good idea. This is a strategy that can really work very well. You need to accept, of course, that you're going to buy a little bit higher than maybe makes you feel comfortable, but this can be a valid rule. And then if you see that these areas where price actually reversed back to the 8 weeks moving average, so I think here around this one is a good example for this. It reversed to the 8 weeks moving average, and we saw the RSI going below 50, for example. You can use that as a confirmation, for re-entry then as well. You don't need to wait all the way down to until it goes below 30, because in trending market, that is usually not going to happen very often. You can see, for example, for gold, the last time we were below 30, and I'm talking about the classic interpretation now, of course, of RSI, that was like in end of September 2023. So by that logic, you would have entered then, and since then you would have just looked at price going up because I never returned to that. This is an example of how you can actually use an RSI, and I think this is if you make a trend following indicator out of it instead of trying to use it in the classic way where you then would naturally sell. This is usually, if you are trading trended assets, it's a different story. If we look at, for example, a sideways moving asset, but usually in trending markets with RSI, in the classic interpretation, you're going to end up losing money. Monthly on gold, is it? Let's have a look. Yeah, look at this. This is, of course, extremely high, but we need to accept here also of course, it's extremely high because price has only been moving up, and it compares in this case here what is the input here? No, sorry, wrong one. This one, of course. It compares the last 14 candles. And of course, if we are at an all-time high, this one is like over the RSI naturally needs to be over 90. If this is a good or bad sign now, guys, I really don't know. As I said, don't rely just because you've seen RSI over 90. Think about selling a highly trending asset. You will get lucky every now and then, like back then on the monthly one. For example, we were here at over 80. Yeah, if you sold the, price moved into your direction a bit, but the likelihood of something like this happening is not very high. Contrary here on if we look at the RSI, if you, for example, use again the strategy with the RSI of actually buying the asset as soon as we move above 70, your last entry would have been here at 2,316. Quite good prices. And you could have played this game for a very long time, in my opinion. So another time that happened was in 2020. That happened as well. And maybe the strategy is something like, I'm going to buy if it goes above 70 and I wait until it's at 80 or 85 or something like this. This is something, excuse me, this is something worth testing. And this is something you simply could test using, for example, a tool like ChatGPT or Claude. Okay, you're coming from that. Okay. That's a dollar compounder selling the puts, yeah, because the volatility is the at the money volatility is quite high as well. Yeah, I used to do that as well, but it can quite quickly get quite dangerous because of if you I assume what did you you write like delta, okay delta lower than 20. Yeah, because I would have said don't do that with high delta puts or high delta options because it will eventually you will be caught in a very, very bad trade. I've seen a lot of people losing money with selling options on gold because they were doing a high delta strategy, and that can be very expensive, of course, very fast. Alrighty, so it shows, in my opinion, it's nothing to do really with us trading, of course. So I assume nobody's really trading off a monthly chart, but I think it's beautiful, if you look at a monthly chart like this to just identify where are we in what cluster, are we there at the moment, when it comes to identifying trades. This is a good question as well. I like that one. So we're talking about Fibonacci levels here. Let me remove the RSI. Fibonacci levels, let me put it like this. I don't usually use them that much. What I like to use them for sometimes is to identify what could be price targets. So for example, if we look at this structure here, yeah, normally you could use a Fibonacci level now as a confluence zone where you want to see that it aligns, for example, with the 8 weeks moving average. We had something like this here. So in the what was that, end of October the last time. So that is a nice confluence. I would use a Fibonacci level for something like this. And what Fibonacci levels are also great for is, you don't see that right now on this chart. So let me modify this. If you, oh, my drawing here, no wonder. If you use, for example, extensions. So if you do, I have that here. No, I don't have that here. So that would be, let's put like this. Yeah, like this, for example. So as extensions, that one might be a little bit high, to tell you after we go over our all-time high, according to Fibonacci's levels, what could be potential targets. So the 6181 is always one that that a lot of investors look at. So if you reverse that one, you could, for example, argue, well, gold has broken out over the last all-time high, so there's a likelihood we are going to overextend to the level of, what is that here, 5,044. But be careful, of course, that does not often happen, but it can help you. For example, that level is actually a little bit high, so we should add another one there. Let's go with minus 0.2361, and let's go with another one. 236 actually is a good one. So you could do something like this and, for example, say, well, if I traded the breakout here, for example, with a stop buy order, so I'm in a long position, or I'm planning a long position. So let's say I entered here. The first target maybe is up here. Where should I put my stop loss in order to still have a nice risk-reward ratios? So you could use Fibonacci extensions as profit zones. That is viable. Or you use them as levels of confluence. So whenever you see that you have a good Fibonacci level that aligns, for example, with the 8 weeks moving average, that aligns, for example, with a bull market support bands, maybe you see something like price action, like this, for example. Do this a little bit. Zoom in here a bit. So it's not. This looks like somewhat something like a bullish engulfing candle. I think I'm not very good with candlesticks, with candlestick patterns. So don't scold me if I get this wrong, please. But like bullish engulfing patterns, pin bars, and you name it, dojis, and so on and so forth, that are at levels of Fibonacci extensions or Fibonacci reversals. And maybe you have a moving average there in the mix as well. That all could add to the bias, that the market probably is going up soon as well. So this is typically how I would use it. But you can already hear by my stumbling here a bit that I think the problem is they are very much open to interpretation, because so where do I start putting the Fibonacci levels? From here up here? Or do I use it from here up to here? Or do I have to zoom out even further and go back in time and use them from down here? So it's the same thing with Elliott Wave, for example. They are very much open for interpretation. They can help you, but I would not solely base a trading strategy, for example, on Fibonacci reversals or Fibonacci extensions as well. Please share the Elliott Wave zigzag indicator. No, I'm sorry, I'm not going to share that one. I know it looks like so beautiful on the chart, but it's one I put a lot of work in, actually, and I don't want to give that away for free. I'm sorry. I hope you can understand that. I like to give things away for free, of course, but not everything I do. Darkosi saying the thing with Fibonacci levels is that there is nothing behind it. Yeah, it works because people use it. That makes it relevant again. But this is true for a lot of things in technical analysis, right? This is true for moving averages. So the retracement to the 8 weeks moving average, the retracement to the bull market support bands, for example, here. This also works because people look at it. So it kind of becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, which is true for a lot of technical indicators out there, up to the point where everybody is trying to do that, when front running it and then it stops working. So everything always is up to interpretation. So I again, like exactly on something like Elliott wave, on something like this, or something like moving averages or Fibonacci levels, use them as a tool to gain an understanding, where are we in the current market structure? Is it worth to further look into this market structure at the moment to identify, is there a trading opportunity actually, or are we somewhere at a level right now, where I probably should spend my time looking at other stuff instead? Or you meant, okay, the logic to trade with Elliott wave. Yeah, I want to know that as well, what the logic of trading with Elliott wave is, because like I said, it looks so nice, in theory here, and draws like nice stuff on here. But I yet have to identify a real use case for it, because it tends to redraw when things do not become true. And I don't know yet how to backtest that. Like, what he's projecting right now, is this reality, or once we have a breakout or go lower than the stop level he painted here, is this going to change the whole picture again? I have yet to meet, honestly speaking, also an Elliott wave expert that can show me that his predictions or her predictions are statistically valid. So if you are out there watching this and you are an Elliott wave expert, I want to invite you, either come to our stream here and tell us and teach us a bit about Elliott wave, or maybe if you have a history of your projections and can tell us, hey, I'm correct with this, well above 50% above coin flip level, then I would super like to get to know you and learn from you and ask you about Elliott wave. Because like I said, I yet have to meet an Elliott wave analyst that actually can make use out of his rules for Elliott wave. Good. Let me see. What else do we have? Price doesn't care about these levels. Price looks where liquidity is, not where natural mathematical series are. Yeah, price doesn't look at anything, in my opinion. No, price is where support and demand meet, because for every seller there needs to be a buyer, and vice versa. This is very interesting, Scott, because I've been looking lately into this as well, if I understand that correctly. I'm getting the best results from using speeds of the move of technical indicators. Very interesting. So what I've been doing, not with this bull market support bands, but with other indicators, is I've been measuring the angles. So it's a difference if a moving average does something like this, slowly rises, to when it also rises as a steep angle, of course, in comparison to others. So you want to measure, for example, the angle between my crew drawing moving average here and the 8 weeks one. And it turns out you can find some edge there. I'm not going to tell you what the edge is, but it's something, in my opinion, worth looking at. So very interesting that you are aiming into the same direction. Yeah, again, like for example, I really like this discussion. It's the thing out. A lot of people out there are looking at 200 days moving averages, or in general 200 moving averages. So let's add another simple one to this and put it to, for example, 200. So we're going to base this now on the chart. So I know a lot of institutional traders, for example, that are looking at what would be here. Well, we should make it a different color, in my opinion. So let's make it red and a bit thicker. At this line down here, the 200 days moving average. for a lot of institutional traders out there, this one is very important, and they'll incorporate this into their decision making, whether we are above the 200 days moving average or below. They're not using it as an entry signal, but for example, typically they would do something like, when price is well above the 200 days moving average, I'm only with my strategy allowed to take long signals, for example, again, because I want to trade with a trend. If price is below it, I am only by a margin, that is, I'm only allowed short trades. If it sits directly at the moving average, I'm either not doing anything, or I can trade something like contrarian strategies. So the classic one, like we said earlier, with the RSI below 30 or above 70. And because so many people are looking at it, especially institutional traders, it kind of course, becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because so many people are looking at it. This is why price is also reacting so heavily at it. So the indicator itself doesn't have any value, maybe, but the value comes from so many people looking at it and using it, for example, for entry signals or in their decision-making process. But I think that's true for any technical indicator out there. It's just a display of where is price at the moment in relation to where it should be, or where most traders out there think the fair price is. Yeah, sure. We are always interested in getting knowledge, into our stream. So if you're interested in doing this with us, maybe send an email to the 5ers and stating what you offer. You can refer to the stream here, of course, and then you'll be contacted. And then we'll see if we can incorporate you into our streams here. Would love to hear and learn about ABCD patterns. Gold price prediction for 2025. I don't know, guys. I don't want to make a prediction. Are we going to see 5,000 soon? Probably. Are we going to see 4,000 soon? Can be likely as well that we see a pullback again to, for example, the bull market support bands, which are currently sitting around 4,000 US dollars. When this is going to happen, I have no idea, honestly speaking. And for me, as somebody who swing trades, for example, gold, it doesn't really matter. All that matters for me is we are in a trending market at the moment. So I want to use the pullbacks to the 8 weeks moving average, or even to the support bands, to enter long trades into the markets. For that, I don't need a price prediction. And it's notoriously difficult, especially for gold, to make a price prediction. Because if we go back, for example, to the beginning of the year, where was that? When we were trading at $2,640. If somebody would have predicted back then, maybe somebody did, I don't know. By the end of the year, gold is at its 50th all-time high of the year, trading at 4,500 US dollars. Probably people would have looked at you, and thinking something like, oh, my God, I want to be on what this guy is on. So I don't know. And it shouldn't matter as traders for us where the price will be, because as traders, we want to see always what is price likely going to do next. What is it likely going to do here? I don't know. I would like to see a pullback, for example, now first to test the old all-time highs, and if maybe enter a long position there. And if they hold, price for sure is going to move higher very quick. If they don't hold, well, then the 8 weeks moving average would be my next entry here. Or if price goes all the way down to the bull market support bands, well, then this would be my next entry. That way, I don't need to care about price predictions. All I need to care about is that the way I enter my trade is that I do it in a good risk-reward ratio. This is what trading really is, by the end of the day, all about, managing your risk. So I need to make sure that I don't have traded like this, that I have my stop all the way down here, but my take profit then is just here. So a risk reward ratio of 0.28 doesn't mean you cannot be profitable with low risk reward ratios, but the likelihood is very much skewed, because it means you need to be correct very quickly, like 60 or 70 or 80% of the time. Maybe if you have been looking, like Googling for trading strategies with high win rate, you sometimes stumble over people that are selling expert advisors, for example. And if you look then at the real data of the expert advisors, they can show you like, oh, look at this, I have a 95% success rate. But if you then look into which sounds amazing, right? But if you look into the details then and look at what are the risk-adjusted returns, you can see, for example, that the expectation actually might be long-term negative because a strategy like this is maybe holding on to losing trades and waits until at one point they run into profit again, but over time accumulates a lot of those losing trades without closing them, meaning you have a gap between what your account balance and where your equity is really sitting at. I have yet to encounter a strategy with super high win rates that is actually long-term profitable. Usually you'll either have super large drawdowns of like 80, 90, 100%, or the strategy is going to blow up at one point. But from a marketing standpoint, of course, it's something attractive. If I would put some of my automated strategies out there and would advertise them, they are going well, they are earning me a lot of money. Win rate is 44% or 36% on one strategy as well. People would not click on that, obviously. If you don't understand something about trading. So the angle here would be okay, I would always ask, well, you have a 90% success rate. Great. Show me your risk-adjusted metrics, something like Sharpe ratio, Sortino rating, even average R. If you have an average R of 0.8, for example, it means on an average trade, you are earning less per trade when you are risking, for example. And an R, or even a negative R, will never lead to you passing an evaluation phase and getting a funded account. Yeah, take care, Black Mamba trader. Of course, in about 20 minutes, more people are joining here. I actually don't know who's on next. I wonder. Yeah, interesting perspective as to whether people use indicators to try to understand what's going on versus assuming indicators determine what will happen. This is exactly, you pinpoint, what is going on. And I can show you something, for example, here when it comes to this. So, for example, this is like one of my own indicators I use for trading cryptocurrencies, and it works very well. And the reaction whenever I show something like this, whenever I show this indicator to people, it's like, whoa, wow, this is like the holy grail of trading. It's like so precise in identifying where tops are and where bottoms are. And it is, to that matter of fact. But like you say, price is not moving because of the indicator telling you something. So not the indicator is determining is the price moving, but it's what's going on behind the curtains. And the indicator is just displaying, hey, Dirk, you should look at Bitcoin right now, like this morning, for example. There's something going on. This is called high buy here, for example, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to enter the trade. It's just for me assuming, the market structure is pointing at a possible rise of Bitcoin towards in this case, 200 exponential moving average, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be as well. I want to, if I zoom out a little bit, we see for example, back here, that was on the 11th of December, we had like quite a crazy move. Yeah, Bitcoin went up to 92,600, and then it went all the way down to 98,400. And I got those buy signals from this indicator. However, I didn't trade it. Why didn't I trade it? Because the market was moving so heavily because of news being out there. There was a story driving the markets, and I knew, price will not do what it usually does when it's in a traditional calm, not calm market, like when there's not sudden news or stories that are driving the markets. have difficulties to formulate, to put this into words, actually. So when news are driving markets, it's never a good idea to rely on technical indicators. And this is an example. Yeah, eventually the market would have ended up going up again. But the question is, in a trade like this, where you entered at 91,000, for example, you eventually would have your stop loss somewhere out here. So the thing is for me, always to have a mixture of indicators that notify you, well, there is something going on, something unusual price-wise at the moment, and combine them with your own understanding of the market. For example, this morning, I took this trade because I identified it's like there's nothing driving the market. Like there's no Trump talking at the moment. There's no Powell talking at the moment. There is no big news out there that are driving prices at the moment. So finding prices, the mechanism of finding equilibrium, of finding price in the market should be normal at the moment. In this case, yes, this can be a valid signal to trade. If we are in a market where, for example, price is driven right now, for example, I'm going to use an extreme example now in terms of Bitcoin. Like somebody invented a quantum code cracker and Bitcoin's algorithm can now be hacked. The SHA 256 can be hacked now, so all Bitcoins can be mined basically within 1 minute. That would, of course, make Bitcoin crash. In a scenario like this, no technical indicator will help you. So always don't look first of all for like the holy grail indicator, and second of all, use indicators to point out potentially profitable areas when markets are moving normally. This is extremely difficult also, by the way, to translate a system like this into a profitable automated trading strategies, because it's very hard to determine for an automated trading strategy, is this like normal market mechanisms at the moment? Well, yeah, then I should trade this one and assume that price is going to, after 87,260 going back to 88,500, where the 200 EMA sits at the moment. There's a likelihood that this will happen. If we look back at other signals that were that far away from the moving average at the time they were triggered and had the notion high buy, how often did this work well? Oh, wow, this worked well 56% of the time and with a risk reward ratio of 2 to 1 or whatever. And so you need to approach this like this, and not in a way that you see like, wow, these seem to be so good signals. I just need to take every trade and then I'm going to become rich. And then eventually I'll end up with a trade like this that moves into my direction first, but then goes much, much higher. And I'm going to panic out of a trade, for example. Well, you're talking about the bull market support bands here again. I didn't choose that. So the bull market support band, by definition, is this combination of 20 weeks SMA and 21 weeks EMA. The 8 weeks EMA I added because I noticed, for example, in trending markets, that often if price closes below the 8 weeks EMA, that then it likes to go all the way down to the bull market support band. So that's just an addition for me to identify how deep is the correction going to be. So I might, let's for example say we are going to reverse on gold now. I'm not saying this is going to happen today, but we're just going to play pretend games, right? So if something like this happens and price like and then eventually maybe closes well below the below the 8 weeks moving average. So let's say 8 weeks moving average goes like this, it closes below, then there's a quite good chance, so above 50% is a quite good chance that price is going to reverse all the way to the bull market support band. So my strategy would then be based on this. Well, if I entered here on the touch of the 8 weeks moving average, I need to get out of this trade, and I need to be prepared that my next chance to enter the trade is going to be somewhere in between the bull market support bands. Why this is like 20 weeks 21 weeks SMA and 21 weeks EMA. I don't know. Somebody in the past came up with this, and this is what works. So I hope I could answer your question regarding this. But again, if you combine this with other confirmation like Fibonacci retracements, like stochastics you saw earlier here on this trading system, I've added, this is a simple slow stochastic here with a moving average over this, and I like to, for example, see here combinations in this trading system of my own indicator, for example, giving me a buy signal like we saw this morning. So that was triggered here. And at the same time, I see that the slow stochastic is also, so in this case, the red line of the slow stochastic is crossing the blue line, for example. Again, because it's confluence, because I'm not only relying on one indicator painting a signal, I'm also seeing, well, if I look at the market fluctuations, at the momentum of the markets, I'm seeing it's telling me the same story, that it's shifting probably towards the upside again. This does not guarantee that I'm going to make a profit with this trade, but it gives me more confidence in my trade. And up to a certain level, it's always good to layer up those levels of confluence, to add something more to the picture that can either tell you, yeah, this seems to be a good trading idea at the moment, this is a good trading signal, or that seems to tell you, no, actually, this is not a good trading signal, because maybe the signal appeared when the stochastic just started entering the zone below 20, for example. Then I would not have taken it. So at a decision layer process, or at a decision process, whether I take a trade or not, things need to layer up, if you understand what I mean. And yes, that means, of course, that you're going to miss out on some trades. But by the end, long term, it means that you're focusing on only catching the really good trades. If you layer this up and you have a solid risk strategy behind this. So usually my strategy on this one is that I have a trailing stop, pardon me, that is following the price here. So in this case, it would mean I usually look at the last low, which the signal was here at 87,700 this morning. Let me draw this in here. Big. So I'm going to make those yellows and let's make them a bit thinner. So this is where the buy signal, 87,300 it was, pardon me. Then I would look, where is the last low? The last low was obviously this Renko brick to the downside. So roughly at 87,100 this would be, because they are $100 Renko bricks. So this would be my stop loss, $200 of stop loss. I then need to translate that into risk per trade. So for example, I typically risk something like 0.2% per trade in the strategy. I need to determine then what those $200, how do they translate into 0.2% trade, to determine what is my trading size. And once this trade starts moving 2 or 3 bricks into my direction, I put the stop loss to break even, which in this case it got stopped out at break even, and then I trail it. So every time there's a new green block to the upside, my stop loss trails also one higher. You'll very often end up with a strategy like this, that you are stopped out at break even or stopped out with 0.2%, but we are never going to lose more than 0.2%. And sometimes you can catch real runners. So for example, if we look at this trade here, you can see it moved very, very well into my direction. So I only had 2 Renko bricks of stop loss here, but I ended earning up, what was that here, about 8 or 10 Renko bricks. So that translates into a risk-reward ratio of 1 to 4. It doesn't happen so often. So like I said, very often you're going to be stopped out with either a small loss of 0.2% or at break even. But the trades that run into your direction, they are really worth it, because you have a 3-to-1 R, you have a 5-to-1 R. I sometimes have 10 or 13 R here. And that way I can have a success rate of like 46%, but still be very, very profitable, because every 8 to 10 trades, I have this one trade that outperforms all the losing trades by an edge. And I do this not for this particular strategy here, but for other strategies in an automated way. Like I said, when Ashleigh was still with us here on the stream earlier today, because I want to take myself out of the equation. I want to make sure that I don't get ideas like, oh, but this one, actually it ended up moving in my direction. Yeah, if I wouldn't have been stopped out, I would be in profit with, what is that, like $600 or $700 per Bitcoin I traded already. Missed out on a nice profit. You can very quickly get ideas like this, but just because that would have worked this time, or would have worked here, for example, with the other signal as well, doesn't mean it's a viable strategy. If we look at a pattern of, for example, 1,000 trades. So this is my way of taking my own emotions out of the equation. And still, I've been doing this for such a long time, not really trading on super low time frames or with strategies like this one, but in general for over 25 years already. And I still have this, like you guys probably also have, that sometimes on bad days, I catch myself, if I trade manually, doing things that I shouldn't do, where I know, well, in the long-term picture, if I look at 500 or 1,000 trades, what you're doing here with adjusting your rules now, or bending your rules to that this day looks nicer by the end of the day, that I end up not losing money or making a profit or breaking even, that I still catch myself with thoughts like this, oh, I should have, could have. Nowadays, of course, I know, well, those are just thoughts. This is like kind of my primal brain probably telling me to do things differently because I want to be rewarded, as quickly as possible for my trade. But in a long term, it's not really something anybody should be doing. Yeah, there is a discount right now. We also had it earlier. Let me quickly go back and find it for you. We had it earlier on here. Let me find it again. So first of all, in order to get this account, you need to like and subscribe. Thank you. Yeah. Magic in the background. Thank you, Remy. So there is a discount at the moment. You can secure a $2,500 high stakes account at only $12. I mean, that's really a bargain. And it's a bargain because you can purchase up to 4 accounts with this. So you can even do strategies like what Ashleigh was earlier sharing with us, having one master account that automatically copies your strategy to 4 other accounts. And that way you can capitalize on your trading a lot more than with just one account. And yeah, $2,500, maybe it doesn't sound like much. Maybe you think, yeah, but I want $100,000 account. But your entry into the world of trading, if you're sitting on a tight budget, could be as low as $12. I think I'm going to do that actually later as well, because it's such a good bargain. So I hope that helped and you have your answer. Exactly. Smash the like button and make sure you are subscribed. And I can see in the background already, you cannot see this, guys. I think Santa Claus is coming to town. Good morning. Or good afternoon. Richard, how are you doing? We cannot hear you.
Can you hear?
Oh, you're very, very quiet, your mic.
Uno momento.
So as you can see, a lot of Santa... What's the plural of Santa Claus? Santa Clauses? I don't know. Numerous Santa Clauses are coming to our stream right now. I super like that head, I must say. Yeah, now we can hear you.
All right. My microphone settings goes down to minimum whenever I'm playing bass for some other odd reason.
You're playing bass?
I do.
I'm a bass player as well, man.
Really?
Yeah, really. But I have to say, I touched my bass sadly the last time 10 years ago because I don't find the time anymore. But I used to be in a Muse cover band.
Oh, wow. Very nice. Would you give me 1 minute and then I'll show you my bass?
I absolutely would also give you 5 or 10 minutes. just to make sure, guys, this indicator I'm displaying here, well, the one below here is just a slow stochastic. So, that one is pretty much straightforward. You can find this as well. Slow stoch with these settings here. And when I added an exponential moving average to that, the indicator actually displaying these buy and sell signals is a proprietary indicator from me. So that one, I said, I cannot share with you. Or if I share with you, I have to kill you. Nice. Is this a Spectre or what is that?
This is an Ibanez Iceman.
Ah, Ibanez. I have one Ibanez as well, and I have a Fender. Fender Jazz
I
bass.
also have a Ibanez guitar as well.
You play guitar.
It's a hollow body electric guitar,
Okay.
and it's orange. And it's an ARG 63T. And I believe that there were a very few amount of them made, and I have one of them. So
Nice. What are you playing?
mostly rock and metal music.
Oh, metal. Okay, cool.
Yes.
And what
So,
specifically when it comes to rock?
Well, I do enjoy specific bands, like for argument's sake, Alter Bridge. They are a American band. Do you know whom Creed is?
Yeah.
So Creed, the lead singer for Creed, his name is Scott Stapp. He left. The band broke up, but the three remaining members, the guitarist, the bassist, and the drummer, formed a new band with an artist called Miles Kennedy. So yeah, Miles Kennedy has done a lot of stuff with Slash, and he's got his own bands and whatnot. But
So I assume you are a pick player then, or are you a finger player?
I do play slap, and I also play finger picking, but I do enjoy playing with a pick as much as I can. But I have tried going over to bass playing. Not bass playing. Jazz playing. With jazz playing with the odd time signatures and whatnot, I've been doing a lot more finger picking.
I never went down that rabbit hole. And anyway, I think I would burst into tears if I, after 10 years, touch my bass again, or because my hands just cannot do it anymore.
I play every day.
Yeah, I would love to do that as well, honestly speaking. But yeah, what to do time-wise? Well, I assume I could find the time if I really wanted. You can argue like this, of course.
I mean, you can like play 20 minutes a day, that kind of thing. Just kind of take it out, dust it off, make sure your strings are, haven't lost their tension, and then, play a little ditty for like just once or twice a day, just to reinvigorate the fingertips.
Maybe I should do that, yeah. But funny, it's really, I never would have guessed if you tell me like, oh, I'm playing an instrument, but it would be bass.
I was like very intrigued because I feel like there's a lot of things that you and I have in common.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
A lot of things.
Yeah.
And bass was not one of the things that was on that list.
Exactly. Yeah.
And the fact that you said, oh, you also play bass, I was like, oh. We are a very, very particular group of people. So
we are absolutely true. I can see here we do not have a giveaway at the moment, guys. I think there was a giveaway yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. But if you watch closely, as I said earlier, and I'm going to repeat this now, this is almost as good as a giveaway, because for only $12 you can get up to 4 2.5K high stakes accounts. Currently that's of course $12 each, not $12 for 4, but this is really a bargain. And if you are currently sitting on a tight budget, this could be your way of entering the world of trading, because who knows, maybe later this is going to become a funded account for you, which can give you at least a decent side income, if not, be your way into becoming a full-time trader.
And the 2.5K account, a high stakes account, follows the exact same structure as the other high stakes account. So that 2.5K becomes a 5K, becomes a 10K, becomes a 20K, and so on and so forth. So it's worth it.
I think it's a no-brainer, honestly speaking. And as we just learned, earlier from Ashleigh, she was talking about, I have like my main account, and then I have, I think you were also in the chat there and shared the trade copier. You can have one main account and then copy the trades to other accounts. So just because it's only 2.5K, It doesn't mean you cannot profit on a much higher scale from it. But of course, Richard is absolutely right. By the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you're trading a $2,500 account or a $100,000 account, because ideally you're doing the same. Of course, on a 100K account, you're just doing it at a higher scale.
Yes.
But I tell you, I always laugh when I meet traders that can show me that they are successful or in a good risk-adjusted way on accounts with low capital. Because I think if somebody shows to me, usually they always start with an excuse, Dirk, sorry, I only have like $500 on this account, because somehow they think that I expect that they are trading like $1 million account or something like this. But the amount of discipline it takes to constantly trade like a $500 account, and seeing those small wins of here 10 cents or maybe 15 cents there, losing 20 cents then, this is quite extraordinary. I think the amount of discipline you need to consistently trade an account in a good way that has a low capital is in much higher regards than when you show me like I trade with 100K or $1 million account. And this is always what at least I am looking for on traders, discipline. No matter of the.
A lot of people, they look at the 100K and they think, well, they justify a 100K account because if I get a payout is, let's say, hypothetically 1% of that, it's $1,000. I made $1,000. But the thing is, 1% stays 1%.
Yeah.
It always is going to be 1%, whether it's 1% of a 250,000K account, 100K, 50K, 20K, 2.5K. 1% stays 1%. It's always relative. And if you can make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5% on a 2.5K account, you're going to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5% on a 100K account.
Exactly.
You're looking at the financial amount and you're saying, oh, the 100K is way much more. But in reality, it's 1%.
And you're automatically going to reach that anyway. As you scale up when you are funded, eventually you'll get there with multiple accounts, ideally. Richard, I have to make a move because I promised my wife that I'm going to be home for lunch today and not spend the whole day in the office. So thank you guys for sticking with me here for the past 2 hours. I hoped I could give you a little bit of insight, at least, into how I approach trading, how I approach things. And I will leave you now in the more than capable hands of Richard. And I think William is probably going to join you as well, if I'm not mistaken.
He will, but he's got some technical difficulties.
Yeah. Okay.
He will join.
And wish you a Merry Christmas if you're celebrating Christmas. I'm going to be back next Monday and Tuesday for some preparation action for 2026, where I will talk about what, in my opinion, on a fundamental level is going to happen in 2026 and how I plan my year ahead. When do I want to invest? In what do I want to invest? And what don't I want to invest? Take care, everybody.
Interesting.
See you. Bye-bye.
Have a very good Christmas as well. Also, I don't know if you celebrate Christmas, but if you do, Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you.
I'll see you next year.
See you.
Bye. All right, chat. What is up, everybody? I see Tony Gold is asking, what is the discount code for the account? There isn't a discount code. However, if you go into your hub, I can see Dirk is trying to exit. There we go. Bye. If you go into the hub and you go and order a new account, it will automatically be there. It will already be locked to $12. You'll see that it normally costs $24, so it's effectively 50% off already. So just go into the hub, go and order that account, and then you will see it's already $12. And it will stay like that until the 2nd of January, I think. So jump on that as soon as you can. I'm getting myself a $12 account later today. I do have a 5K, which is the one that I'm trading on stream. So I'll be getting another one and then just hooking up a trade copier to it as well. Because why not? I mean, 2.5K for $12, it is so cheap. And when are you going to get a 50% off on account effectively? Probably never. One thing I can say, though, is that you can't use your hub credits for it. But I mean, it makes sense. It's $12. You may as well just, I mean, if you get 10 hub credits, you can use that for your larger accounts. But still, it's well worth it, I would say. So I'm just waiting for Will to rock up. He is just having a little bit of technical difficulties. But in the meantime... All right, so he should be here in the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. In the meantime, I'm going to have a quick look through the chat and see if there's anything that stands out to me for a question. How can we get giveaways from the stream? So normally, and this will probably be into the new year, normally there is a giveaway every now and then, and all you need to do is be a William. What's up, Will? I'm going to give you one opportunity, Will.
Hello.
What's up?
What's good? How you doing?
Good on you, mate. Good.
Good. Yeah, no, I'm not too good, I'll be honest.
How are you not too good?
I don't know. I feel really ill. I've just literally, so I was having some technical difficulties with my computer, and I had to reset my computer. Now, whilst resetting, I ran to the toilet and had to do some things that people when they're ill do. So I should be. I'm good. I should be good.
If you do need to run off, mate, just let me know and then.
Yeah, I should be fine, mate. I should be fine. I think everything's come up. I haven't had breakfast this morning, so there's nothing else to come up. So
Dude,
I should
look a little bit pale.
Bro, I feel it. Yeah, it hit me like a brick, like all of a sudden.
Ginger tea, mate. Ginger tea.
Oh no, I can't drink tea on an empty. Dude, I haven't even got a coffee. I've got water. I can't even drink coffee right now.
So ginger helps settle the stomach. So it'll help with if there is nausea, as an example, to help settle the stomach. Tea in general, if you add a little bit of sugar to it, it does. Usually, if you do go and lose a little bit of liquid, let's rather say, obviously the water in the tea is going to help with that. But it's also going to help with a little bit of just getting something into your stomach.
Yeah, I just had a kiwi, so I just had some fruit.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's going to pick up your blood sugar, so that should also.
Hopefully. So yeah, but I'm good. How's everybody today? I do apologize that I'm slightly late, but I should be okay. I think I'm back. I'm sweating like profusely, mind. I feel so hot. But
yeah, it is where I am right now with this. It is. So you'll probably see my face is a little bit red as well. It is hot here as well, and I don't want to put a fan on because a fan is going to make like white noise in the background. Just
yeah, I get you.
I don't want to do that. So sorry, Will. I was just answering a quick question.
Sorry, mate. You go on.
So when it comes to the giveaways, all you have to do is just be in chat. And usually what will happen is there will be a link to a website called gleam.io. And you'll see it in the link in the description box below as well. They'll tell you, listen, there's a giveaway today, 10, 20, whatever accounts. Then you go onto the Gleam link and then you just enter. That's it. And usually they'll ask you something in the line of either linking your Facebook or linking your Instagram or something like that, and going and liking and subscribing to the 5ers YouTube, and liking and subscribing or liking and following on the Instagram pages for the 5ers and the relevant people. And that's generally how you would enter into a giveaway. But the giveaways are only going to be probably again in the new year. I think for now the giveaways have come to a close, but like I said, the $12 account is well worth it. It is 50% off effectively. The original account costs $24. So it's 50% off until the 2nd of January. So go ahead, get yourself one of those. You can have up to 4 of them. And on top of that, if you have max allocation across your high stakes accounts, let's say hypothetically you have 100K, a 20K and a 10K as an example, you can still have the 4 2.5Ks, which is the equivalent of a 10K then. So go and do that, I would say. All right, Will. Let's have a quick little gander with the rest of chat, and then you and I can get straight into it, mate.
Awesome. So how do we go on dark mode on TradingView again? For some reason, it's just gone light.
So on TradingView, top on the view section. Oh wait, on TradingView. Sorry, not MetaTrader. On TradingView,
I can't find it.
Settings, I think. Wait, there's probably
Oh, found it. It's all good. Found it.
app settings. Yeah, on app settings. Then you can, on the general system, dark or light.
Oh, it's better.
Where was I? I just wanted to have a little quick look at chat. Will there be a trade going in next 15 day? I think most of the banks are going on a winning spree vacation. Probably. I think this was more directed towards Dirk with what Dirk was talking about. Hey Louis, what's up, mate? Scott Waterson, hello Richard, and happy Christmas. Scott Waterson, you have yourself a happy holidays as well, my friend. Big V, $12 account, you're all broke. No, it's more of an idea of getting people into the prop industry very cheaply. It's more to do with the fact that they had this Outlook 2026 event yesterday, and it is just a means for people to get a foot into the prop industry without expending too much capital of their own. The nice thing is you can go and you can enter a $12 account or buy a $12 account, and you can learn how to trade with that account and have a little bit of skin in the game. So, and I mean $12 account, even if you have 1,000 people buying, it's only $12,000. It's definitely not going to make the Christmas bonus for the The5ers. It's not for them to make money. It's for you, the viewer, to attempt to get your foot into the game of prop trading as cheaply as they can make it. No problem, Tony, man. Where do you think gold will be the next year? Predictions? Will, have you got any predictions? You had a very clear one for this year. Do you have a clear one for the next coming year?
I haven't really looked at it. No, probably 3.5, 4K maybe, but I haven't really forecasted it. I haven't sat down and properly looked at the potential forecast for gold. I reckon 2026 is just going to be like the sort of cool off period for gold, unless something fundamental happens. I reckon it'll be like we may reach some more all-time highs in gold. Maybe then I don't know. We'll 4.5K. I think would be pretty cool if we can just sit around that. But I'm not too sure. What are we at the moment? In fact, we're at 4.5 now.
We're at 4488 at the moment.
Yeah. I don't know. I reckon we'll just hang around there for the duration of 2026. Maybe we'll reach 5K. I'm not sure. We'll see. Like I said, we'll have to see what happens. See if anything fundamental comes out.
Awesome. William, what does $12 get you? It gets you a 2.5K high stakes account. A high stakes account is a 1 to 100 leverage account. It means that it's a two-phase account. The first phase, or two-step, let's put it like that, account, which means that you need to pass 2 phases in evaluation before you reach funded. And once you're funded, you start off with a $2,500 account, and then you can build your way up from there. First phase, you need to make 8% profit, and you have a 10% drawdown amount to play with. And you need to have 3 what is known as profitable days. Profitable day is 0.5% of the initial balance at the start of 12 o'clock on the day. So 0.5% trade every day, 3 days. You just need to end the day in 0.5% trade, 0.5% up. Once you pass that, you go on to second phase. Second phase is now 5% profit margin that you need to reach, but with the same 10% drawdown as well. Also 3 profitable days, 0.5% at least. So the fastest way that you can theoretically pass a high stakes account is 6 days. So you can't pass it faster than 6 days due to the minimum profitable days, but that's what you get. That's what you get for $12. That 2.5K account, once you've reached funded phase, you will then be able to get a payout. But when you scale it, it'll go to 5K, 5K becomes 7.5, 7.5 becomes 10, and so on and so forth. So the scaling of the accounts is amazing. It's very good. Blessing 2.5K for $12. Yeah, that's pretty great. What prop firm was that? Sorry, I missed it. That is the 5ers. This live stream that you're at right now, the 5ers. You can go to the 5percenters.com, I think. I don't want to go to the hub specifically, but I'll. Yes, it is the5ers.com.
Yeah, if you go to 5ers.com, you should just be in get funded.
5ers.com.
Yes.
Wanted to make sure it wasn't like the 5ers.io or the 5ers.au.
Yeah.
It's just, okay, it's .com. It's definitely .com. Infinity Market is open on the 5th of December. It is not. The 25th of December is a market shutdown, basically. Everything from indices to stocks, everything is going to be closed. Forex included. The only thing that will be open, from my knowledge, is crypto. So
Crypto open on
you should be able to trade crypto still.
If you're trading crypto on a Christmas day, bro, you need to relax.
How come I don't see it on the website, the $12 account? So it should be in the hub. It's not going to be on the website itself because it is a promotional account. So if you have connected yourself to the hub, if you've logged in and created an account and whatnot, in the hub, when you go and buy a new account, it will be there. I checked it this morning. Did you say 10%? Yes. 10%, mate. You only have to make 10%. Ewan is asking, William, you don't look too good. You feeling okay? I mean, Ewan, weren't you there?
No, he's not here at the moment. He's doing something. I don't know. He's away at the moment. Oh no, Ewan, I'm not okay. This is the worst I've felt. The thing is, I felt a bit ill this morning, but I thought I felt fine.
What did you eat last night, mate?
I tried a spaghetti bolognese. It was all okay. All okay.
You had spag ball.
Spag ball, dude, it's delicious as well. It was so yummy.
Dude, spaghetti and meatballs, spaghetti and bolognese.
Spaghetti bolognese is just
whatever is always good.
Yeah, it's
always good. I'm gonna ask you: have you traded?
No.
Recently?
No, although I have got my my account up. So I have got my 10K account that I'm going to be playing with over Christmas. Gold looks quite nice for potential buys if we can break and close above the highs. Now, we got all-time highs relatively recently, so that was pretty cool. I think yesterday we hit all-time highs on gold, which was incredible. It's a shame I didn't get in on it. It would have been really nice to get in. This is GBP USD. GU looks good. We're in a bit of a consolidation. Clear bullish trend at the moment. I think it would be quite cool to see some highs get taken. Euro USD. This is on the 1 hour. Again, some nice bullish movement on the 1 hour. Dude, this hat is super itchy. It was...
When did you get it?
Literally bought it yesterday.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, literally bought it yesterday.
I've had this one for a while and had a dead bee in it, mate. Sad.
Oh, nice. That's how long you've had it.
Yes, like a dead, I don't know, just husky, just very husk-like. I think a spider got it, so I had to shake it off and clean it properly, and it was like, okay, it's good.
I used to have a Santa hat, but I couldn't find it anywhere, so I was like, we're gonna have to go out and buy a hat. Couldn't find a Santa hat. Apparently, trying to find a Santa hat is extremely difficult during Christmas. So,
I wonder why.
Yeah. Yeah. You think it would have been super easy though, but maybe not so. I mean, maybe not so close to Christmas though.
Yeah. Like you it's one of those things you have to prepare way in advance. So you know that if you're going to do something for Christmas, next Christmas, go and get yourself something January, February for that time Christmas.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, fair.
For that time Christmas. Mouth, operate, words, difficulty.
Words and English letters and stuff.
Words and stuffs.
So let's get some music on in here. I feel like picking the vibe up a little bit, guys. Help us out, especially. Like that one. That's better. Guys, everyone in chat, please help Rich out today. I'm not going to be I'm here. I'm present in body, but I'm not present in everything else right now. I'm sure I will.
Struggling.
Dude, I'm struggling. So I do apologize. I'm hoping that as I go through, I will start picking up and feeling a little bit better. I haven't had anything to eat just yet. I don't think I could stomach it.
Dude, have you got bananas?
No, I think we've eaten all the bananas.
So
that would have been a really good shout.
If ever I have like stomach issues and I'm, like dehydrated, I'm really struggling to keep stuff down, bananas and something we called Game. So Game is a ISO drink that's basically got a bunch of salts and sugars in it.
Yeah.
It's very neutral tasting. So it's like Rehydrate or whatever. So if you've lost a lot of, water fluids, then those two things generally help the most. And then when I can actually, start eating something a little bit more solid, it's going to be banana with maybe some toast or something like that. It's something very, very unoffensive.
But I was going to say banana, toast, and water is like my biggest go-to. Maybe some like electrolytes or like a Lucozade Sport or something.
We've had this discussion before about the Lucozade. The problem is it's carbonated, and the carbonated portion of it does affect the lining of your stomach, and it does also sometimes make like some
gas
phlegm in your esophagus, so which that can also contribute to you getting nauseous and all that. But anyway, it's neither here nor there.
Yeah, I think I'm okay. I don't think I'm gonna run to the toilet again. No, I think I'm fine. But you know when like after, when like after it's all happened, I don't know. I'm gonna like turn. I don't know if you can see. I'm like hunched over, like. So I'm very hunched right now, just trying to. I'm like keeling over my stomach. So,
dude, are you cramping?
Really badly. Like my stomach is just. I feel like curling up on the couch right now. But I'm a warrior. I am here, and I refuse to let Richard do it on his own. So, guys, I will.
Didn't you say the other day that you get like man flu like crazy?
When like I'm not good. Yeah, I actually did. We discussed this the other day. I'm not good at being ill. Like any other person would they'd go to the gym right now. They'd be fine. But yeah, I get man flu really, really badly. So like when I'm ill, like I turn into a baby. Like I'm like, oh, I feel so ill. I feel sorry for myself. I'm rubbish at being ill. I'm not very good at it. So I'm hoping it's gonna wear off, and I will start feeling a little bit better in a bit. But
you're not your best physically, emotionally, anything. No, when you're sick, you're just not your best.
No, so guys, I may be a little bit mentally absent right now. So everyone in chat, please look after Rich. Please chat with them.
Oh, that's right, mate. I can keep myself company.
That took a lot of effort.
Dude, I got sunburn on Saturday. No, on Sunday. Got sunburnt because we were swimming because it was like the hottest weather here, and like an idiot, I did not put on any sunscreen. So I'm there in the pool, and I'm the wife and I were throwing balls, and we're just playing in the pool. And then like an hour later, I climb out and like I touch my nose, and I'm like,
the thing is, it's when you're in the water as well, because you don't feel yourself burning. You don't feel that.
You can't see it all that well, but
you do look at your cheeks a bit rosy.
Like I got a band like this, and then obviously my.
Were you wearing sunglasses as well?
No, I wasn't. But I was. You can see it like properly. Like there's a red line
Yeah, you
right
see your cheeks here.
Yeah, so I was looking directly at the sun the whole time we were in the pool. My wife's back. she got burnt, and now she's got like those like swim quasi tan lines.
Yeah, like those just bra strap tan lines.
Yes, those ones.
Yeah.
And mine's just like face.
Yeah, face and my shoulders burn quite bad as well.
I'm Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer at this point in time. So, and on top of that, it's hot. It's hot here at the moment. So I'm a little bit sweaty, and I'm not going to show you, but I have short pants on. So I'm sitting here
in your short
with my legs like stretched out. I've got tiles, so like my feet are like constantly on the tiles, just like, oh, it's so nice. But I have to like move them. I have to move them around because it's so hot here at the moment.
And you're a bit like Australia. You're going into like a bit of a summer, you know?
Yeah, we go into summer when you guys go into winter.
Yeah,
we're southern hemisphere, so
yeah.
Summer for us is November, December, January, and then into like the little bit of November into February. February start cooling down a little bit, and then we start going more towards autumn, and then winter for us is in July.
That sounds about right.
So yeah, we have we don't have white Christmases. We have, it's either summer rainfall or blisteringly hot. That's Christmas for us, and New Year's as well.
Guys, let us know. Let us know also where are you guys watching from? Where are you guys coming from in the world? What do you think? White Christmas, wet Christmas, or a complete blistering sun Christmas?
Or a mixture of all three of those things.
Yeah, I suppose. I don't think I could have a hot Christmas. That would feel really weird. It has to be, in Wales we don't really get snow in Christmas, but it's usually relatively, it's cold. It's cold, rainy, cold. It's just typical British winter. We don't really get the snow, which is a shame. But like Christmas has to be cold, a bit dreary, but preferably snow. I don't think I could do a hot Christmas. I spoke to the missus about this, and she was like, "No, I could do a hot Christmas." I was like, "Yeah, but you're a weirdo. Like,
you're a strange person.
You're a strange girl." So. But she comes from a hot country, so I mean, I suppose, she doesn't really get, like, her cold is like our maybe September, October time. Like, it's like sort of, it doesn't go below 0 out there. It's usually like 10 degrees, and that's cold for her. Like she was saying to me, because it got really cold a couple of weeks ago, like or a couple of months ago, like sub-0, and I think it hit like -3. Last month. I think it was like the month of November, I believe it was, like late November, mid to late November. It hit like -3. She was struggling. She was like, she even now she has the electric blanket on. The minute she gets in the house, or the minute she jumps into bed, electric blanket straight away.
Oh, dude, I can't sleep with an electric blanket. I just can't.
Dude, I gotta sleep with the window open. Like, even if it's -3, the window is open. She's there, like, shivering. She's like, "What are you doing?"
Okay, that makes a little bit more sense for her to switch on the electric blanket, because you're sleeping with a refrigerator open.
Like, literally. So, like, we saw on Facebook, it was like the perfect couples duvet, and it was like one half would be electric, the other half would be cooled. How it works, I don't know. And I said to her, I was like, "We need this." I was like, "We need like your side to be hot, and then my side to be just bucket ice cold."
I think I should get that for the wife and myself as well, because
does she run like hot? Yeah, like does she always get like really
so
cold?
Here's the thing, like I can't like cuddle her and sleep because I am drenched in sweat.
Yes,
bro, she's a freaking furnace, mate. And
see, I'm the opposite.
Myself, I move around because I'm constantly looking for the coolest part of the bed.
Yeah, same. So I run
I'll
hot.
need that. and she can have the little bundle up, little
She can have
fire
all the
going.
blankets, the duvets, the
Yeah,
pillows. Mate, I'm the exact same. Like, I run really, really hot, and she loves it because I'm like her little. Well, I say little, I'm quadruple her size, but like I'm her human hot water bottle. So
right now you're a big baby, so
right now I want to be baby man. I want to be the woman in the relationship here. I want to be baby and looked after.
Cuddle me for a change.
Just for the next hour or two until I feel a bit better.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put my head on your lap, and I'll be up in 10 minutes max. 10 minutes.
Yeah, just
1 hour later.
Yeah. Just stroke my hair. She's got nails as well. She's got like sharp nails. It's like, just run your nails through my hair and say, there. Just treat me like a baby for an hour or two, and then I'll be fine. I'll be back to being a man then. But for now, just like look after me. But not like I'm a furnace in bed, So I'll be laying up there and like we'll be cuddling up and she I'll say to her, I'll be like, I got to like turn over or like move away and like open a window. She's like, no, where the hell do you think you're going? She's like, I'm too cold. You can't have a window open and not warm me up. I was like, bro, you're way too hot right now.
Yeah, no, I can't. I'm sorry. I just.
I'm there like starfish on top of the covers, sort of thing.
Kit is saying, William, if it happens more than 7 to 8 times, you need to go to the hospital and get some fluids. Yep, get yourself some IVs, some intravenous liquids. That's pretty good. Some potassium, some magnesium. All of those lovely little things.
Yeah.
Looks good now. Yeah, he hasn't complained once in the last 5 or 6 seconds, so looking good. Kim de Beer, we have Christmas in July in South Africa. That is our second Christmas. That it is indeed, because it's then nice and cool. It's nice and cold. Then we don't generally get a lot of snow. We do get snow sometimes, where I live at least. But we have a enclave country. So it's a country that is completely enveloped by our country. It's called Lesotho. And Lesotho is mountainous. And Lesotho gets snow every year for, during July. So we have a place there called Afri-Ski where you can go and ski on the mountain. Nice. So pretty cool. Tony Gold saying he's from the USA and it is cold there. Well, I would hope that it's cold, mate.
Yeah, nice, awesome stuff. Whereabouts?
If you don't mind, your exact city and like location and I don't know, like a social security number.
Yeah, don't drop us your coordinates,
something like that. Just like give us a general idea. I have family that lives in Montana, in a small town called Chester. So they say it's bloody cold there. Stephen saying hello, William and Richard. Hello, Stephen. How are you, my friend?
Hello.
So, Will, are you looking at anything to trade today? Are you planning on taking any trades, or are you?
I'm planning on it. If I can feel mentally okay, then or physically okay, then I'm probably going to be either buying gold or buying EU. GU at the moment is not doing anything. Yeah, I think.
Oh, who's this handsome fella?
Hello there.
Hi guys, sorry I didn't get the memo about that. Looking good, both of you.
What do you think about ears?
What's up, Griff?
Not much. Are you guys okay?
Sure.
Me, I'm fine. This strapping young lad down here is, I don't know, he's feeling a bit under the weather.
Oh, that's terrible. I hope you feel
better. A little bit is an understatement. Yeah, I've had a nightmare this morning. Like my computer was just spazzing out on me and just doing all sorts, so I had to like shut it down, restart it, and turn it back on. And then I had to like drag my head out of the toilet to jump on live stream. So it's been one of those mornings for me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I hope you feel better before Christmas.
Thank you, Griff. Well, at least I'm getting out of the way with now. I don't mind you know, if I can chop my head down the toilet, but like now, like today, and then tomorrow start, you know, a bit groggy but feeling okay, and then Christmas Day I'll be right as rain, hopefully. You know, I feel like with a sickness bug, or I feel like when you feel like sick, I feel like, you know, it's only usually 24 hours. It's touch wood. You know, usually it's never usually much more than 24 hours. That's why I say, you know, like, I like, you know, just baby me, look after me, stroke my hair, tell me it's all gonna be okay for like an hour or two, and then I'm back to being a man.
Well, for now, you can be baby Will.
Yeah, yeah.
Are you going to be
Maybe
William?
I wonder if the
My
markets
name
will
is
feel sorry.
William.
Maybe the markets will look after me and say they're there, and then maybe give me some profits.
Yeah, I would hope for that. When you said when you know, whenever you need to get your head out of the toilet, it reminded me of a joke, and the joke goes something like this: how do you catch a swing trader?
Go on.
You wait for them to go and drink water, and then you pin them down with the toilet seat.
I don't get it.
Me neither. Sorry, Richard.
Anyway,
I don't get it.
goes that one.
How do you catch
The swing traders drink out of the toilet, mate.
Is that why?
Still straight over, mate.
Anyway, moving on. Griff, how has your 2025 been? Are you in any trades?
I'm not in any trades, but it's looking quite interesting at the moment. AU, EU, GU, I mean, basically all the dollar pairs are moving way more than I would normally expect right before Christmas. I was getting ready to start cooling off, having a bit of a break, but it seems to be heating up for like the most of the whole month. So yeah, I'm having to be vigilant, which I wasn't expecting to be at this time of the month. Yeah, but not in any trades, but maybe later. It's looking quite promising, to be honest.
Yeah, awesome stuff, man. So will you, like, even like, if your setup arrives around about sort of Christmas time, will you trade it as like a normal day?
Yeah, I think because the markets will be closed on Friday, I imagine, for Christmas Day. I'll probably treat today like it's Thursday and tomorrow like it's Friday, as though we're closing for the weekend. So I'll probably stop trading tomorrow like lunchtime, which I normally stop trading like Friday lunchtime, so that I'm not opening any new trades on the afternoon before the markets is closing. So yeah, like for the next 24 hours, basically, I'll take some trades.
Yeah, nice.
What about you guys? Similar? I mean, I don't know, on the lower time frames, I suppose you can take trades right up till Christmas as long as you've got a couple hours.
Yeah, I will probably be trading tomorrow. Probably will be my last trading day, I think.
Yeah, nice.
And then I'm taking a little deserved break from trading until I think the new year. I'll probably only look at trading again in the new year. Obviously, I will be streaming, and you know, I'll be on the Fiverr stream, you know, going into the new year. But I doubt there's going to be any like proper trading opportunities. And I think it will just be better for everybody if you just kind of like took a step back from trading during that time and just either reevaluating where you are in your trading journey, or do a little bit of back testing, maybe work a little bit on your psychology and so on. Just kind of like take the time to decompress from the markets and come into 2026 fresh minded and just ready to absolutely destroy the market. That's what I would rather want to do.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I'll trade right the way through. Obviously, Christmas, I won't be trading because it's Christmas. But I'll be trading this account right the way through. I'll probably switch my 100k live account, stream account, back on probably the 8th of January. I think I arrive in Hong Kong on the 7th. I actually fly 2 weeks today. So that's super exciting. Yeah, it's coming up quick. I've actually got a friend. She's moving to Dubai the same day as me. She's flying, but I think she's flying from Gatwick Airport, not Heathrow, on the exact same day. She keeps posting into the group chat. Like, we've got a group chat with friends in my local area that I grew up with. Excuse me. And she keeps putting up, 2 weeks today, 35 days, 25 days, 14 days. I said to her today, put in the group chat, I said, Faith, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't actually know when I'm flying. So I was like, she's like my calendar. So yeah, I got reminded today that I'm flying 2 weeks on to the day, which is super cool. I haven't even thought about it. I booked the flights, I've put all the reminders and all the alerts in my phone, and I just sort of forget about it. But dude, it's coming up quick. So I think I fly on the 6th, land on the 7th, and then it'll probably be the 8th that I switch the terminals back on, start getting back into the flow of things. It's going to be really interesting to see. I may trade this 10k account for a few more days, even when I switch the live account back on. I may just trade this account just to see how, I'm moving house completely. I'm moving country, so I think it's going to be quite different. It's going to be quite a weird experience or a weird feeling. So I just want to make sure that I can get into the routine of things before trying to take high setup trades or high value trades on that account. I don't want to go rushing into it and jumping on the account straight away and then potentially losing trades because, I'm not quite used to it. So we'll see, but that's my account. As far as Christmas, I'm just going to trade this 10k right up until I'm confident enough in Hong Kong to trade my live funds.
FX Elevate, we've already established that there is no discounts for the rest of the year. The only discount that we have available is for the 2.5k high stakes account, which is 50% off. It is $12. Other than that, sorry mate, there isn't any high stakes account other than the 2.5k where we're going to have any discounts.
Speaking of, where is it? Andre's saying, I love this. If this is a if you know type of comment,
Yeah.
sing
Soft kitty, warm kitty, little ball of fur, happy kitty, sleepy kitty, purr, purr, purr.
Now, can you sing it to me with effort while in fact?
No, thank you.
Sing it to me, Rich. Sing soft kitty.
You should sing it for yourself, mate. Like put it sing it into your.
Do you know what I may do? I may actually I may go onto YouTube and put on soft kitty.
Put it on repeat for yourself.
Yeah, put on repeat. Oh man, yeah, that was definitely an if you know sort of comment. Also, the 5ers saying, who else tuned into yesterday and absolutely loved William's session during the 2026 prep event? Yeah, absolutely. Like, guys, who tuned in yesterday? It was super, super cool to see over 1,000 live viewers and 1.4 thousand likes during that stream as well. That is incredible. 1,400 likes. And I think when I was live on the panel, it was we had 1,047. I think I checked live viewers. That is so cool, guys. If you were in watching it, let me know what you thought. Let me know. Like there was a lot of fantastic questions that I answered, and let me know what you thought of my answers. If you have any questions for me, I'm slowly starting to feel a little bit better now as we move into it.
It's because Griff is here.
Yeah, so feel free to ask me any questions on it.
FX Elevate, what about a New Year's discount? We'll have to see what the New Year's brings. You'll have to rock up in the first week of the new year to the live stream to see whether or not there will be any. And before that even happens, there needs to be some sort of, interaction from your side, which is a like, a subscribe, a share. Just like share this stream with everybody you know. Like just copy the link, paste it in their socials and just go, there you go. Join these guys, have a look-see.
Absolutely. But also, please make sure you like this video, the live stream. Make sure you like it, guys. In fact, how many likes have we got right now? I don't actually know. Let me check. Let me see how many likes we got. Let's see if we can give a target by the end of. We got 45 minutes before I get to go lie on the couch and feel sorry for myself.
The only difference between 45 minutes from now and now is the fact that you get to lay on a couch, because right now you are feeling sorry for yourself.
True. We got 91 likes right now, guys. Let's see if we can get to 100. What do you reckon? 150? I reckon we can get 150 likes, guys. Let's absolutely smash that like button. See if we can get to 150 likes. Also, we've got 6,500 subscribers before 100k.
Dude, that's pretty groovy.
How freaking awesome is that?
Because you know what that means?
Go on.
Giveaway. 100k giveaway.
Bro said it.
You heard it here first, guys. 100k giveaway.
Who knows?
I'm not going to say what's going to get given away or when, but what I can tell you is if we hit 100k subscribers,
there will more than likely going to be a giveaway.
There will be a giveaway, mate. Definitely.
So make sure that you subscribe to the channel, because, guys, we are so close to 100k. Also, I'm pretty sure there's a button. Yeah, I'm sure you get like a YouTube plaque or a YouTube button at 100k.
You do.
How
A
cool would
silver
that
play
be?
button.
Silver
It's gonna
play
go
button. There we go.
silver.
Guys, get the 5ers, a silver play button, subscribe to the channel, join the community, join the Discord, and join us live every single day where we host value bombs, get awesome guests on, like this absolutely handsome devil down here and up here, and this really ugly mug feeling sorry for himself in the middle here as well. Also,
no self-deprecating words, mate. No self-deprecating words.
yeah, fair. No, I'm allowed. Usually I don't talk negative, but I'm going to allow it today. I feel sorry for myself.
I feel horrible. Ergo, I'm allowed to talk about myself in the negative.
yeah. Also, guys, I also trade my live funds. So right now it's a 10k high stakes challenge, which I'm in my phase 1 at the moment, a couple of percent down. However, when we're not during Christmas or big holidays, I do trade my live $100,000 funded account with the 5ers. So that's completely live. I do trade that every single day. So if you are new here, subscribe, because you get to see me trade my live capital.
Live capital.
Also, a nice little message here, a polite reminder: please avoid repetitive messages or spamming. We want to make sure everyone has a chance to be heard. Repeated spam may result in temporary timeout, so we keep the chat, so we can keep the focus on the charts. Absolutely, guys, make sure that we smash that like button, make sure that we subscribe, and make sure that we chat value. If you've got any questions, it doesn't always have to be value. It can be banter. It can be a little, it can be a little bit of conversation about absolutely anything, but please don't spam us. Like especially right now, I'm not in the mood to be spammed and interrogated on random garbage. Please just come chat with us, and let's have a bit of Christmas spirit going. Let's have a bit of Christmas spirit without spamming.
MPV, that is correct. For $12, 2.5k accounts available, by the way. Yes, it is available right now. You can go into your hub where you go and get all of your amazing evaluation accounts, and you can go and buy 4 of them for 12Ks. Not 12Ks, 2.5Ks for $12. So for $48, you can get effectively a 10K account if you have the 4 2.5K accounts. And all of them can be scaled to 4 million in funding. All of them. So,
dude, I was sweating now. Now I got cold. Now I'm cold.
come on,
bro. I know. Tell me about it. I hate being ill. What is going on with me? Guys, feel free in chat to say Will Manor. You're more than welcome to say that. Louis saying, did someone say banter? Yes, my friend. Someone did indeed say banter.
Are any of you guys going away for this holiday season? Or is it homeboundness for all of us?
It's okay.
I'm staying home, personally. I don't normally go away for Christmas, do you?
No,
I don't
no,
usually.
I never go away for Christmas.
I stay home for Christmas. I usually go away for New Year's, but last year I stayed home. This year I'm gonna stay home because obviously I'm moving country at the end, like after New Year's. My brother's going away. He's gone on a skiing trip with a family. That's really annoyed me because I love skiing and I haven't been skiing in about 2 years, and I'm jealous. But they're all going skiing and leaving. Well, I can't go skiing because I'm moving, so I'm gutted. But other than that, Christmas, now I'm staying. I'm staying home. It's family time. I think I got my stepbrother coming down with his kid and his wife. That's Boxing Day, so it's just a bit of a family time, you know. Also, this is really interesting. I don't know the relevance of this. Like, I don't know the hype. 6-7. I hear it all the time, especially with like the youth. Like a lot of the kids at the moment, they go nuts over like 6-7 meme. Can anyone actually shed some light on what 6-7 actually means?
I have no idea.
It's just something that doesn't make sense, and people say it because it doesn't make sense. I think.
Oh, okay.
That's my understanding.
Interesting.
It is 500k, but if you have every account can go up to 500k.
Well,
so
or
four
you can
accounts,
get all the way up to 4 million.
yeah. So every account can go up, of that one can go up to 500k. So that's already 2 mil, but you can have other accounts as well, because you can have 100k, 20k, 10k, or a 60k, 20k, 10k, and then the 4. So it's pretty much like 3.5 mil for those alone.
Yeah. Saying here, first time here, big welcome to the 5ers. Again, I do apologize sincerely that I'm not bringing the usual hype that I usually bring. I'm usually a lot more hyped up and better atmosphere than this. But big welcome to yourself, and make sure you subscribe to the channel and like this live and stick about. You know, stick about, and you'll be glad. You'll be glad. This is the only place that traders need to be. It's a fantastic channel, so make sure you hang around. I love this comment. Hi, can you give me $1 million for Christmas? I will tell you what I will do. As I'm only an elf, I'm not Santa. I shall go and speak to Santa and see what he can do. I'll see if I can chuck $1 million in your stocking. I'm the messenger though. If I can't put $1 million in your stocking, then I do apologize. Bring it up with Santa.
I mean, I think Richard has got Santa like trapped right now.
Santa ain't going nowhere,
His head.
Santa's going nowhere.
Santa's not delivering anything this Christmas. He's staying
Santa's
right
stuck.
here.
Yeah.
All you hear is
Louis, cold little elf. Aww. Oh my god, I know.
the elf has been working overtime.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe the alpha's been working overtime. I heard about you guys for years. I'm glad to get a chance to get funded at a great price. Dude, that's awesome, Tony. Big welcome to the 5ers, brother. Welcome to the best community out there.
Are you guys looking at anything in particular over the next few days?
Nas.
Of course.
That's all I'm looking at the moment is NAS. Just NAS. However, I see Crypto Knight is asking, hey Richard, cool hat, you had a quick question about having a quick scan on the US JPY and what should be looking for at this point. So let's have a quick little gander. Didn't take this trade, I'm just marking it out just so that everybody knows. I'm just marking it out. I'm simultaneously doing forward testing with the strategy of mine on NAS during the London session, and then I'm trading it during the New York session as well. But for the London session in general, I'm just doing a little bit of forward testing as well. So I'm just kind of like paying attention to that as well. So let's have a quick little look at UJ. I haven't had a look at UJ for quite a while. Let's start on the daily. Where are we? Okay, well, first of all, let's not remove this. Let's see what I initially thought was going to happen. Okay, so there's that base that got hit. So this didn't happen. That is not applicable. All right. All right, fair. All right, so I'm just going to remove all of that. Let's go to the daily, and then let's have a quick little gander at UJ. UJ, as it stands right now, is stuck between these 2 points at the moment. So we have, this is on the daily. So, what did I click now? If this is the low and this is the high, we're stuck here at the moment, hitting this little support area and then pushing up and into this supply zone up over here. It looks like there is a potential for us to attempt to start pushing up higher, but we first have to come down to a area where we can bound off of. So a little bit sideways after a very nice upward tick. So you have trend, consolidate, and then you need to either then start trending up again, or you need to break lower, start trending lower. So as it stands right now, we are in consolidation. This is on the 4 hourly. On the 4 hourly, very same idea. This top end, which is 157.89. We tried to test it on Friday, and since then we have been pushing lower. Let's redefine this bottom end to see whether or not there is a specific area down here for us to test. So we have a little bit of consolidation over here. So let's just kind of mark up this consolidation ever so slightly. So price could potentially come down there. However, this area where we are currently right now, it does seem as though we are slowing down significantly. And if I just look over here, this seems to be a potential area to test, as well as this where we've already had a singular attempt to break lower and failed, and then volumetrically pushed up higher. So for those of you who know me, know that I like trading off of areas where there were very volumetric movements in a specific direction, especially after an attempt to push lower. So in this case, this was the last attempt to push lower down over here, this candle, and then we volumetrically pushed up from there. So in theory, if price were to come back to this area, there should be either a similar reaction or zero reaction at all. So generally what I mean by that is this volumetric movement pushing down, if in theory this was a area of contention, price should react off of it in the same direction as it initially did over here, so bullish, or it should absolutely plummet through it, make it a non-decision point basically. So that's on the 4 hourly. Very nice volumetric movement up higher. We broke above this area over here. If this was a previous high swing, we've broken above that, especially seeing as we've had, this is a high, this is a low, lower high, lower low kind of like thing, and then a slightly lower high, and then a higher low, and then a much higher high. So let's just see whether or not it is going to either react from here bullishly, or if from this area start pushing lower. On the hourly, we do have a very nice area of consolidation that's almost in line with this consolidation area that I had on the 4 hourly. So I'm just going to do that and see whether or not there is a reactionary point. It doesn't seem as though there is a particular reaction from this area. We are, however, currently at a area of supply and demand, so an area where we have recently had multiple reactions off of it, or attempts to push higher and push lower. I can refine this one a little bit more, but as it stands right now, it is a bit broad, which is where we are currently, which kind of aligns with the fact that we are slowing down in this area. It's an area of support. Price generally slows down around areas of support, waiting for that back and forth to play out and then choosing a direction. In this case, it was very volumetric on its push lower during the Tokyo session, which doesn't look bad, to be honest. It doesn't look like it's like super weakness or anything, because we still have to break lower than this low swing point down over here, and then by extension this point down here as well. So as it stands right now, it is a little bit slowed. It's bearishly slowed. So let's just delete that one, delete this one, and then let's go and have a look at areas specifically around this upper end and this lower end that we can potentially come and test. So as it stands right now, right here, this was the last attempt to push price lower, which is where we're currently sitting. You had this volumetric push up from there. Before then, you had this slight little area of consolidation over here, a little bit of indecision, which is another reactionary point down there. Beyond that, we have this attempt over here to push price lower after we had a downward swing. Didn't make a lower low, we made a higher low, and then price started pushing up, breaking past these recent swing points. So this is also an area of interest on our way down. For the inverse on our way up, we have this area over here where we had the last attempt for price to push higher before volumetrically pushing lower. And then above that, the last area is pretty much this candle over here. So price point being 157.57, where the first one to be tested is 156.84, 157.05. So first and foremost, we need to break lower from this point, break past this previous attempt, and then potentially come lower to 155, 154.86, somewhere around there. It does look like it wants to, attempt to at least. This is on the hourly, so yeah, it does look like it wants to be bearish, though it is a little bit slowed at the moment. What do you think, Griff? You're more of the hourly trader, and I know you do like UJ. So what do you see?
Sure, let me bring up my charts. So price, when I see price move up and straight down like this, I feel like it's a pretty good indicator of uncertainty. I normally like to see this kind of V-shaped price action happen quite quickly. In this case, on the hourly, we've kind of moved up, and then we've had like a 3-day pause, and like we've kind of started coming down a bit more slowly. So I don't know if it does signify too much kind of volatility. You know, on a higher time frame, maybe you'd say there's volatility. Yeah, I think it's quite unclear, to be honest, which way it wants to go. I mean, I definitely favor a bearish bias because that's the most recent movement, but it is showing signs of slowing down with that wick. So yeah, I think the next candles are pretty important, whether that slowdown continues or whether we're just going to stay within this wick now, just kind of move sideways for a few hours, because for this momentum to be sustained, the next few candles have to continue down, because otherwise this pause is a little bit too long. So yeah, if I were to place a bet, I'd say we're probably going to range around until after Christmas.
Yeah, I feel like that's a pretty safe assumption for most assets.
I mean, it is lost quite a bit from the daily open to where we are now. I mean, like 1.14 yen per dollar kind of like thing. It's quite a drop. Will it continue? Makes to be seen.
Yeah, I was just having a quick catch up with chat whilst considering a buy on EU, but now that it doesn't look like it's going to close above, I'll have a quick catch up with chat. Orlando, do not worry, my friend. I did see your comment. You know, we've got to naturally jump straight into the comments. You know, we can't just. I can't say, Rich, shut up a minute. We've got a question here, and neither can I say that to Griff. So do not panic, man. I did see your question, and I was going to answer it. Yes, I know you, and again, I know that you're new here. No, there is not an activation fee. The only fee that you've got to pay is the fee for the actual evaluation. So do not panic, my man. There is no activation fee, but do not worry. We do see your comments. Sometimes I will admit we miss comments, especially if there's a lot of you chatting. We do apologize if we miss your comments, but I was going to get to your comment. Do not worry. So no, Orlando, there is no activation fee, and welcome. I know it's your first time, so welcome to the 5ers.
I'll just add, every moment that you have to practice a little bit of patience is a good opportunity to practice a little bit of patience. Patience is going to be something that's really going to help you in trading. And if you cannot be patient with a live stream chat, then you might struggle with trading a little bit. So take the opportunity, just kind of wait for things to naturally move along, and then we'll get to your questions.
Look how annoying this is as well. I'm just going to bring my my chart up. Look how this was so frustrating. We got this nice big break above on the 5 minute. If we close, then I'll probably consider a buy on EU. We then wicked it and then closed under, and I missed my buy opportunity. But right now, actually, this seems like it could just be a wick above, maybe like a sweep, and then a continuation down. So maybe it's, I'm actually going to minimize this now, because right now there's not a valid buy, which I was super close to buying on EU, but right now it doesn't seem like it wants to be buying up. GU is consolidating, gold is also consolidating. So just going to wait and see what happens. This is a really cool comment as well. I like this comment from Bonaima saying, I would like to advise all your viewers that over Christmas and New Year's holiday, please make sure that you do not have any open positions. Absolutely. Take some time over Christmas and New Year's, just relax and chill and don't trade. Guys, if you give me 2 seconds, I think I'm waiting on one parcel. I think the postman's just shown up. Give me 2 seconds. 2 minutos, por favor.
Yeah, the dog barking is pretty handy.
Yeah.
Don't need a Ring doorbell when you got one of those.
One of those just goes ruff, ruff, if someone's yeah, but then you get those dogs that just goes wuff wuff when there's a leaf that just, I don't know, gets blown in the tree.
Yeah, maybe unreliable. With some
Zalale is saying, hi Rich, Will and Griff, how can I get a funded account and tell me the starting amount for an account? So for you to get a funded account, you need to pass an evaluation. So you can get a evaluation account with the 5ers at the5ers.com. You can go and choose between multiple sizes from a 2,500 account with a high stakes program all the way to a 100k high stakes account. There are 3 programs. It's a high stakes, it's the hyper growth, and then a boot camp. Each one of them have different rules that you need to adhere to, and they are also different phases. The hyper growth is as near to instant funding as you can get. It is a one phase. Basically, you try and make 10%, and then the moment you've made your 10%, you'll get a payout immediately. So that's as close to instant funding as you're going to get as the hyper growth one. The high stakes is a 2 phase, and then the boot camp is a 3 phase. Each one of them, like I said, having different targets that you need to make, as well as different rules. So go to the5ers.com, go and register in the hub, and then get yourself an account. We do have a promotion at the moment where you can get a $2,500 high stakes account for $12. And that one can be scaled up all the way to $500,000. And you can have 4 of them. So,
bro, imagine buying a 2.5k account, and imagine knowing that you're a profitable trader, utilizing and taking advantage of a massive opportunity like that, and then in like a year, let's say you trade it properly, and then like in a year or 2, maybe 3 years time, you're sitting on $500,000 worth of funding that's cost you $12.
Like having a 2.5k personal account, mate, is $2,500 of your own money that you need to go and put into a broker. Obviously, you can trade whichever rules you want to, but $12 for a potential 2.5K account. Now, obviously, it's not 2.5K technically; it's 10% of 2.5K.
Yeah.
But the point still stands. Like for $12, if you're a good trader, you can build that up to substantially more than you ever would have had with a 2.5K of your personal capital.
Yeah, 100%. Bobby is saying the 5ers are the best of the best. Never such true facts have been spoken so close to Christmas.
Empress Lacrim, I'm unable to buy the 2K program. There is a blockage, not what could be issue. I am not getting the payment options. So in the bottom right, where you're in the hub, there should be a little chat section. You can talk to our very, very capable support staff. Just send them a message there, and then they will see exactly what it is that is preventing you from buying that account. So go and talk to support. They're really great. However, I would just give this little caveat. Please be patient. It's that in time of the year where people are going on holiday and whatnot, so the support staff might be a little bit limited. So if you're not getting immediate satisfaction, just give it a few hours. They will definitely get to your query.
Yeah, exactly. It's Christmas time as well, so try and be nice to them. If you're getting frustrated that maybe they're not coming back quick enough, or just be nice to support. It's Christmas. Try and be a little bit more Christmassy. Speaking of Christmassy and being nice around Christmas, did I message you last night, Rich? Did I tell you about my story about my run? Did I not?
No, you did not. You were a bad elf.
I was a bad elf.
You not message Santa, mate?
Bro, I nearly got hit by a car last night. I was on the phone to the police and all last night. Me and my brother went for a run. He'd just come back from like some very last minute shopping, and he goes, "Do you want to go for a run?" And I thought, yeah, let's go for a run. I haven't been to the gym today. Let's go do some exercises. Do a little bit of something, get out and get into some fresh air. So we went for a run, and it was going dark. It was pretty dark, but the well-lit streets. And we were running, and this car swerved directly towards us, and then last minute, just before hitting us, swerved off. Me and Ewan nearly got hit by a car on a run, and I ended up posting on because where I live is quite a close-knit village. I put on the village group chat on Facebook. I was like, for any of you guys driving a black truck, thank you very much for trying or attempting to run over 2 joggers just before a couple of days before Christmas. So well done, you cool dude. Yeah, man, I thought I messaged you. Dude, it was scary, man. So
maybe in the adrenaline of the moment, you kind of forgot that your friend would like to know if there's an event where your life might come to
mate.
End, So,
same goes to you guys. There's people out there that clearly don't care about people around Christmas. Don't be those people. Me and Ewan could have had a very different story. Last night, I could have been messaging my partner, telling her to come to hospital because I'd just been hit by a car, or it could have been significantly worse. So guys, it's Christmas. Don't be that sort of person anyway. But more importantly, guys, let's have good vibes at Christmas. Let's remember it's a holiday. It's a time to spend time with family and to be thankful and grateful to everything and everyone. Don't be like that guy who tried to hit 2 brothers jogging on the roads. Try and be, treat support nicely. Treat support nicely and say, look, I'm getting a little bit frustrated, but, Merry Christmas anyway. I fully understand. Maybe go back in the new year. So just be nice to people at Christmas. That's my little message, especially. So I had to genuinely jump out of the way. This guy or this person, he did swerve last minute. I don't think he actually intended on trying to hit us. I don't know what he or they were trying to achieve. Like I say,
what time was this?
6:30 in the evening.
Is it very dark?
It wasn't very dark, but even if it was dark or it was going dark, but he was on So we drive on the left-hand side of the road in the UK. He was on the left-hand side. Like, he was on the other side of the road. He came over onto the wrong side of the road and headed towards the pavement, just aimed directly towards us, and then swerved last minute.
So, devil's advocate, what if this person dozed off? Or what if this person, let's not say devil's advocate, like, let's say there was an intention, but let's rather say that this person wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, it was weird.
Kind of like drifted over and then noticed in the last minute, like, oh no, I'm about to hit someone, and then kind of like swerved out of the way.
Yeah, really weird. Yeah, I can't fathom that being intentional. Because if so, they're a psychopath. Either way, the police will deal with it. But nonetheless, guys, don't be like that. Don't be that sort of person that has that sort of attitude. Certainly around Christmas. You should never have that attitude anyway. Don't get me wrong. I get frustrated at support sometimes. I shoot the messenger. We all get frustrated. But around Christmas, try and be extra patient, especially with people trying to do the job like support. Also, there's a nice little question here. Cannot use copiers right, no EAs right. Justin, yes, you can use a trade copier. Be careful with EAs. You can use EAs, but no martingale EAs, no trades. I think trade stacking's allowed. Just be careful. Be careful using EAs. Make sure you read the news. Make sure you're not going to breach any news in the T's and C's. But yeah, EAs are completely okay to use, and so are trade copiers.
Yeah. Mon Nom Nom is saying, hello, do you allow news trading? Awesome name.
I love
that. Yes and no. Okay, so there's a high impact news rule. So it's red folder news on Forex Factory. So that's where you can go and have a look at the red folder news. So the way that it works is you are not allowed to open up a new trade 2 minutes before that red folder schedule news and 2 minutes after. So it's a 4-minute window in which you're not allowed to open up a new trade. However, if you do have a trade that was already open and either your stop loss or your take profit was hit during that red folder news, don't worry, no issues, no problems there. It's about initiating a new trade. It doesn't matter if it's a pending order or if it's an instant market order or a stop order, it doesn't matter. So long as you are not opening up a new trade in that 4-minute, 2 minutes before red folder, 2 minutes after red folder news. On the pair that you are trading. So if it is US news, you are not allowed to open up a new trade on any asset that is connected to the US dollar. So Euro USD, Pound USD, you're not allowed to trade any of those, as an example.
This is interesting from Kamal Patel saying, I'm a scalper. What's the minimum trade holding time, please? I've traded with a lot of firms that have a 1 minute holding time. So I'm not a scalper, and I have scalped. I struggle. I mean, even if it's a minute minimum, I struggle, like genuinely struggle to hold for less than a minute. However, I don't believe we have a minimum hold time.
So we're not allowed to do tick scalping.
Yeah.
So apart from tick scalping, I don't believe that there is a minimum holding time.
No, I don't believe so either. So you can scalp freely as long as you're not tick scalping.
Yes. So for anybody, there is the T's and C's on the website. You can go and have a look at the T's and C's for all of the accounts. Remember, some of the accounts have slightly different rules between them, but overall, all of the T's and C's you will find on the website.
This is an interesting one. I've never been asked this question before. Do you allow traders from North Korea?
I think the thing is, does North Korea
I was literally about to say, does North Korea allow traders outside of North Korea?
Yeah, I don't know what the rules are from North Korea. I do know, however, that for Joseph, do you allow US traders? We do.
Yes,
we
indeed.
are going to open up very, very soon, a futures program with the
Indeed.
the 5ers and
we also have C traders as well now, which is super
futures.
cool. So we have MT, we have MetaTrader, we have C Trader, and we are coming very soon. We are opening up a futures trading as well.
Yes.
That's super exciting. Even I'm going to be exploring the futures platform. I cannot wait for that. Also, Big V, are you from North Korea?
He can't tell us even if he is. He's not supposed to tell you yet.
There's like a blockage there. Is there a consistency rule, Orlando? No, there isn't.
No. Well,
No
there's the minimum profit, but that's the only consistency. You know, as long as you get a minimum profit days of 3, then
With the high stakes accounts.
yeah, with the high.
account.
Yes, sorry, yeah, I should have specified with the high stakes account. Other than that, no, there's no consistency rule. That's why we're the best. We are the best of the. Like I said, the 5ers rules show, like, the 5ers rules are obvious that they are just there to protect the firm and the trader.
Yeah.
Because there's no bullshit rules, you know. There's no crappy rules. There's no, you know, rubbish, crappy rules out there. They're all rules from the 5ers are there to protect the trader, to encourage the trader to implement fantastic trading practices, and also to protect the firm from, you know, just volatile traders, you know, just gambling trader strategies. So that is why the 5ers have rules. There we go. Look at EU. Yeah, we didn't get that close above. We
Went out.
Down it goes.
Muba's asking, sir, please tell me how much profit is good to make per day in a 5K funded account that does not fall under gambling. So you can completely remove the idea of gambling, because gambling is basically you trading without a plan. If you're trading without a plan, that's gambling, but there's no like definition for profit equals gambling. This amount of profit does not equate to gambling. So don't even worry about the gambling idea. So when we're talking about what is a good amount to make, so I think all 3 of us on this live stream will have a different opinion on that. But in general, it is whatever amount you can do sustainably, first and foremost. It's something where you're not over-risking whatever drawdown you do have on your account. So 1% as a risk parameter means that for any one of the accounts in general, you'll have 10 trades that you can lose like one after the other before you lose the account. But how much you have to make is really going to depend on your circumstances. It's really going to depend on what your living standards are. If you need £1,000 a month, then you kind of like need to trade up to 1,000, maybe twice that amount to kind of like make a living off of it. But it's really going to depend on your circumstances. So I don't think that there's a specific amount. I know William has his own way of looking at that, and Griff as well. So guys, what is according to you a good amount to make of profit on a 5K account, percentage wise and dollar wise?
Percentage wise, I like the idea of, again, it depends on your data. You know, if you can comfortably get 5 to 10% a month comfortably, then there you go, 5 to 10% a month. If you're trading every single day and you know you're trading every single day, then you go 5 to 10%, or let's go 7%. You know, let's go 7% a month average. And then that's your comfort zone. You know more times than not you can reach a 7% month. You divide that by the days that you're going to be trading, and then that's your average daily profit target, I suppose. But it really depends. You know, it depends on the data, it depends on your plan. But I fully agree with Rich when it comes to try and make double what you need to make. So if you have bills that are $1,000 a month, try and make $2,000 a month. So on a 100K account, that'd be 2% a month. So it all depends on your plan, because if you need more than your plan will allow you to survive, then that's okay. That's okay, because you just stick to what your plan says, stick to what you're good at, and then slowly move in and scale the account, buy some bigger accounts, and before you know it, you're surpassing in significant factors your monthly needs. So try not to relate your monthly needs to an immediate account, especially on a 5k account. It's not a massive account. So again, it does all depend on your circumstances and your plan. That's my opinion. It's a difficult question. It's a very difficult question. What about yourself, Griff?
I've never really thought about daily target. I mean, I
Monthly
don't
target,
have trades every day. I think daily target, unless you are definitely getting a trade every day, it might not be a good thing to set a daily target, because otherwise you might feel forced to take trades when there are no good opportunities setting up that day. Maybe if you're really actively trading, and you certainly have trades in a week, maybe you want to set a weekly target. But to be honest, I don't set targets at all. I just focus on taking the highest quality setups I possibly can and measuring process over outcome, because the outcome is completely out of your control, and whether you hit your target or not doesn't determine whether or not you're a good trader. So I would say don't set a target at all, but the best traders make 2% a month.
I know. They do, don't they?
as long as you're making more than 0%, I think you're doing great.
100%. Like, I see a lot of traders and they say to me, I've made 6, 7, 8, 10%, 15% this month. I've made 18% in a month. It's my biggest month I've had trading. And I thought I was the holy grail. I thought, ICT who? Like, I am the next guru of trading. However, when now I'm a more matured trader, if I see a trader say, I've hit 5% last month, 10% last month, and then I see a trader say, yeah, I hit about 1-2% last month. It wasn't great, but it was okay. I'll give the 1-2% trader a lot more respect, because more times than not, and this is my only reason I do this, is because more times than not, I see that trader will become a lot more consistent than the 5 to 10% trader. I'd rather put my money into a trader that consistently earns 1-2% a month than a trader that may earn 10% one month, minus 2% next month, 6% one month. I'd rather consistency over gain. And very much like Griff, I don't set targets, but I know that averagely I can gain around about 1-2% a month. Now, on average, I can gain about 1-2% a month. If you look at my November, I had $100. In fact, actually, November I had $100. I know that, so it's technically a break-even month. If I go to December, let me have a look for my December earnings. 1st of December to date. I'm down. I'm 300. Oh no, this is the wrong account. Let me. Okay,
I was about to say this is not your
your
100k account.
Let me bring my 100k account up. Let me just load that.
While you're busy with that, I'm just going to quickly answer 1 or 2 questions while you're busy getting yours into place. Good?
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, 100%, mate. Yeah, you do that.
FD. So I'm assuming it's Philip, saying, do you have a trailing daily drawdown? Can you explain it? I do not understand it. So it's we have 2 kinds of drawdown. You have the one that is basically going to kill your account, which is your max drawdown, which is a percentage of the initial account balance. So that is different between the three accounts, but it is generally either 6% or 10%. So 10% of the account, max drawdown. If you hit that amount, then you will unfortunately lose the account. We do also have a daily drawdown limiter that puts a pause on your trading, which is 3%. So if you've lost 3% of the account's initial balance,
that's on the high growth, I believe.
Yeah, it also depends on which account you have. The rules are very plainly explained in the T's and C's for that account. But basically what it says is you can lose 3% of the account's initial balance. So if it's a 100K account, you are allowed to lose $3,000 in a single day. And a single day is determined from 12 o'clock the night till 12 o'clock again that evening. I think it's like CET. Don't quote me on the exact time, but it's a 12-hour day. And then they will put a pause on your account, so then you cannot trade again for the rest of that 12-hour day, and you can only put in a trade again the next day. So that's the only two drawdown limitations that we have. We have a daily drawdown, which is in general 3%, but it depends on which account you're trading with. One of the three specific accounts that the 5ers offer. And then you have the max drawdown, which just means that you're going to lose the account.
Yeah. Yeah, nice. Right, I'll bring my chart up real quick. I can bring November up if you want me to, but I have done at the end of November. Now that we're at the end of December, I'll bring that up as well. Now, my November earnings was 0.1%. It was $100 up, so it's pretty much break even. December is $397 up, so just under $400 up, so nearly 0.5%. Now, if I said to myself, I got to make 1% this month, I would have chased it and potentially earned less. I potentially would have given money away. So I don't force trades. I have an expectation, but I don't have a target. So if I had a target, I'd force it. If I have an expectation, it's based on statistics on that's how much I'm expecting to gain from it. So here you can see that I had a rough expectation of $1,000. Now, however, I haven't managed to reach that, and that's okay, because back in October, I had an expectation of 1 to 2%. I bashed out a 3% month. I actually surpassed it by an extra 1%. September, I had an expectation of 1 to 2%, and I hit 2%. So therefore, let's assume that I've got 1% for September, 1% for October. I'm actually 2% up above what I thought that was going to be. No, 3% up, which then takes me to an averaging out of 1% October gain, 1% September gain, 1% November gain, and a 1% December gain, plus a little bit more. So overall, it does average out quite nicely. That's why I don't give myself targets, and that's what Rich touched on and what Griff touched on. Be careful giving yourself a target. I've never given myself a daily target. Some days I'll earn $30, and then the following day I'll lose $300, and then I'm $330 down. The very next day after that, I may earn $500 and gain some of that back plus more. Mitigate losses. So it all depends. Like the dailies can be very, very difficult to target. Monthlies can be very difficult to target. That's why I do not target. I have an average expectation based on data, but it's an expectation that I'm not, trying my hardest to achieve. It's an expectation based on what previous data has told me. Like if I have an expectation of 0.5% up for each month, that's okay also. Then if trading goes absolutely fantastic, now my expectation is 3 to 4% a month, that's even better. But I don't try and achieve it. I just trade my plan and see what happens at the end of the month.
Awesome. We've got two amazing traders in the background. We've got Victor and we've got Sam. Victor and Sam, how are you guys today?
Well, hello.
Hello.
Oh, hello. How is everyone doing?
I'm very good.
Upside down pants, Christmas elf, Griff, Gentleman Griff, and Sam. How is everyone doing? And everyone watching us right now. I like William. I like how you distinguish, or you made the distinction between what you loosely expect from given the information, the testing and the results you have had so far, and the actual trading. You don't link them together as to, you don't give it consequences, right? If you're expecting 1% and the market is giving you more opportunities, you don't stop, for example. And I like that, because you go with the flow of the market.
Yeah, 100%. In fact, let me just bring the 1st of November. So this is 2 months data right here. I made 666, so $500, 0.5% up. So there we go. You know, like it shows here, and I'm not there crying over why I didn't. You know, in theory, I should have been 1.5% more than right now, according to my average data. But you know, it is what it is. You know, I'm not going to sit here now and try and force a trade of 1.5% just so I can hit my average monthly gain.
What is the goal, actually? I think the question should be, is it hitting the target, or is it applying your edge and receiving whatever the market is giving you?
Definitely the latter. Definitely
Agreed.
applying your edge, sticking to your plan, following your strategy, and just seeing what happens with it. And just being okay with whether that's positive or negative.
Yeah, I agree with that. There is a few...
Oh, sorry, mate.
Sorry.
Hang on. Panic
You can leave this
station.
up. I don't mind. This is great.
Rip.
I hope you're sharing your
Look
screen.
at that handsome fella.
There you go.
Hey, while I'm talking, I better go, guys. I'm gonna head off and yeah, have a great Christmas.
Nice one. Griff,
Well,
pleasure
Griff,
having you on again, as usual. Big Merry Christmas to yourself, because I will not see you now until after Christmas. So Merry Christmas, my man.
Indeed.
Have a fantastic one. And have a great New Year if I don't see you until then.
Thank you, guys. See you. Merry Christmas. Bye.
Bye,
Merry
Griff.
Christmas to you as well, Griff. Take care. Have some great holidays, coming holidays.
There's a few very good questions from about, I want to say about 16 minutes ago. Unfortunately, I cannot like star them to make them important.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to leave it in the hands of Victor and Samir to do that, because I'm going to go rock in a corner. I'm joking. I'm going to go fall asleep on this couch for a minute or two. So I am feeling a lot better now. My stomach still feels like I've just been kicked by a horse. However, I am feeling a little bit better. So guys, thank you very much for being patient with me today. I do apologize I didn't quite bring the vibe and the atmosphere. However, tomorrow I will make sure that I'm feeling top-notch and ready to stream. So guys, thank you so much for being patient with myself. Rich, big congratulations on carrying me as well on this stream. But guys, thank you very much. If you are not going to be at the market or on stream on Christmas Eve, which I don't blame you if you're not, but if you are, we shall see you tomorrow, same time as usual. If not, have a very, very Merry Christmas and have a very successful New Year. So I'm going to clock off now. I'm going to go, like I said, I'm going to go fall asleep for a little bit on my couch because I feel like crap. Victor, I shall leave it in the hands of you and Samir. Samir, looking good, my man. You're in a different setup.
Yeah, I'm traveling. I'm not in my setup. So
nice.
I'm really away from my city, but I had to do the live stream. I enjoy these things, so I was missing live stream, so I had to do it. And here I am.
I rate that.
So yeah, even now there will be Christmas, and as you mentioned, you will not be here with us for a couple of days. So yeah, and now you're gonna sleep, or you was just joking?
No, I'm gonna go nap. I'm full on gonna go nap.
All right.
Yeah. I came on.
Let's go, guys.
After chucking my head in the toilet for a bit, so I'm feeling rather ill. So yeah, I'm genuinely gonna go sleep.
Yeah,
You look very, very energetic, and you sound very energetic for being ill, Will.
I'm trying. I'm
Victor calling you out.
Pulling all sorts of energy, like reserve energy sources.
yeah, you always get that energy. So
Yeah,
man, that is really crazy.
I appreciate that, guys. Guys, thank you very much for joining. I'm gonna love you and leave you. Take care. Have a fantastic day.
Take care.
We should see you all El Mañana for Christmas Eve. Take care, guys. See you later.
I love your ears, Kier. Get better soon.
Thank you.
They're lovely. They're lovely, those ears. Huge, lovely.
Huge and lovely.
Rich,
Victor and Sam, how are you guys?
doing? Upside down pants, Rich. How are you doing?
How are you, Rich? And Victor, how are you?
I am
doing...
gravy, baby.
I like that hat.
I do. Yeah, it's crazy. It's
Where did you get that?
Uh, it doesn't say. As you can see, my hair is just crazy. I'm sweating like crazy with this thing. It is super hot, and it's hot here as well. So, just but yeah, it's got little buttons at the back.
Really cold here.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm glad I got the Wi-Fi here. There is not a lot of services, so I'm glad we have the Wi-Fi
Okay.
and I'm able to stream.
Sam, have you gone to pick up your own gifts from Santa? You're supposed to wait them at home. Santa comes to you. You don't
I
go
have to
to
steal. I
Santa.
think Santa is not loving me anymore.
I'm sorry, but Santa's a bit preoccupied at the moment. He's on my head, so
Yeah,
I'm going to keep him
I
here
think
for another
Santa is
day.
taking care of the rich today, probably giving him a lot of pips.
Yes, better. All right,
right.
guys. I'm going to also love and leave the both of you. Sam, I haven't seen you in a minute, mate. I am happy to
Yeah.
see that you're still healthy and traveling
Yeah.
and looking
Yeah.
good as always. So hope to see you a little bit more in the new year. Victor,
Yeah, definitely.
you are one of my favorite people to spend time with on the stream. I am very, very happy to see you right now. I hope that you have a very lovely, you as well, Samir. I hope you both have a very lovely holiday season. You don't have to be a person that celebrates Christmas to have a happy holiday. So have a happy holiday season, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. 'Cause I'm back tomorrow, and then Christmas Day as well.
Same to
Very,
you.
very nice of you, Richard, and thank you for your nice words. You are
Exactly.
one of my favorite persons as well. So thank you for that.
Oh, you're just saying that. Just don't. You're gonna make me all. Anyway, guys, cheers, I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good one.
Take care,
Right.
Rich.
Rich, take care.
Always great
We'll
to
see you
have
again,
to spend
and
time with
happy
you.
holidays. Okay, Rich is gone now. We are here. We are
How are
here.
you doing, Sam?
I'm doing good. How are
Yeah.
you? Are you trading? You know, nowadays, as we are moving into this holiday season, so I just want to know,
I
are your thoughts?
Yeah, sure. I am trading, not as often and as frequent and as active as usual, but I'm still trading. My algorithmic trading goes on,
Okay.
intact during holidays. I don't have to change anything based on the data that I have. And my manual trading, I just have less time, but I still. Even today, this morning, I took a couple of scalps. I had a loss, actually, a bit of a oversized loss, but I mean that's normal. I mean, nothing different, but it's going great in general. I mean, in on the holidays, I don't from what I've measured, I don't have to stop. So if there's the opportunity, if the setup is there, if everything is lining up, then that's my cue. And it doesn't matter if it's a bank holiday, if it's a end of year holiday, if whatever the season is, automatically, if the setup is signaling that that's what I need to see, it means that I should be taking it if I'm available to trade. Then
Yeah.
how about
I
you?
like
It
that
look it
actually.
looks to me
Yeah.
you're in a nice place there, I must say.
Yeah, I have this Airbnb, and I'm just gonna spend 2-3 days here. I'm gonna go back to my office. So gonna go to the to back to my place. I noticed. I think you also shifted. Now, are you back in your original setup or your place? Or you
No,
are?
no, no. I'm in South America right now, and I'm not gonna go back home in for another 3 weeks, 4 weeks actually. So
All
I'm
right.
traveling, and but to me, it's just relocation. It's I streaming and trading is just way of life. I no matter
Now I
where
think
I am.
it's a part of your life. That is good.
Yeah,
And you mentioned
yeah,
you are following your trading plan. You don't care about maybe holidays. You don't care about these things. I really like that approach. That really a real trader thinks. Like he follow his plan no matter what the circumstances is. I know you have your data, you have your experience, you are trading
Mm.
from a lot of years. So I know maybe because of those experiences, those years, those lot of experiences, you have came to this point, as you mentioned, like you are comfortable with trading this way. And I think it is good. I myself, when I see the setup, when I am in the mood to trade, if I put it that way, I don't
Mm-hmm.
really mind a trade. Yesterday I missed a trade, but if I was watching the charts, I would definitely have taken a trade. And today I may can enter the trade, of course, after the NYSE open, which is my original time zone to trade. And to our viewers, if you are new, if you don't know me, I mainly trade NAS 100 and US 30, and my time zones are NYSE. Whenever the NYSE opens, of course not whenever, it's 9:30 like NYSE time zone. So New York session, basically NYSE,
Mm-hmm.
New York Stock Exchange, if you want to put it that way. So my time is that. So that's my time window, and I trade these two pairs. So our new viewers, so this is my trading strategy. So let's see what we get today. I am looking for trades actually, but again I have to see how price behaves. I have to see how we set up few things. Yesterday it was a good winning day actually. If I would have taken a trade, I was doing a back testing, or maybe reviewing my trade. So it was a good day. So let's see what today we get. If I get the trade on the stream, I would be happy to place the trade here. Other than that, I'll just I'll just watch. I have a couple of accounts in phase 2. I don't want to risk the phase 2 account, as we are moving close to holidays. Of course, there will be some days where there will be less volume. I don't expect the volume to completely die. Of course, there can be, this Christmas is there, we have a new year. So these, major days, there will be no volume. But other than these days, I do believe that we might can get some, pips here and there, or some points here and there that we make and capture as a trader. So, with that being said, I am looking for trades, but I will be staying away from the markets when we have this, major seasonal holidays, or whatever you want to call it that way. So let's see.
Yeah, I for some traders, taking off or just lowering the risk, or
Yeah,
perhaps adjusting their stops, is or even their trading window makes sense. Because I trade throughout the year, including holidays and bank holidays, doesn't mean it's necessarily something to be done for everyone. But I've from the back testing, from and just forward testing, and my results so far, I have no reasons to stop trading in on uh, any time during the year.
yeah, I like
It's
that. Yeah,
it's it used to be a myth. I don't know if it still is, but it used to be a myth that forex traders, they should stop trading around holidays, around Christmas, and start again,
right.
like after certain number of days in the new year. I never had the necessity to do that, based on the results I get. So this is what you're looking for. This is NAS 100, and you're seeing
I
a
just I just drew the trend lines here and there. Of course, we can breach these trend lines. It doesn't mean that I will be entering the trade. I have to see which side the buyers or sellers are interested in. And
Mhm.
how will I judge that? The price, I will take the information from the price. And how can I say that, or how can I see that? By seeing some big candles, or some volume candles, or some impulsive moves,
Mhm.
I can say, okay, maybe sellers are interested, okay, maybe buyers are interested. If I show
Mhm.
you some maybe setups here and there. So these kind of moves, we are clearly seeing that buyers are interested in the market. So these type of moves, I think we should buy instead of we should be doing buying instead of selling. So these kind of impulsive moves. So this is the kind of thing that I will be looking, where the impulses are, and where I can position myself and I can benefit from the moves here and there. I don't plan to capture the whole move, so I might can secure 1 to 1 here and there, and I'm done for the day. And as I mentioned in the stream, I do have a couple of scenarios. I don't really pre-plan my trade. I'd like to see where the momentum is, where the volume is, or how the price is printing in that particular time window which I trade. So let me give you a few scenarios the price can do, so I will act accordingly. So let's say NYSE opens, we see a strong momentum to the downside, and then we see a strong momentum to the upside, and then some consolidation, then I will take the buy. This is my first scenario. I don't really do this analysis, pre-market or anything like that. For the viewers, you want to know my strategy, so this is the way I think. And the second scenario is we just straight go to the upside, and then we know I can take a pullback trade, something like that. And the third scenario can be we just straight up go to the downside and maybe some pullbacks, and then I will enter the sells. I think these are the three scenarios. Other than that, we have the fourth scenario, which is if price didn't give a pullback and it just shot it up or down without even a single retracement. In that case, I am happy to miss the move. I don't want to be a part of that move. So where my criteria is not met or where my trading plan is not met. So these are 3-4 scenarios that I look on a day-to-day basis. So let's see where the impulses are and where the pullbacks are. So I will like to enter in that particular volume wherever the volume is taking the price in that particular time window, which is NYSE. And I think and one thing more, this EMAs guide me where the potential momentum can be. Right now we are in the sideways on the 5-minute, so we are in a low volume maybe time, so we have to see.
That's nice. And you're only going to be trading that asset, right? That's the only asset you typically trade.
I tried forex here and there. I did took few wins and losses. Overall, I was in a healthy risk to reward. But then I was having a conversation with myself. I was like, I spent a lot of time trading NAS 100 and US 30. I know I made 2-3% with forex. Can I, or do I want to do this continuously, or do I want to do this thing in a long run, or maybe in next couple of months? So now a point comes where you have to journal yourself, or where you have to do a self talk. Am I doing a right thing? So I spotted it was not really a right thing, because I spent a lot of time trading NAS 100 and US 30. If this thing doesn't work for 2-3 months, I blew all my accounts, my losing streak is heavy, probably 10-20 losses in a row, then I might can shift. But that thing didn't happen, so I just realized it quickly. Then I just came back to my trading plan, that I really want to share this thing to our viewers. I have made significant amount of money, I am profitable overall, but still I did this small mistake. But I just did a self talk and I just made it right immediately. I think this is the trading behavior or mindset shift that our viewers have to make. I think this is the only thing that will make you separate from a lot of unprofitable traders.
What is the exact mistake that you think you did, and what did you do to correct it?
Okay, the mistake I did, I started trading the pairs that I left long ago. So I was trading USD. I took a long there. I took a win actually. I secured I think 1 to 3 risk to reward there. Then I took 3 losses on gold. Then I took 1% risk. Then I hit it 1 to 3.5. So technically I was green trading that particular other pairs. But then I realized I don't normally trade these kind of things. I know I have experience. I know how a market behaves. I know this is the pattern which may can perform, or which may have high probability of playing out. So with that being said, I try to tweak my plan here and there, which it was not really needed, but I forcefully try to tweak my plan here and there. I realized it quickly that if I continue to do this account, I might can lose this account, because I already have lost 3-4 accounts here and there. I think I mentioned on the stream itself, probably 2 months ago. So I just flashback came to me. So I was like, if I do the same thing and if I lost the account, because I don't have experience now. I know this type of setup play, but I don't have the experience trading that particular setup on this pair on USD JPY. I have experience of NAS 100 and US 30. I know 8 p.m. my time zone, the impulses are gonna come, and we might can see a pullback. I know this kind of behavior. I'm familiar with this kind of behavior, basically, in short, if I want to say it that way.
Mm-hmm.
So, keeping all the things in mind, I just did some self journal here and there. I don't really write here and there, but all these things was going in my head. So I realized it, and I just quickly made it right. And now I am, doing the same thing which I do on every stream, trading these two pairs. And we have,
Basically,
yeah,
basically,
yeah,
you thought you needed to trade more pairs, but you realized that quickly enough, so that you came back to the ones you have most experience with,
yeah, exactly.
to the and you stick to that, and yeah, I like that. I have I you know because the way that I trade, I need to um, build a lot of alignment, a lot of factors, confluences. It gets very difficult for me to trade all 28 pairs, because it's a lot of work, a lot of preparation, and I have noticed that if I distribute, if I spread my attention to many pairs, my performance is less. The
Yeah,
expectancy
we have
becomes less.
noticed,
I'm not able
yeah,
to catch all the moves,
yeah,
and it doesn't suit my performance, or it doesn't suit my strategy. And so me too, I only trade GU and EU manually. I do trade the other pairs as well if I see something specific, but it's not standard. My go-to pairs are EU and GU, and it is for a reason. It's much better to just focus on one or two, or maybe a few pairs, depending on how extensive your checklist is for your trade plan. But in my case, two, and for some people, one, right? If you're, like, if you're on you have a 9 to 5, or your strategy is still very, it has a lot of moving parts, then one is just fine. You get less trades, but you get to trade them much better.
yeah, exactly.
You know, and I like that. I like that being, you know, you don't have to trade everything that
I want to
moves.
know this thing, the thing that I did. As you mentioned, you don't trade these other pairs often. So do
Hmm.
you still have this? This is kind of a mistake only if this is not in your trading plan. As you mentioned, you trade
Hmm.
dollar and GBP USD only, mainly. So
Hmm.
maybe other days, maybe let's say once in 6 months, let's say thrice in 6 months. Do you still do the mistake? I will just call it a mistake. Maybe
Hmm.
in some way it is not a mistake, but it is a mistake only if I say it that way. When it is not in your trading plan, why are you doing it? With that being said, I just want to know, do you do the mistake that I did, maybe trading other pairs when it is not in your trading plan?
No, I that doesn't happen. Of course, I do still make mistakes. There are times where, but you know what? It's, I used to deviate, like, I think about 4 years ago. Used to
Okay.
deviate, with some frequency of my trade plan.
Hmm.
But last couple of years, it doesn't really happen anymore. I do have some human errors where I enter, and something is not put right.
Okay.
Either, um, actually, the I've minimized the human errors for my stops and my position sizing as well, using that PSC, the position size calculator from Earn Forex. But I have caught myself, not on the main strategy, but on the other strategies, doing some errors, or yeah, some input errors. But executing the plan, um, I from time to time I do enter a trade that is slightly out of my plan,
Okay.
but nothing major. I somehow, I don't know, I'm not like that. I've burned my finger so many times
Yeah,
before. I try to stick to what I know and to the signal. For example, before, a long time ago,
mhm.
I would enter before the actual signal is confirmed. I never do that anymore.
Happened with a lot of traders.
Um,
Yeah.
I um, there was a time where if I missed the trade, that I let's say I'm 5, 10 minutes late, or even 15 minutes, and I will still get in. I don't do that anymore. Um, I would just if I missed it, I just let it go, and it has helped me a lot. Not I'm not chasing as much. Actually, I'm not chasing the market. If the signal isn't there, then I'm not interested, because the edge that my trade plan has um, is only extractable if I actually do exactly as I did in as the trade plan says.
Yeah.
All the
Sounds-
data is based on executing it perfectly. And if I start adding things that are not part of the trade plan, I've already seen it so many times. I will not be as profitable, and sometimes I'll not even be profitable. So I have no intention, no desire to do that. It's totally not cool to me. There's I got like an instant allergic reaction to the trade
Mhm.
once I'm either late or it's missing one thing. So it doesn't really happen as much anymore.
Oh,
That's on the
sounds
main strategy. On
no.
on the scalping, which is not using order blocks and quasi the way that I show it on the screen. From time to time, I do see that um, like my entries can get, because that's discretionary, can get a little sloppy. And I see it in the results right away. The trades do not get to TPS as quick, and I will catch up on the fact that I'll go back and see, hey, I don't have that many, because the scalper strategy is a lot less rule based,
Mm.
and a lot and is discretionary. you there's a lot more opportunity to miss things.
Okay. Yeah, I just
But
wanted
that
to
was
know
we have
views
a
on.
couple of questions. Yeah, we have a couple of questions in the chat. Thank you all for posting
Yeah,
these questions.
we have many questions. Let's see. Luis here. So, hello, Luis. Happy to see you again. And I remember you. You.
How many minutes ago are you reading the
Let's see. 8 minutes. 8 minutes ago.
okay,
Texted.
I
Yeah.
see, I see. We have Steven, my friend, Steven Chipeta. How are you doing? Asking Victor and Samir, are we having any impact news today that can affect the dollar? We actually, let me check. We are just about. Um,
I think
we had a
we
GDP
have.
2 minutes ago, actually.
It's already gone. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
7 p.m. it was, and we haven't seen
The
any.
market reaction. I'll switch to mine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see.
Tamim MT5
There you
position
go.
size. EA algo allows on 5%.
That's
There's.
the reaction on the news. It was euro dollar news and also CAD news. So let me take a look at perhaps the CAD. Um, Actually, let's not use the loonie, but euro CAD, right? Because if you have news from the same from both of the currencies, then you wouldn't be able to see the effect, right? There was very little. This is the 1 minute on EuroCAD. There was very little reaction. Um, it was GDP month on month GDP from the Canadian dollar, and the preliminary quarter on quarter GDP on the US dollar. On the CAD, there wasn't a lot of reaction. Actually, very almost a non-event. And on euro dollar, you can clearly see the reaction where there is some
Am I lagging, guys? Can you type in the chat? Oh, what is wrong? Guys, please type in the chat. Am I lagging or Victor's internet is off? Please, guys, let me know, please. MT5 position size. Okay, I think Victor will be back in a couple of minutes. Might be some internet connection issues. Victor is gone. Okay, so I think my Wi-Fi is okay. No problem, guys. Victor will be back in some times. In a meanwhile, let's see what you guys have to say. Wow, I like the way you are all good. Yeah, Victor will be back in just a minute. So yeah.
I'm not sure how much you guys got from what I said.
Here we are again, yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm back. Let's see.
Thank you guys. You just for letting me know. Stream is okay. And now I think you was discussing about Euro CAD, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, actually, what I was doing was I was looking at the news because we had GDP on the US dollar as well as the Canadian dollar, and if you look, since the dollar, the US dollar USD was also the news was from that currency as well. It makes sense to look for some other pair, right? Canadian dollar against another pair and not the US dollar. So if you look at that, you see that the at the moment of the candle release, the candle is actually this one. There was a little reaction on the Canadian dollar. Just basically the euro weakness you see there, much more than anything from the Canadian dollar. And if you look at the US dollar to look at the effect of the GDP quarter on quarter, you see that we had an 8.3 pip candle, 1 minute candle, that is really not anything huge for the US dollar. Those are the only high impact news that we had. We will have this today. It is holiday, of course, or at least close to Christmas, so you will see less volatility. Although I must say, during Asia and London this day, today there was a very weak dollar. We can see that on EU, how EU moved very, very quickly during the during London session, as well as during the Asian session. Let me indicate it with a couple of arrows. This is the not completely, but the Asian move plus the London move. Both of them, you can see dollar weakness, and you can see that as well on other pairs. If you look at, for example, on Kiwi dollar, you see the same movement, same two patterns, same two impulsive moves, or perhaps the Aussie dollar, you see the same thing. So basically, it is the dollar moving, not necessarily the euro, that is getting stronger. On that note, there is also something I would like, maybe not right away, but we can break down the market on the patterns, where we are in the bigger scheme of things, on the daily pattern, on the daily time frame, the weekly, and you can see it already. You have an idea. There is a blue shaded area above us. You can guess what that means. That's an entry order block on the daily. So that reaction, this reaction, is was to be expected, even while we had the bullish move, as I just indicated during the Asian and the London session of today. So we will take a look at it shortly. Let me go back to the screen and check the chat, because we have a few questions there. Someone asked about Discord link. Let me see where that was. Discord, when are you going back home, Sam?
I'll be going On Friday, I'll be home. Yeah, by
This
evening
Friday.
I will be home. This Friday, this coming Friday.
Okay.
What is it? It is Tuesday today. Yeah, yeah.
It
It
is.
is Tuesday,
Yes,
so
it
I'll
is.
be home Friday. So yeah. So we have New Year also, Christmas also. So maybe those days, guys, please avoid trading. I know you wanna be involved in trading all the day, all the time, but this is not the time. Just work on psychology here and there, then come back with the reset mindset, and I'm sure you will see difference in your trading. Definitely. Okay, trade with Patel X. Hey bro, how are you? NASDAQ dropping. Probably yes, but can be a false move also. So I have to wait till NYSE. We still have like 50 minutes left. So let's see. We might can reverse or we might can continue the momentum. We have to see, you know. So that time is very volatile. So if you decide to take a trade right now, based on this breakout that we are, creating on the NAS 100, so
I'll switch to yours.
uh,
I think so you can show your.
I know price is breaking out this zone and this trend line also, and maybe we can tap this at least till this 200 EMA. I know maybe you are seeing the things differently. Maybe you want to go for a pullback or anything like that. This supply demand, whatever you want to call it, or maybe you are seeing this as liquidity. I don't know. But my point is, sometimes when the NYSE opens, we see a very wild candles. Look at this, like this. So it never stops. So, keeping these things in mind, it will be really wise to trade after the NYSE open. Probably just wait for 5 minutes. Let's see how the candles are, doing. So that will be a little bit wiser option in my opinion. So I think you should just wait if you want to trade NAS 100. Let's see what we have. Who was asking for Discord link?
Yes, I'm going through the messages. Hi, Marina. How are you doing? Void as well. My man, how are you? Uh, let's check the chat.
Scott.
We
I
have
see. I see Scott was asking for a Discord link.
the
Oh,
Discord link is in the dashboard. So you have to actually. It's not on the website. You have to actually log in, and for that you need to have an account, of course. You get in, you log in, and at the dashboard on the left lower corner, that's where you'll find the Discord link. That little icon, Discord icon, that will give you the entrance to the Discord. We have an amazing community. Also, we are now expanding into multiple languages and into Hindi as well. Sam can tell you all about it, and as well as we have a Portuguese section, and we're expanding into all those great community nationality or languages that our fans come from. Yes,
yeah.
this is the question, Scott. That's how you get in, and we have a couple of asks or requests to discuss these pairs as well as gold. Not surprisingly, let's all right. Let's take a look at. You got some fans in the chat, Sam, as usual.
Yeah, he's from my community. How are you, Asad? If you're watching, hopefully you're good. And yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for the support. And you are a legend too, man. Everyone is a legend here. Just believe in yourself, man. Have a little bit confidence. You all are legend in my eyes.
Let me double check here. Tamim is asking if the position sizer EA is allowed on the The5ers. Yes, it is. Yes, you can. Actually, EAs are allowed as long as it is yours. As long as it is, you created, you build it. It is allowed, and it doesn't, it's within the rules of the. There are a couple of practices, trading practices, you should check them in the terms and conditions, which are not, you know, which are not allowed prohibited strategies. But for majority of us who are just trading normally, you know, there's nothing stopping us from using EA. So position sizing is actually is a trade management tool. So it's an EA, but it's not a strategy. So these are completely okay to be using. So yes, you are allowed to use them on the 5ers. No problem at all. Steven Chipata says that he likes how I follow my rules. I've learned after a few years of struggling that at least for me, I know some other traders, they thrive in reading the market fluidly, in the sense that they are flexible in terms of their rules. They can mold, they can shape their strategy into fitting whatever market condition they face. But I've seen that my way to keep myself profitable is by respecting my rules. And I've seen it over time and over and over again, that whenever I disregard the rules, my edge starts to erode and eventually disappears completely. And so to me, I live as a trader. There is no other way for me to be, at least so far. Maybe in the future I'll change, and maybe I will grow into something different, but I don't think so. But so far, my rules are golden. They're not supposed to be broken. They're there for a reason. They're data based, right? They're based on data and everything that I've measured. And I have no reason. It's actually so strongly. I know I've seen this so markedly. The fact that I need to stick to the rules no matter what. That whenever there is a trade and it is missing, it's missing one thing of my trade plan, I get a sort of a adverse reaction, so almost like an allergic reaction. Like I don't want to touch that, and maybe it's something psychological, but it has helped me a lot by having that distinction, because I only want to be in the trade if it is according to the plan. And man, it made a huge difference in my performance once I start doing that. And I don't care if I miss the trade. I don't care if I'm not trading a day or two. It doesn't really happen often, but I don't care. I only want to be in the trade if it is according to the plan. That's the main strategy. Of course, I have multiple strategies, but the main strategy, the one that I earn my income from, that's how those are the principles I live by as a trader, and it has suited me very, very well, I must say. So I don't know if it applies to everyone, because not everyone is the same. Maybe I thrive on being this strict with myself, this disciplined. That's how I know to get and keep myself successful. And it may not be for everyone. I don't know. You'll have to try it out. But at least that's my experience. I need to, to me, being robotic, I know it sounds perhaps boring, but being almost robotic, rule-based is the way for me to go. That's the way for me to produce profit consistently.
I think that is the only way you can be a profitable trader, by following your plan, and you are doing it perfectly. So sometimes I make mistake. I'm really open about it to my audience, as you mentioned. We are humans. We can make mistakes here and there. But what can make you a profitable trader is by simply following your trading plan. If Victor is having, he is gonna trade Euro USD and GBP USD, and following a certain criteria. When a certain criteria is met and it is in the trading plan, so he will take the trade. You can make your own trading plan, see how you see the charts, what your strategy is. You can mold things here and there. And one tip that I would like to give you, if you are trading with the fibers or if you're trading in prop firms, you can mold your trading plan according to the rules. What do I mean by that? So let's say we are having 5% daily drawdown. I'm talking about the high stake account, two-step account. So you can mold your risk management in that way, which will suit the fibers high stake model. And how you can prevent blowing these accounts when you hit a loss or when you come into a drawdown. Let's say you take 1% risk and now you are 1% down. So now you have 9% left. Now you can lower down the risk. Now you, and if you lost that also, you can lower down the risk more. So that way you can prevent your account from blowing or just breaching that account. So I think this small tip or this small thing you can add in the trading plan if you are trading with the fibers high stake account I'm talking about. And of course we have other models also. And I think little bit of here and there tweaks in the trading plan can make your platform journey better. You can mold your trading plan here and there, and you can adjust the trading plan according to the rules that we have. So you just you have more chance of success if you have good trading plan that support all the rules that we have. And we don't have a major rules, to be honest. We have very basic rules, which is 5% daily drawdown, 10% maximum drawdown, 3 profitable days, which is 0.5% one day. So we will count it that way. I hope you know about it. I'm sure you know about it. So and you cannot trade news. So this is all basic things we have. So now you have to make little bit tweaks here and there in your risk management. I don't care what strategy you follow. I think every strategy works, unless you are just trading recklessly. I don't know, you are doing foolish things, you are just trying to catch a top or something like this. So if you are doing the things in a structured way, if you have seen this thing happening a lot of time, so I think prop firm can be a really good tool. I myself have made a significant amount of money, and prop firms really have changed my life. The fibers have literally changed my life. So made little tweaks in the risk management in your trading plan according to the rules. So that what my point is. And I just came to the all conclusion of this as we discussed about the trading plan here and there. So yeah, my point is simple. Little bit tweaks in your trading plan according to the prop firm rules. You are good. You are set for 2026. Success will be there, I'm sure. So yeah, let's see what people has to say now. Toning gold, yes, rules are necessary and it makes a difference for me also. Yeah, man. Without rules, without discipline, I'm sorry, but you are an animal, man, to be honest. If you're a human, you should have a little bit of discipline. You know, that's how we are. We have brain, we can think, we can make a change in the society, we can make things better for ourselves or for our loved ones. Then why not to choose that route? Why not to make certain rules for ourselves that will help us grow, that will help us grow in trading? Why not to make changes in little bit of risk management here and there? I know you all are over trading, over risking, you don't even have the strategy. You already know what the problem is and you already know what the solution is. So now as what is Peter, I think, no, we have Tony. Yeah, he mentioned we should have rules. So simple. If you have rules and you follow those rules, nobody can stop you from being being succeeded here in prop firms. And we have $4 million. You can really scale up to $4 million. Just think about that. Just spend 5 minutes of thinking about that. Maybe you will realize where you are wrong, or how you can change few things in your journey.
You know,
I know,
when go ahead.
I know we get when we take a loss or when we are having an emotional roller coaster here and there, we completely lose a track of ourselves, what we are doing. We are so emotional, we don't even know what we are doing. We don't even know we are pressing buy sells here and there. We are buying the account aggressively. we are in drawdown, we are taking the trades, I think our mind just shuts down in that particular time. I think making some rules here and there will prevent you to, get in that situation. So yeah, you was
Um,
saying, yeah,
yeah, no, that is actually, if you think about it, just using logic, right?
yeah,
We all know you have to test your strategy before going live. We all
exactly, yeah,
know.
yeah,
And when um, you test using a certain strategy, a certain algorithm, right? Not, I don't mean algorithm as an EA, but I mean a certain algorithm means just a certain a sequence of specific things to be done in a certain, order. Um, that strategy is what created the backtesting result, right? It's following a certain set of rules.
yeah,
Why, when traders go live, why would you expect the same kind of result, right? If you measure profitability and you want that profitability, you want to get the same. Let's say you have a strategy, you backtested it, and it showed whatever 5R in a certain period, a month or 2 months or whatever, and you say, well, this strategy is good, I have tested, it's profitable, I'm going to go live now. If you are using the strategy as the basis, as the reason to go live, and you want to have the same results, you don't want to test something that's positive and have negative results. That's why you went live. So you want positive, you want the same results you've measured in the backtesting. And it does not make sense to do something different than what you tested and expect the same result as you tested. Does not make sense. It's not logical, right? So to me, the only way anyone can get the results they desire and they measure in the backtesting with some degree of confidence is by following and respecting the rules. There is no other way, right? If you're gonna be sloppy on the rules, then on executing and following the rules, then invariably you will not get the results. Not only that, but edge is not easy to find and to execute and to extract from the market. You'll likely be trading randomly, or in any case with less, and likely with no edge at all, meaning does not make sense at all to do. I want to check if everyone is hearing me okay, because apparently some are having
yeah,
some difficulties. I've maybe let me know in the chat if that's the case. We also have a few questions. Someone says, before was a question by Scott Watterson. I believe it was, yes, 143, asking about how to get in. Let me show you guys the let me switch to mine. And actually, euro dollar has been moving quite nicely back to that order block. We'll discuss that, see if there's a trade there. But this is from a screenshot from the inside the hub, right? The dashboard from the 5%. And at the top corner, right below here, you get all the accounts. You can see we have a promotion going on from yesterday's event, which is a special account, 2.5 K account for only $12. By the way, and it's for a limited time until January the 2nd. So grab that chance to put that back-tested, validated strategy where you're going to follow the plan religiously. At least I hope you will. Put it to the test. Buy that account and try that. It's only $12. But coming back to the question, this is the Discord link, and I've just checked it, and it seems to be working to me. Of course, I'm already in the Discord community, but it looks to be that it is working. So check that it used to be on the lower left corner. Now it is on above the accounts, right? So this is the place where you can find the the Discord link. Okay, it's completely free for everyone who has an account with the 5ers. There was something else, so let me go through the questions. As Peter says, the link isn't working. As I said, to me it is working. If you're still having difficulties getting into the Discord community, please consult with the support on the website. They are there to help you, and I'm sure they will assist you in getting access to our free Discord community. All right, let's double check if there's any other. It was Anto Cajoro who asked us to show where to get the link, which we just did a few moments ago. Let me check if there's anything else. By the way, my friend Daja Trader 8, I've seen multiple messages that are identical. That is considered spam. I will assume that you had a little mishap with the enter or something similar, but please do not do that. Otherwise, you will be risking be limited in the chat, meaning you will not be able to post anymore for the remaining of the session. Right? We might want to keep things tidy up in the chat and allow everyone to read and post as well. Tony says about the rules. Yes, there is no other way, right? I can repeat that. To me, if you're not going to be following your own rules, you should not be trading. To me, that's it. Right? You're going to be trading. Anyone can trade. Everyone can trade, in the sense that you just have to, everyone click the button. But if you just click it without following your rules, any rules, then you're trading randomly. And in random trading, there is no edge. There's none. You can by luck you can win a couple of trades. You can even have a big winner. But that's not going to work. That's not trading. That's just gambling. That's playing around. We don't play around, right? If you're serious about trading, then you should treat it with it's something like imagine a surgeon going to the operating room. They don't do things randomly. Imagine a pilot who is flying an airplane. Everything they do has a reason, has a sequence, has a moment. That's how you should operate as well as a trader. Not doing things randomly and hope for the best that the airplane is going to get to your destination because you desire it to. It doesn't work like that. Let's see what else. Check here. This is not the 2026 prep stream. That was yesterday, my friend. Yesterday. You can still see it on YouTube. It was yesterday's event. There was a lot of good content shared right there by all of the hosts or the speakers. One of them, the CEO, breaking down in a very systematic and very organized way the way he trades. We see him on Wednesdays trading live with us. That is Seoul, and he broke down how he trades very, very. I really recommend that, as well as the other sessions we had. A lot of good information. So that's yesterday. Do check that out, everyone who's interested. Let me check again. Indeed, that's the only way to go. Let me see anything else you have here. Okay, so Peter says the icon has faded away. Okay, all right. So I think you have a specific issue, Peter. Please check the support to see how that will be, how they can assist you. I'm sure they will have a solution for you. Don't worry about it, but do check them so you can get them. We have many of us, many fans, many viewers watching and posting here as well. I like that. I like that a lot. All right, let's take a look at the EU. In the meantime, I'm gonna go check. I had a couple of trades open, so let me check those very quickly. All right, so they hit TP, which is okay. I will. I had a loss, so it's not like this is going to be a losing day for me so far, which is normal, which is okay. Let me double check not double check. Let me go through the chart, and we can break down EU. Right, taking losses is just a regular thing. It's a normal thing. You should not feel bad about it. As long as you follow your plan, it's completely normal and should be normalized, right? It is when you think it's catastrophe, having a loss, that it will affect you, right? As long as you diffuse it by normalizing it, as long as you follow your plan, then there is nothing wrong in taking a loss. Actually, it can still be a good trade, taking a loss. Let me take a look at EU. So the monthly time frame, we have let me mark this for our viewers. All right, so we have a very large range, right? Last couple of years, where we have a left shoulder, a head neckline. It broke it, came back to the order block, which I now have taken away. That's the monthly. Let me mark it like that. That's the monthly time frame right there. Let me move this to here. For some reason, it was moved up. Price came back to that and reacted, as expected, moving away from that order block right there. We then, because of this bigger quasi, we still have the quasi is still at play, and we have now two entry order blocks. Let me mark them. Two entry order blocks, one here and the one right there, where the market reacting to the first one. I will mark the quasi for those who are unfamiliar with the pattern. That's the left shoulder, the head, and it goes all the way down to the bottom of the pattern. All right, so you have an established uptrend, breaks the neckline, and it comes back to one of these two entry order blocks. And we did have a first reaction that was a couple of months ago. Actually, it was at the end of October. The first reaction was in June. Let's go deeper let's zoom in to that area. So we basically have two areas. This is one, and that's the other one from the left, where the market is expected to have some kind of a reaction. This is the monthly, so pay attention to that time frame. So it's something you're not going to see it on. It takes its time. It's slow, but it's still very, very, not still. It is very powerful in this move. So we have the initial reaction, which is this right here. We had that big bearish candle, which is the result of the reaction, or the expression of that reaction. And then we had the second one, which created the pin bar and the order block that we are currently retesting. So we're within a bearish monthly fresh order block. That's important because we expect, right, since we had a reaction from the structure, the possible entry order block on the quasi from the left, which created the pin bar, as I said, which created the fresh order block. So it's not only price action based candlestick combinations currently for recent price action, but also from the left, so meaning historical data. For pattern from a couple of years ago, from 2023, I believe. Let me double check that so I can be precise. That is from July, August 2021. The structure is. We are now retesting. So we have the fact that the market created that order block, that fresh one, this one, the new one. is a confirmation that the market is reacting to the structure from the left. So you have the alignment right there, and we are now getting into the order block, right? We are retesting it as we, this whole month we have been. And let's go zoom in. So you can expect based on the order block that we could have some kind of a reaction. Not ideally, but the next structure on the monthly time frame would be the 1.1394. That would be the completion of that move. However, the fact that there is a fresh order block and the fact that we're expecting some kind of a reaction doesn't mean it's going to happen, all the time, right? This is not every fresh order block will create this reaction. It's sometimes it doesn't move all the way. It will sometimes it's just a little reaction for its continuation, right? Because looking at the trend, we have reasons to expect that eventually the market will go higher after it had that reaction, right? Because the trend is still intact. All right, we had a so let's go to the weekly. We are already on the weekly. The weekly time frame tells us that the neckline hasn't been broken, right? That tells us tells us something about the strength of the bulls in this case, or the uptrend. This is the head, the left shoulder. Let me indicate it with an arrow. The head, left shoulder, neckline hasn't been broken, so there is no reversal pattern at play, even though we have reasons to expect some kind of reaction. So far right now, the weekly hasn't signaled or indicated that the market wants to have an even, a much more bigger change of the trend. So whatever we get, until we get the neckline broken, whatever reaction we have should be considered just a pullback to a continuation eventually, right? Continuation to the upside. So that's the weekly. We are currently in, let's count how many candles there are, 6, 8, 9. So within 10, we did have a reaction here. But to be fair, that reaction didn't have follow through. So we should consider this order block, even though it's fresh, to be already consumed, meaning we should not expect market reacting based on this structure, this weekly order block. Chances of that happening aren't great, right? We are in the order block to the above that, which is quite wide, almost as wide as the monthly. That order block is not fresh anymore, meaning there were more than 10 candles printed since its creation, meaning that the strength of the reaction you will get is not going to be as great, right? So we will have to wait for more indication on this time frame. So far, both of the structures we had are not suitable for a reaction. Let's go to the daily. On the daily time frame, things get a bit more interesting. Let me check if there's any question here on the chat. Sam, let me check if there's anything here. All right, so do we have the quasi right here on the daily time frame? You can mark it from all the way down, but it does not matter. I'll make it like so. That's the established uptrend, and it breaks the neckline, right? That's the neckline on the daily quasi. And from this point, if you measure from the lowest point of the quasi to the highest point, the head, there are 2 entry order blocks. There were. One is the one that I'm indicating right here, and the one above. Let me mark it as such, right? We had yesterday actually the break of that order block, right? So you can see how it closed above it. Let me move it there, right there. It closed above it, meaning it is, it has been invalidated. But before we did that, we already, actually, that's why I had it much smaller. We already touched the next one, the next order block on the 16th of December. The fact that we touched there, and my rules tells me that the previous one, the former order block, is not the relevant one. There's no need to trade this order block. It is though it wasn't invalidated yet. And now we have one area on the daily time frame. Right? So actually we can delete this one. We have one area, which is this order block up here, which is an entry order block, right? And this quasi is this is where it gets interesting, because we now have price has now reacted to the order block. We now need to wait for price action to tell us whether or not to confirm and have follow through of this quasi. And if it does that, and only if it does, we can expect price to be moving lower, maybe to at least to the first entry, the first trouble area, which is the order block we just created, we just left, but eventually perhaps to this order block as well. And who knows, this is the TP, or the conclusion of the pattern. Doesn't have to get there. It depends on the trend. If the trend is very strong going up, then maybe it's only going to make a push for some other higher order block, or perhaps not even that, bounce on that and continue higher, right? So it's not always that these reversal patterns will continue all the way to completion. So we did get that. So let's zoom in. So this is the target for if I'm get a trade which I can swing. This is the first swing trade target, right? The order block below, based on the reaction. We're leaving a order block above, and you can expect price to go to the next level below on the same time frame, which is that daily fresh order block we have below. But it hasn't given me any. We have a fresh order block on the 4-hour being created. Actually, about 17 minutes.
Problem in your connection, maybe. You just got
connection issue.
You just got disconnected, and now you are back again. I don't know.
How long did that happen?
Probably 2 seconds.
Oh,
Correct
okay.
me if I'm wrong, chat. Yeah, I think there is a problem. But anyways, now you're back. Let's continue with the flow. You are doing euro dollar, okay?
All right. Hopefully, let me know if there's anything else. With the connection, we have an H4 order block, which was just created 17 minutes ago, so it's as fresh as can be. There we go. And it was after the market reacted to that daily order block, the daily entry order block, with the bigger quasi from the left. So let's see if we have a possible trade here. Price did come back and retested immediately. On the H2, we have this as possible area for us to use if price comes back. We do have a fresh order block long as well, right? Although because it already retested the daily, the preference would go for the bearish, right? Daily bearish order block being retested. You want to go with the bearish, that the bias now switches because the market on the higher time frame has reached a target, right? It left a daily. Let me go back to this to explain this. As long as once you leave a daily, as long as it doesn't hit a daily or weekly structure above, you can still expect this daily order block to be at play. But once it reaches the daily on the opposite direction, the same time frame, you should not, the probabilities that it will continue are not as great anymore. It can break and continue, but the probabilities are not great anymore. You should read back the market and actually perhaps switch your, you can expect the reaction from the market because it left a daily and some kind of a reaction from that daily order block, the bearish one, I mean. So that's why even when you have two order blocks, right, you have one below us, and even though it's an outside bar, which is considered, let's look at that, it's an outside bar, which is considered very strong, and you can still trade it, but just know that between them two, the bearish one, it has the better probability. That's the better trade, the direction to go, because of the daily order block above us. Also because the daily has reached, actually let me show you what I'm talking about, the ATR. Let's see what the ATR is currently. It is at 53. And what is the current range of the day? 45. All right, so it hasn't hit 53 yet. I thought it was close to it, but it still can push a little. Based on the ATR, it can still push a little bit higher. That makes this order block a little bit more attractive still. Let me check on the H2. We have some alignment on both sides. I hope I'm not confusing anyone here. So we have alignment on the B, on the both sides, as well as the short side, long and short. Let me mark them for all of you.
You are lagging a little bit again. Yeah, he's gone again. Probably some problem in the internet connection. Yeah, but loving nature guy, how are you, man? I know you. Welcome again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but you are lagging. You are gone again.
Okay.
You was gone again.
Let me check if there's anything I can do here.
Yeah, take your time. In the meanwhile, let's see what our chat has to say. Is gold price going down first and going up, or going up first and going down at this stage now? I think you are asking a very wrong question, because let's look at gold actually. Let's look at gold. We don't know what the price is gonna do. We just can take some information from the market, and what I can see, price is going up, and I can see this acted as a liquidity. Why? Because look at this wick. Now what I can do to catch the buys, I'll probably wait for some higher highs. So higher highs, then you can plan for some entries, and then you can target some new highs. So I don't know what you're thinking, but right now the current information we have, this is the current information. So let's see if price makes the high. If it decided to go lower, then we have another story, then maybe we can short at the breakout or something. Then we have to see what we can do. But I'm just waiting on NAS 100 here. We have a question here. As the Fed holds rates to combat tariff including inflation while the ECB cuts the sluggish, how should I position for a potential break in Euro USD? I'm not a fundamental guy, but Victor broke down Euro dollar perfectly. But let's see on the higher time frame what we can do. On the daily, we are just printing higher highs, higher low, higher highs, higher low. Maybe a higher high till where? Maybe till here. So I can see Euro dollar at least till here maybe. So I'll just look for longs maybe. So maybe this is a pullback phase. I think still it is good for longs. Yeah, it is a very good area, to be honest. I consider this as a plus area, so you can buy from here. I'll just place my stop loss maybe based on 15-minute. Let's place a stop loss somewhere like this.
Is my connection better now? I can see in the background that it's supposed to be a little bit better.
Yeah, I think it's good now. The volume, yeah, it's good.
All right. Shall I was just about to finish on the breakdown on EU. Shall I continue? Let me take a look. Actually, I measure the connection from where I am, which is not slow at all. So I think it might be something else. It's not my connection as in me personally, but maybe my connection to the platform, right? The streaming platform, perhaps. I don't know. But my device as well, the speed I'm getting is measuring is should be more than enough. So who knows? We'll see. Let's hope it goes. It does not present itself anymore. So on on EU, we talked about the where we are on the monthly time frame, right? Which
Yeah,
the market is at a very good place. Am I lagging?
now it's good. Say something.
I'm EU is setting up nicely. Okay, let me let me switch back to the charts. So on the higher time frames, we have reasons to look for a short, a much bigger short. But the weekly, right? So the monthly is looking posing for a positioning itself for a reaction, right? A bearish reaction. The weekly isn't ready yet, right? It's not giving us any reason, so we don't have, all the ducks lined up yet. But the daily, so switching or skipping the weekly, the daily does have a daily quasi, which we are currently reacting from, right? The fact that we reacted from that order block, and we did create an H4 fresh order block just now, makes me a little bit hesitant in going long from this place. We can still do it, right? If you have alignment, if you know what you're doing, you can still go long from the current level, because I can see on the EMAs, as Sam indicated, this is a nice area. That is there is a demand area here. You can see it here as well. Look, let me mark it, right? So the demand area is certainly here. This is the demand area, right? So, and that's what created this impulsive move. So it makes sense. It is a demand, and it makes sense to expect some kind of a bullish reaction from that area. But if from the higher time frames, from the daily, we hit a relevant area for price to go much deeper. The question is, will it go deeper right now, or will we have some kind of a reaction, perhaps a retest of this H2 order block, and then later on going lower? We don't know that. We just have to read price action as it unfolds. So on the H2, we do have alignment. Let me mark that. I don't like when the H2 is wider than the H4. Let me go to the H1 to see. All right, so I'm gonna switch it back to H1, which is a little bit more decent in terms of the alignment. So these are the two areas which I would be looking to go long from here and go short from the upper area if it comes back. And from those two, my preference, right? If I had to choose, I'm gonna be trading whichever signals, but I'm more inclined to trade. I would like to be the bearish side to signal, because I know the probabilities of that side is much bigger after the market has hit the daily structure. So my assumption is that the market eventually will break that lower demand area, the one we're retesting right now, for lower levels. Doesn't always happen, but based on the daily order block being retested, is a good reaction, or a good level to expect that reaction. Let's see. So we have a bullish and bearish probability or setup. Let me check the daily on the H4. Actually, we have a H1 here as well, which I like very much for an entry order block on not on a quasi, just a regular H1. All right, so we that's great. Let's go to the 5 to see if we have something popping up. So there goes the quasi all the way to the top, and let's see if the quasi is a valid one to trade. This is the 5 minute. We have 2.
Like this Euro USD longs here. Yeah. Let's see if we can break that high. That on the 5 minute, I might can take longs here.
Really? Okay. That's I'm checking
I'll
if
just,
the
yeah,
quasi.
after a small risk because I don't. It is, I have to save my risk for my session. So I'll try to act accordingly.
All right. So these are the entry order blocks, which is one huge order block which has been invalidated already. That has been already invalidated. Let's see if there's another one here. I think there is.
Now the
Actually, the order block is, in this case, yes, it is valid. The quasi is valid, and it is all the way to the bottom. It's one huge order block. Okay, so this is the entry order block on the 5 minute, and it's a wide one, so I prefer them to be much tighter, but it is what it is. We just got two entry order blocks, and we are currently within one. We'll have to see if there's a reaction. There is actually a bullish order block being created, a fresh one, and see if there's follow through reaction from that. If there is, then that could be your signal to go long. And if it isn't, if it just goes through it, then you know that the market is not intending on. If it does that, if it closes below that order block, then you know that the market is not intending to go to reverse from this area. And if it does react with a follow-through reaction from that order block, you also know that the market is attempting to make that reversal, the bigger quasi right there. Okay, so let me go in the 3 minute. The 3 minute is, there isn't anything on the 3 minute. On the 2, are you going long already, Sam?
No, I have to wait for that. What is that price? I think
This high?
779. But
Yeah.
I'm looking at NAS 100 now. So
Okay.
if
Market
it's
open.
something clean there, I might can take a trade. Okay, we are going bullish here. Oh wow, some good candles are printing. Definitely looking for consolidation, and then I'll be looking for longs. And let's see how it goes.
Okay, so on
You
the,
don't have to place 0.2% risk here and there just to test.
okay. When do you lower your risk? Only on holidays, or
No, I don't
what
trade
is
euro dollar that often, so
Mhm.
I don't want to risk
Oh, I
too
see.
much. So only that is the point. I will go with a smaller risk, just to test, if this thing is playing like I'm anticipating or not. So just a basic test. But I'll put
I
my
understand.
1% risk on NAS 100. So let's see.
All right, so I already see that the quasi is way too big, so it means that I don't consider the 2 minute, and also of course not the 1 minute. So it's only on the 5 minute that we have a reaction. It is within the entry order block on the 5 minute, and we still have 2 minutes for this, but we can see that there's a initial reaction bullish from that 5 minute fresh order block that was just created. You can also go to the 1 minute looking for a quasi, which is not here yet. The quasi neckline is all the way up here, which has not been indicated yet. So I would still wait for the break, the reversal pattern before I get in. All right, so that's the 1 minute, and this is the quasi right there, and I need still this line to be taken. Actually, it's the same line as same level as yours, Sam, to be fair.
Yeah, I'm just seeing this as the last support area. Might be liquidation, just 2-3 pips here and there. But yeah, let's see how price behaves from this area.
All right, let's. Someone is asking us to look at gold. Maybe you think you can take a look at gold, Sam, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, let's go with it. Gold. Okay, we are finally breaking down.
Let me
So
switch to yours.
yeah, I don't know. I still like buys on this one because if I draw my Fibonacci from here to here,
Mm-hmm.
so price is coming right at 71 retracement. I would buy here, place my stop loss below the 200 EMA, and then I will look for longs here. So technically, if I was seeing the charts, I would have executed the buy right here. So
Mm-hmm.
that's what my point of view on gold. I don't like to see a lot of fundamentals here and there. I see uptrend, price is pulling back, EMA is bullish, might use some technicals here and there. In this case, I'm using Fibonacci. So yeah, I think this can work out.
You're looking to go long gold
Yeah,
on the fib
longs.
level.
Yeah.
Will you be waiting for a reaction, for a confirmation, or
Gold really moves good using Fibonacci's. So I don't have to wait for a reaction. I know
okay?
70% of the time we will get some kind of reaction which will give us at least 1 to 1. At least 1 to 1. So that's how I'm seeing gold from here.
Okay. The market is not reacting off the. Let me switch back to my screen for those who are looking for EU. As we still have to wait, right? And it's not about being right or not, but the daily order block that was retested, this is significant, right? This is quite significant, and because it's a higher than the H4. Normally H4 is king intraday, but because
Yeah.
we are now getting into a daily order block, you have to recognize that obviously that should be stronger, and that's why an order block that is immediately there should be treated with caution. Immediately mean clear in proximity to the move, the place where the reaction from the daily came. I mean, if you go to the 5 minute, it's having it's still can move, it can still react and have its reaction, but it's having some difficulties. At least it's not. Actually, maybe I should take my words back, because look at that big candle. That's the kind of reaction you want to be seeing. So far, we didn't see that, but now we are. So let's give it a couple of minutes more to get an idea, how it reacted to the 5 minute, to this area, right? The area that I'm indicating right now with the blue lines, that's the area you want it to react. Okay, all right. So that's the reaction we want to see for price to do. That's the reaction. It comes back and it moves out of it. That's not enough for me to get in, by the way, right? For
Nice
me, it
reaction.
needs to. That's a nice reaction, yes, indeed. But that makes sense to me. But right before at the beginning, before I started talking, I saw the outside bar here, right after let me indicate it with an arrow. That could be better. I saw a bearish order block, right? It's on the 1 minute, but still you can read price action. It's fractal. Have a bearish order block because of the engulfing, another bearish order block, and then an outside bar, and we had a strong push down, right? That's the follow through after 2-3 signals, bearish, and I was expecting price to just continuing. That's why I start saying that it is struggling. However, the market reacted quite nicely and actually took out that high on the 1 minute. That tells me that the market has reversed, or at least is trying to reverse, even though it hasn't broken the quasi yet. It is moving favorably for it's indicated on the lower time frame that the market has. There you go. That's the reaction. Taking of this order block, that could be a sign on the 1 minute to go long, or when the market came back and reacted from that level, that lower pin that comes back to the broken level for the break and retest in the 1 minute time frame. And going long would mean that's the short tool. Going long, going somewhere in there, putting your stop below this whole area, and then targeting something that makes sense on a bit of a higher time frame, maybe on the 15, depending on what kind of trader you are. Maybe target that order block, or just target that the hourly area, the supply area above us completely. Depends on what kind of trader you are. That's a beautiful reaction right there from EU. What do you have on the NAS, Sam?
I think NAS 100 is gonna go bullish now. I have a high conviction, so
What is the
I will.
conviction based on?
Market is showing me buyers are stepping in, little bit of
Okay.
profit booking, little bit of consolidation. So once it
Okay.
breaks, I think buyers can step in more, and in that leg we can secure some profits. Ideal position will be here once the candle close. What can be the stop loss? Let's see. I think this low can be the logical stop loss, which is 135 points. And what can be the target? I go with one to ones. So one to ones. Yeah, I like this. This is my entry for today. This is the live trade actually I'm giving to you guys. I'll be executing this trade.
When
Once we,
will you be? You mean right now? This is your setup.
Yeah,
You're going to get into.
if we break
Okay.
this high and we close, I am in. This is my setup. I would definitely take this setup like
On the 1 minute.
presents. No, I have to wait for a close above.
Okay, but on what time frame? On the 1 minute.
Yeah, on the 1 minute. But my structures are on the 15 and on the 5. Like you can see, bullishness is on the 15 and my stop loss is based on the 15. I am using my
I
1
like
minute as my entry. This is just the consolidation. Once it breaks and close 1 minute candle, then I am I'll be happy to just place my buys here.
Nice. There it is. Don't forget, guys, if you like this live trading, we are showing you Sam and I on the 5ers live trading room. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. We are on a mission to hit 100K subscribers. You can help us with that. A little contribution on your side and means a big thing to us. And also, congratulations on all those winners from yesterday. I saw them, they were coming in 10, 20 at a time. The giveaways, accounts being given away for yesterday's event. I hope you guys make good use of it. I know it's free, and something that's free may not be seen as always as valuable as something you paid for. But it has the same potential as growing into it is a high stake account a high stake goes all the way to 500K, can be scaled. And the other accounts we offer at the 5ers, they go to 4 million. Yes, you heard it right. 4 millions.
That is amazing.
It's a long way. I know it's not for, it's not for everyone, but the possibility is there. It's up to you to be the best you can and try to, go up that ladder and challenge yourself to the best of your abilities. All right, let me double check. Some people asking about, let me see the chat. Someone asking here, can I now take a long or a short position? We're not giving signals. That was 14 minutes ago, by the way. So I don't know exactly what period that, probably EU while I was talking about EU. The market is, what we're doing here is not telling you to go long or short. We're just indicating what we see, the opportunities we see, and the areas where we would go long or short, or maybe we're already in. And you should do your own homework. I say this in the nicest way possible, but you should do your own homework and build your own strategy, your system, collect your own data using your rules and no one else's. It's the best practice. That's the best advice I can give you. I am, against telling you to do anything. We shouldn't. This is just, this is no financial advice, no signal service. These are just officially for entertaining purposes, but this is how we trade. So it's not entertaining to me. It's real business to me. But you understand what I mean. Let me check. Else we have Steven. Steven is asking you, Samir, what risk reward ratio are you looking for on the trade? 1-to-1?
I am officially in longs, by the way, and the risk to reward I go for 1-to-1s. And why I go for 1-to-1s? Because I hit wins more often, and my mindset stays in a healthy state, and I like that. I can end my day in greens. So no, if I can end the day in green with 1-to-1 risk to reward, of course I am not stubborn. Like I have to end the day in green. I'm not like that. If it is a loss, I just step away from the charts. But the point I'm trying to make is 1-to-1 keeps my win rate healthy and my mindset healthy. So that's why I go with this approach.
Good. That's good for you. We have on EU. Let me double check. I'm gonna switch to my screen as well. There you have on NAS, Sam going long on his screen, and I'm going to show you. We have what the market is telling us. So we have a H4. I'm gonna give you the reasons. I'm not gonna tell you to go long or short, but I'm giving you the reasons to do one or the other. Right. So this is the area where you have reasons to go short, at least alignment on the H4 and H2, and between these two yellow lines to go long on EU. If you go, you have the alignment. When I say alignment, it's the overlapping of H4 plus H2 or H1. All right. If you go to lower time frames, we did indicate that this whole area is a great area to look for that buyers coming in and reversing the trade, or reversing the direction, I should say. So now we had initially on 5 minute, we have reasons to believe, right? So we have a bullish engulfing here, an outside bar there. To me, those are strong indication that the market is really, the buyers are stepping in. The question is, will they have followed through? They haven't. They have initial follow through here, but is that enough? If you go to the lower time frames, you will see this area. That's the now
broke that structure when we impulse to the upside. Now it is 50-50.
Yeah. On the 1 minute, you can see that it did not take out the quasi line.
Yeah.
See that? Did not take that quasi line. To me, I need to follow rules. We talked earlier about following your rules. If the rules tell you that the market needs to break the structure, then come back to get your entry, then that's what you need to do. Nothing else. And if it goes without me, then so be it. So this is the neckline, right? That's the established downtrend. It did not take the quasi line. And my rules tell me it needs to break it, come back, and then I'm gonna go take it, right, from a relevant area. That could be this order block where we're retesting right now, or not. And it did not reach the quasi, right? Did not take out the neckline, meaning I'm not allowed to get into the trade.
Yeah.
And
that's
if it
save you, if your plan is you have to wait for the break of that quasi line that you have drawn, so you are bound to be profitable. It is just it is bound to happen if you follow your plan, if you follow your trading plan. So I encourage all of you to make a trading plan and follow that for 30 days. Take one trade a day with that plan for 30 days, and come to the stream and let me know how it changed your perspective or your journey.
Yeah, it's very easy. And before I was as strict as I'm right now with my rules, it would be, right now I would be in a lot of excitement, because shall I get in, shall I not get in, do I read price action, what I would be still searching for adding up reasons to go long or not get in, and things like that. However, since I'm bound to follow only and only enter if everything lines up, it almost takes a weight off my shoulder. It doesn't depend on me. I don't have to make a choice here. The choice is given by the trade plan. I just follow it. So if it breaks the neckline, it comes back, it does what it needs to do, I get in. And if it doesn't, I don't. No guesswork. Nothing depends, on my discretion, basically. And it is way, way better for your mental capital, right? For your mental energy to just have a plan that you follow, that you have confidence in because you have the data, instead of you trying to guessing where the market is going to go
Yeah,
based on market
that's
is
what
constantly
we
giving out signals.
exactly. That's what I believe, and you cannot rely on guesswork when you are into this profession. So it is a real profession. It is a real career. Start to make the choices that will help you in this career. So these, not having a trading plan, doing a guesswork, these kind of things. So it really, you can't really do anything with this. So you are doing a big mistake. So please correct this as soon as you can. We are almost about to. What is? We have 10 minutes left for the stream. So yeah,
If the market moves, if the market actually breaks the neckline, then this would be the entry order block for me for the 5 minute. But it hasn't. So it hasn't broken the neckline. So if it comes into this order block, whatever it does is irrelevant. I'm not interested in entering long. I'm looking for that. But to me, if it doesn't break the neckline, it tells me that the likelihood that eventually it will break this and go lower is significant. We'll have to see. All right, let's check the chat if there's anything, any question left unanswered.
I think we
Thank you
pretty much.
guys for being active in the chat. A lot of questions. I like that.
By the way, guys, if you are a beginner and you have just started a trading, or you have came to know about prop firms, or you are new to prop firms, or if you was thinking about prop firms here and there, the 5ers is here. So we have 2.5k challenge till to January 2nd of January. So just give it a try things out, test the environment, test how things works out. Of course, make a trading plan and try to pass that account. And once you have the live account, and then I think there it will be a game changer. Okay, then slowly you can get the payouts from that, and slowly you can build yourself from that. So I think this is a good opportunity for a beginner trader, or for a trader who is planning to get into funded accounts. So take the benefit of this, and 2.5k challenge, test things out with us. And I'm sure you're gonna like it. You're gonna like the trading conditions, and we have the best trading conditions, to be honest. It is not me saying it. You can check our ratings here and there. So we have the best trading conditions, and just see the change. Okay, just take the benefit of this flash sale, $12 only, to test prop firm if you are new. Good, best opportunity for beginner traders here. If I was a beginner, I would have loved this kind of offer. I would have definitely invested my money in this kind of offer. Back in the days, we was having only, I think, 10k challenge as a base challenge. Now, to test the things, to test how drawdown works, how platform works, how a company works, like the 5ers. So these are a few opportunities that you don't get every day. So make sure you take full benefit from this kind of opportunity.
All right, there you have it. EU looking weak, even though it is in a demand area. You can see it failed on the 1 minute to break the neckline.
Well,
One
yeah.
minute being the smallest time frame. So if it is going to reverse, then it's going to break the neckline, the 1 minute, for sure. Not doing so tells us something about its strength and its intention or collective intention of the market to go lower. We have a question by Peter. Peter, a great friend of ours here at the live trading room. Peter asks, hey Victor, or hello, is it a must that the price breaks the neckline on all lower time frames, i.e. 3, 5, 3, 2, 1, for example, on EU before entering? No, it isn't. It isn't, Peter, and I'll tell you a few of the principles that I apply. One of the things that I do is, one is, I look at, there are two entries basically, or two signals that can be given by the way that I trade. One is based on the quasi, the bigger quasi, where the head was the initiator of the move, right? Then what move I mean, right? The quasi is basically actually the setup is basically the market coming. Let me mark this better. I'm sure Peter is paying attention now. So we have here, right? We have the order blocks, right? The H4. Let's go to the H4 so you can see it. The H4 order block, right? That's the basis of the setup, the initial setup. So you have an outside bar here, which created this H4 order block. Then you have on the 1 minute and also on the 2, you have the same candle or the same area. You have the engulfing that created the H1 and H2 order block, in this case the H1. And because you have the same reaction and price action, an impulsive move coming from multiple time frame, H4 and H2 and H1, we have then the area that we're interested in, right? So you have the this being the area of interest, and the area is based on the fact that we have a engulfing and price coming back to the, in this case it's an engulfing, but on the other time frame it was an outside bar. Engulfing, which is a fresh order block, price coming back, and you can expect some kind of a reaction from it. Not always, but very, very often, right? So we have that. So we have the hourlies aligned, and if you go to the lower time frames, and this is what Peter is talking about, do we always have to have all time frames breaking the neckline? Eventually, if the reaction is going to happen, the reversal, it will, but it doesn't have for me to get in. There are two kind of entries. One is based on the quasi to the left, and the other one is based on the quasi in recent price action. Both of them are equally valid. However, each time frame needs to create its own quasi, which needs to be valid, and it needs to come back to those valid entry order blocks and give you the signal. I don't say what my signals are, what is my trigger, but you can look, you can choose your own. As long as you backtest it, it should be okay. So one is looking for the quasi to the left, which is this right here, and it could be like this could be your quasi, right, on the 5 minute, that is, and you go back for looking for entry order blocks beyond the 50% retracement for the reaction to go in. That could be all you need, right? All you need to get in. Let me move this a little bit higher. That could be all you need to get into the trade, right? So you go in case you're using the structures to the left, okay? And the other one is the one that I was showing you guys right here, which is using recent price action, meaning the last couple of 10, 20 bars, not looking from the left, but looking at the current price action and looking for the quasi here. And in this case, because I would be trading this not because of the 5 minute entry order block, but because of the demand area with a fresh quasi on the 1 minute. The 1 minute is the first one that's going to be broken, the neckline, and the first signal you're gonna get. You don't always get the 1 minute. Sometimes it only triggers the 2 or only the 4. I mean the 3 or even the 4. I don't trade the 4 or the 5 minute on a time frame, right? It doesn't have to. It will not signal all time frame all the time. But that's the first one you need to be looking for, because it's the smallest, it's the most sensitive time frame. So if I'm going to using the quasi to the right, the recent price action, then I want to start on the 1 minute. And even though I was looking for the 5 minute from the structure to the left, the 1 minute being breaking it could be a reason for me to get into the 5 minute, but it doesn't have to. In actuality, my triggers, they only come from the same time frame, right? So if I have a 5 minute quasi, I need a 5 minute signal for me to get in. And if it's on the 1 minute, I need a 1 minute to get in. I cannot mix them up. I've tried them, but I've not been able to use them successfully or find a successful working formula to do that. So I don't do that. But the break on the 1 minute on the recent price action is the first indication that the market is breaking down. As we see, it's not respecting the 5 minute. It hasn't closed yet, has it? No, it hasn't closed yet. So you still have no, it hasn't closed yet below that order block, but it's soon to be closing in about 4 minutes. But it looks very, very weak, and we already knew that, right? How did we know that? That the likelihood that it's going to go lower is a bit higher. Remember what we talked about. The 1 minute is the first quasi that's going to be broken. Is the most sensitive time frame. It's the lowest time frame, right? We are normally using. And if that doesn't break, if it can't even break structure on a 1 minute time frame, then it says something about the market strength, right? So we'll have to wait for it. Maybe it will still break it in the future, right? It can still do it in the future and then go higher. But as long as it is not breaking this neckline, to me, the market is not going to be able to go higher. So and there's another thing. It can create another quasi. As long as the area is not invalidated, the area of interest, it can still create another one, which might give us a signal long. So you have to be, once you're just following rules, it doesn't really matter how or where or when, as long as it's according to the rule, it's good to go. It looks quite weak, and I'll just wait for the market to tell us by breaking this neckline that it wants to reverse or create another quasi for me to get in. And if it doesn't do any of those two things, then I have nothing to do. I'll sit on my hands and I will be, enjoying the ride as we are getting to the end of the stream. Actually, we already reached the end of the stream. Samir, time flies by.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that we are almost about to end the stream here.
Happens to me all the time.
Yeah.
All right. So I would like to thank everyone who has been tuning in and watching us. Don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. There is a Discord session today, later on in about 40 minutes. If you are part of the Discord community, then check us out. Come and let's hang out. And I don't know if you can buy two no, Sam is back. We lost you for a minute there, Sam. As I was inviting our viewers to our Discord community, we will come and hang out with us on the Discord. It's completely free. Just have to have an account with us. Sam, any last words before we close
Just
our
focus
session?
that I mentioned. and make sure you take full benefit of this $12 account. If you're a new trader, this is the perfect opportunity to explore this space, to explore the 5ers. So yeah, let's go, guys. So I'll see you tomorrow, same time, and take care, guys. Bye bye.
All right, that is our session for today. It is Tuesday the 23rd. I hope you guys will be together, or will come back to meet us again tomorrow, the 24th. We will be live again. All of these holidays, we're not going to leave you with nothing to do trading wise. We will be still watching and trading the market if it gives us those good setups that we're waiting for. Thank you for watching, and see you guys all tomorrow. Bye bye.
Take care, guys. Bye bye.